mascot. Get my name and number on the back of my crop top. Waiting for you way too long. No one feels right and kinda wrong. Got me on repeat, I'm your favorite song. You and me together, yeah, we belong. I want you to beg for it. If you want it, claim it. Get on top and team it. But I'll keep on waiting. If you want me like that, then you gotta say it. You should know I'm patient. Nothing, I'm just sitting here without your love. I'm in love, I'm in love. Sitting here without your love. I'm in love, I'm in love. Sitting here without your love. I'm in love, I'm in love. Sitting here without your love. I'm in love, I'm in love. Sitting here without your love. I'm in love, sitting here without your love. Sitting here without your love. Your love, I'm in love, I'm in love. Sitting here without your love.
tienes dando vueltas, baby. Dando vueltas, baby. Sentirte suavecito así, déjame sentirte suavecito así. Pégate, pégate a un ladito de mí. Pégate, pégate a un ladito de mí. Ay, contigo yo me pierdo. Como un trompo me tienes dando vueltas, baby. Dando vueltas, baby.
atenção, olhar envolvente noite, coração na mão. Todos param só pra ver brilhar. O passinho ela sabe encantar. Hoje pisa com valor, rebola com consciência, vai no beat sem carência. Ela sabe o que entrega e a favela ela manda.
Okay, now, I'm a professional streamer, everyone. Hello. It's been a minute. Sorry. Finally got my setup all, redone here back home. Okay. What I was saying today is basically my Super Bowl, you guys, because none other than Mehdi Hasan going on PBD. Why is he doing this? Why is PBD subjecting himself to this humiliation? Because Coffeezilla has already subjected him to a different humiliation and he needs to cover it up. And, I mean, you simply must doff your cap to PBD for being willing to engage in this sort of shit. Go up against Mehdi Hasan, literally just get massacred and absolutely owned. If it means that people, the stupidest people alive, the most gullible people alive, keep watching him. Because that's actually the most important thing to these people. It's kind of like Andrew Tate. Like, he says the outrageous shit that he does, not because he actually expects that, like, most people will buy it. He knows most people won't buy it. But it gets him clicks and views. And then that, like, 0.01% that actually do believe the shit that they say are willing to pay. Or like, if you're stupid enough to believe in other inflammatory things, you're probably stupid enough to give them money. So that's why PBD did this shit. So first I want to look at that. And then we will get into the debate. And I don't even know why, but there's... he actually, I guess he faced it. He thought that he had no choice but to talk to Coffeezilla because Coffeezilla actually got on the phone with him and recorded it. So let's take a look here. All right.
Video.
So this is, will PBD be held accountable for this? This was 11 days ago, but I'm not going to let that stop me from showing you guys because I haven't seen it yet.
Quick update before you watch this video. There is a follow-up where I actually got a hold of Patrick Bet-David. So in this video, you'll see that I asked to talk to him multiple times. He did not respond until right before I uploaded the video. I tweeted about it. He got in my DM, says he actually does want to talk. So you can hear him address all the allegations I'm about to bring up in this video, and you can decide for yourself what you think of Patrick Bet-David's response. So I've been waiting for Patrick Bet-David to reply to this Goliath story where he reportedly got a huge payment from a Ponzi schemer, and I want to know if there—
Are you saying paying to connect with Nick Shirley is a poor investment? Obviously, any money that you have that is going towards connecting, you should be putting it towards saving. You got to be stuffing your piggy bank full of all of the loose change that you have, any additional money, any bonuses that you get at work, so you can afford the $12,000 15-minute Connect call with PBD himself. Obviously, don't even waste your time with Nick Shirley.
they're going to pay back. It's just as simple as that. I want to know if they're going to apologize for their role in legitimizing a total scammer, which hasn't been done yet as far as I'm aware. I reached out to the PBD organization, Patrick Bet-David personally. It's been about a week. I haven't heard back, so I have to talk about it. Now, if you don't know the full lore, let me bring you up to speed really quick. Goliath Ventures was a—
We're asking the question, will a notorious MLM dude apologize for the fact that he has promoted yet another scammer? What do we think?
Ponzi scheme that took in over $320 million of regular people, retirees.
Oh shoot, we have subscriptions. Ogre Boy, thank you so much for subscribing at Tier 1 for 5 months. I really, really appreciate it. Fuck, forgot to cancel. God damn it, Ogre Boy. Again. And the Wolf, thank you so much for subscribing at Tier 1 for 11 months. You've been subscribed for 12. I really appreciate it.
These business owners' money under the promise of making them multiple percents per month. We made a Coffeezilla video about it recently. Christopher Delgado recently talked to the press here without his lawyer present, and we reported this back in October to federal authorities, and about 6 months later, Christopher Delgado was officially arrested.
The Justice Department says the 34-year-old scammed investors out of $328 million through his company, Goliath Ventures.
Meaning we're no longer speculating here. He has been formally charged. He's even admitted a lot of this in interviews.
So what happened to their money that should have been sitting in an account?
Their money was being used to make distributions.
To who?
To me.
To either them or other investors.
And what else did you use the money for?
I mean, we used it for corporate events. We used it for personal spend.
So this goes way beyond the like, oh, it's just allegations.
Why would this person go on the fucking news and say that? Holy shit.
Bro, like Christopher Delgado has confessed to a lot of this behavior. And where Patrick Bet-David comes into all of this is because he was a huge form of social proof for Christopher Delgado to seem legit. His entire organization kind of made this guy mainstream.
Goliath Ventures, founded in 2019. Goliath Ventures, the global.
So really what PBD did is like help expand his reach. But let's be real. If PBD viewers that actually, think highly of this man and his opinion and his punditry had independently stumbled across that guy, do we actually think that they wouldn't have been scammed? They still shouldn't be, but let's be real here.
Private equity firm focused on blockchain, founded by Chris Delgado. It's built on 3 pillars: technology, opportunity, and community.
And this is why I reached out to Patrick Bet-David and his team, only to get no response. I'm expecting some accountability here. Our story starts in 2025 when this guy, Christopher Delgado, is on stage at the Patrick Bet-David Vault Conference. He was the title sponsor for them, and he used it as an opportunity to kind of pitch himself.
I could make passive income for myself, raise my family, and basically enjoy life.
Now, even when you go to Patrick Bet-David,
I mean, I'm sure he did.
David's own
passive income by scamming a bunch of people, a bunch of rubes, okay? And you enjoy life with your family, with everybody else's money and your ill-gotten gains, right?
Summary, you can see Goliath in this video, in their own highlight reel, where they are the title sponsor, Goliath Ventures. They're apparently on the lanyard. Right here, you can see Goliath Ventures, Inc. signed on as the title sponsor to the Vault 2025 conference. And they even made like a pitch video of why you should be a brand sponsor of the Vault conference.
More than 2,000 CEOs lead teams of 75+ employees. They come from around the world to grow, scale, and do business. And they don't just attend, they engage. Last year, 85% interacted with sponsors on site.
Look at our boy Tom over here, looking so sharp.
The response from attendees was overwhelmingly positive.
So it's pretty clear what Vault is pitching. Hey, we'll give you access to this, entrepreneurship conference, these attendees. You pay us, we'll get you hooked up with them. And that's exactly what Goliath Ventures did. Now, when you go to the Vault Conference sponsorship tier, you can see.
Yeah, but I do wonder to what extent. I don't really feel bad for anybody who's choosing to put themselves in that room. I assume it's actually a lot of people that have ventures, quote unquote, and basically MLM schemes, fucking small business tyrants that go to this conference, not because they really feel that they have anything to learn from these people, but to network and to get in on the audience that all of these other fucking scammers have cultivated.
See, they advertise the benefit.
But I'm sure there are some people that are in the audience and go to the fucking Vault conference. I just don't think it's the majority.
Of the title sponsorship right here, get an MGM strip marquee signage, a 40 by 40 foot booth, brand badging, that's what we just saw, on-site attendee email list, I guess you can email them if you want, main stage moment with Patrick Bet-David, marketing, hard post on socials, PBD podcast shout out. I think that's one of the big ones. Patrick Bet-David's podcast reaches millions of people, and true to his word, he pushed Goliath a lot.
Fall Conference this year is brought to you by Goliath Ventures. The title sponsor of this entire event is Goliath Ventures. Founder Chris Delgado. We've spent a lot of time with these guys. They've come to Yankees games with us.
What do we want to bet that Paul Bet-Davidson over here is going to be amending that statement pretty soon? That he spent a lot of time with this guy, vetting him personally.
Coming to Vault conferences for the last God knows how many years. Goliath.
Suddenly it's going to be, I had no idea who this person, we didn't know anything. How could we have seen this coming? We're just as shocked as you.
Ventures, founded in 2019. Goliath Ventures, the global private equity firm focused on blockchain, founded by Chris. You can go search them, Goliath Ventures, Inc.com to learn more about that.
Even before the CEO of this said anything, it's like a fucking crypto blog. All of this stuff just screams scam to begin with.
They'll be at the Vault Conference all over the place.
Yeah, he said those guys would be all over the place, and he was right. Now, before, we didn't really know exactly how much this cost. We knew it must be significant, but this was used as a huge, social proof that Christopher Delgado was someone to be trusted. After all, presumably not just anyone can be a title sponsor of this prestigious entrepreneurship event, right? This was brought up by this guy who interviewed Christopher Delgado, basically, hey, you're friends with, Patrick Bet-David.
On social media, I follow him very closely. Private jet. You see the celebrities. You see Patrick Bet-David standing next to you at the Yankee Stadium. But you come from a trailer park.
All right, chill a little bit with you see celebrities.
Oh, who is that? You see?
Don't get me wrong. PBD is a fixture in this independent, quote unquote, manosphere podcast space, and he obviously is very wealthy. But I don't know that he's a celebrity.
Patrick Bet-David.
He's a fucking micro. He's still just kind of a micro influencer.
David. He's being used clearly as hey, Christopher Delgado is rubbing shoulders with the right guys. Okay. So imagine my surprise. All of this unwinds, Christopher Delgado gets arrested, $328 million Ponzi scheme. It was all a lie. The Vault 2025 #1 title sponsor was a big fraud that was trying to steal people's money. And then I see this on a Channel 9 Investigates segment. This is Darlene Jones. Guess who we see come up as one of the big payments that Goliath Ventures made.
$1 million to this long list of organizations across Central Florida. Some of the largest donations went to Equity Estates, Bet-David Consulting.
Look at that! 1 million smackies to go be the title sponsor at the Vault Conference. At least that's
what do you want to bet that the scrutiny that these sponsors get put through is just, if you're interested in sponsoring this event, you're obviously smart because you voluntarily want to associate with the value entertainment movement led by Patrick Bet-Davidson himself. And also, if you have the money, okay, you're legit. It's just those two things.
But it looks like maybe he was just paying for this photo. I don't really know.
I don't think PBD is a celebrity. I know. Crazy. I don't mean to disappoint you guys, to burst anybody's bubble, but he is not, in fact, a really big celebrity. And I have met this man. If you meet this man, it's not really a big deal.
Key question to the Patrick Bet-David group, to Valuetainment, is are y'all paying that money back? You shouldn't be letting yourself be used as social proof for a Ponzi scheme. I would think that would be a bad thing. I would think that would...
He's a celebrity. He's my idol. He's my inspiration.
be a problem. You know, I think that's be something you would address if they're your title sponsor, 2025, $1 million. You'd think you'd want to put that to bed immediately and say, hey,
we know them because of this. Yeah, PBD is the noted Straighterade orbiter.
Don't want this basically blood money. So that was my question to Patrick.
Isn't there like a third thing in value entertainment or value entertainment that doesn't make much sense? It's a portmanteau of 3 words. It's value entertainment movement, which if they were really being honest, it would be more like Val-move-tainment if you wanted to do a word smash of all of those 3, but they just ended up with value-tainment, which literally sounds like a dollar store type chain or something.
David, among others, I said, hey, Patrick, I'm reaching out because the title sponsor of last year's Vault Conference was a fraud. Wanted to ask you for comment about this as I would likely address it in more detail. I asked him, you know, how well he knew Chris Delgado, if he's planning to return the revenue.
Here, you have a clip of him saying he knew him very well.
For the sponsorship to the Ponzi scheme victims. And this is an important point because I said, seems like even charities Goliath sent money to maybe
multiple people saying bowel entertainment movement. So where did somebody make this joke recently?
To turn the money over. So this is a very sad aspect of this Ponzi scheme is Christopher Delgado, you know, part of what he used as social proof was that he was also donating to charities like Runway to Hope. And reportedly, some of those organizations are going to actually have to return the money back. Like they're going to have to claw that money back to give it to the Ponzi scheme victims, which is really sad given that most of them probably...
Is that how that works? I thought they just... Isn't stuff like this criminal and then it's like a RICO case and they just seize it?
Spent the money. I'm guessing these charities need the money a lot more than Patrick Bet-David does. So, you know, I think it's pretty important he addresses whether they're going to give the money back. We haven't heard back. I reached out also via email, you know, hey, address this, guys. You have to, seems pretty obvious, and you probably should apologize for your association. Because previously, you know, Patrick Bet-David was actually asked about none other than yours truly. About, you know,
the legendary Jubilee episode.
Hey, Coffeezilla, we did an interview with Patrick Bet-David where I confronted him on his MLM ties. That's, you know, where he made a lot of his money. And he said that he was unafraid to answer, you know, these questions, these key questions. Otherwise, why would he go on my show?
Of course. Do you think
that was, I have watched a little bit of that on stream. It's like a 3-hour conversation between Coffeezilla and PBD. And it's just a masterclass in filibustering. Anytime he asked him a very, very straightforward, either yes or no, or should be able, you could give an answer very quickly. It just led into this diatribe and like, okay, so the thing about me that you have to understand, and PBD would just start monologuing and he would just never address anything. And it loops like that for multiple hours.
I think if I was worried about my business model, I would go on Coffeezilla. What do you think? Do you
I think that it's not really
happening. Should do a 20v1. I can't even get people to call into the stream and debate me.
Hang on a second. Do you think if I was worried about my business model, I would go on Coffeezilla? They were actually very strong when they came back after me. We had a 2-hour conversation.
Yes.
We finished it. It was good to go. We moved on.
So there it is. He's not afraid to, you know, answer the hard questions. Well, I mean, here's another hard question, I guess. Give the money back. In fact, Patrick Bet-David was even recently subpoenaed in this case. So it's very likely he's going to have to turn over the records anyways. You know, it's very obvious that they're probably going to have to turn back the money. I think they just should take credit for it.
It's obvious that, you know, perhaps a court will demand that they do that, but will they actually do it?
Now, they eventually will likely have to do it anyways. But I think they need to go a step further and say, hey, here's how we're not going to let this happen in the future. Go into our Vault Conference, our title sponsor. Here's how we're not going to allow a Ponzi scheme to be the title sponsor again. And ultimately, this guy needs to apologize. I mean, for a guy dogged by, you know, accusations about his MLM past, to then get $1 million from a Ponzi scheme, you can't just ignore that and pretend it didn't happen. You have to address it. You have to say, hey, if my name was used to get you into this Ponzi scheme, I apologize. Here's the due diligence.
I'll debate you. I don't have strong opinions, though. It's kind of like the one prerequisite. But if you get one, you can call in.
We're going to do going forward. And let's be clear, you directly shilled this Goliath Ventures Inc. You even shouted out the website on your podcast. You got to apologize for all of that. I mean, that's the minimum you can expect in a situation like this. I mean, to be clear, there's no evidence that Patrick Bet-David knew at the time he took this money that it was a Ponzi scheme. But also, if you just look at the business model for even half a second, it was obvious these things were unsustainable. So I think it was more of a case of how much.
I mean, what's the quote? A man can't understand something that his salary depends on him not understanding. And the fact that PBD only benefits financially by being associated with crooks like this and having the liability discharged to them and being able to feign ignorance, as well as having his own shady MLM, that which he's still the CEO or CFO of. It's this insurance thing where he made the majority of his money. I mean, I'm not surprised at all that, you know, he's just going to keep doing this.
much was this really looked into? How much of Christopher Delgado's past was really looked at before accepting the money? And this is the problem, actually, that goes to a lot of these entrepreneurship conferences, right? They sell this audience, and who lines up in the doorway of a lot of these sponsorships? A lot of times, the people trying to get your money are not the most savory individuals, and the people running the events will often not take much accountability for it, which is actually a pretty insane business model when you think about it.
This entire thing is just a bunch of hucksters trying to pull one over on each other. It's like it's a match made in heaven. There are grifters who deserve each other.
Basically being sold as a product to sponsors, but then if you actually look at the cost of just attending this Vault conference, it's not cheap. You know, they're selling $16,000 tickets.
Holy shit. Okay, wait. So the general admission is $397, platinum $1,197, executive $3,497, and then founder and CEO. Founder is $8,997, and CEO $16,997. So people will actually put money into attending this to give themselves legitimacy, because you get the valuetainment PBD approved status that you fucking paid for. It literally confers no authority, to make themselves seem important, and then hopefully attract investors that way instead of just investing it into the business.
This Vault conference, it's not cheap. You know, they're selling $16,000 tickets. And for the 2025 guys, they paid a lot of money and then got pitched by a Ponzi scheme in the middle of it as the title sponsor. So yeah, I think a payback.
Yeah, but they paid to go see that shit. That's what they want to see.
And an apology is the minimum.
Like, hey, you're clearly doing a fucking rug pull here. How are you, how are you not telling me this from a prison cell? Please tell me more. I want to know. That's what they want to hear.
That can be done here. I think it's just something they have to address. And if Patrick Bet-David says, hey, I've got nothing to hide, I'm going to talk to Coffeezilla about my MLM business, I think you should talk about the Ponzi scheme that was the title sponsor. But so far, it's been...
Get a job. Dude, you're looking at it. I am a professional PBD React streamer.
Radio silence on my end, so I just wanted to address this. I think it's despicable, obviously, what Chris Delgado did. But also, there's a lot of people who need to be looking in the mirror right now and saying, hey, how did we take this guy's money, and what are we going to do to make it right?
All right, so let's watch the confrontation, shall we?
Hello, quick up.
This is Confronting Patrick Bet-David. Says 1.2 million views. It's uploaded 10 days ago.
Update. Patrick Bet-David reached out to me shortly after I posted saying that he has to apologize. He should address the whole Christopher Delgado situation. That video is here. I uploaded it because I thought it is not going to make sense what we're talking about unless you have that context. He immediately did me say, hey, look, I want to call. So I'm posting this video immediately afterwards, unedited, because I want you guys to hear my call with Patrick Bet-David. I addressed the apology. You should apologize for taking this guy on, this Ponzi scheme. You promoted it. You'll hear me talk about the $1 million. Say, hey, can you commit right now to getting this money back to the victims of this scheme? And finally, I asked him, what he has to say to the, people who go to his Vault conference and want answers. Okay, just confirming that I'm recording starting now. This is Patrick Bet-David. We're talking about the Vault conference sponsored the Goliath Ventures. Look, ultimately the big question is this. One, are you returning the $1 million paid to your consulting company back to the receivership, back to the victims? And two,
Man, we're just getting right into it, I guess.
I think, look, a lot of people got hurt in this. You were the number one, probably, credibility person in this. How does that feel? Are you going to apologize? Are you going to address it, publicly? I think people want to know. People look to you, as this entrepreneurship guy.
Simping for Adam Sosnick in my chat is going to be a bannable offense soon. Watch it.
It is, frankly, a bad look.
Yeah, so first of all, you hate to see things like this. Hate to see things like this that happens.
No.
And every once in a while, this takes place. When an issue.
Don't you just hate when you find that you've accidentally promoted a crook of your own free will and volition and didn't do your own due diligence? And even if you did, you probably still would have gone through with it and then get public backlash. Don't you just fucking hate when it's just one of those days where you just, keep stepping on rakes like that?
Like this comes out.
Oh, disconnected.
What? Call just dropped? Bro? Hold on, let me call him back. Patrick, how's it going?
Okay, I'm good now. I'm in the backyard. Service is good. Go for it.
We're back. Okay, so just to recap the question, you've got $1 million coming to you from Goliath Ventures. And first of all, I'd like to know where that's money's going. Secondly, a lot of people got hurt by this. You were the number one voice of credibility in all of this, kind of putting this guy on, so to speak. I mean, you know, what do you have to say to people who lost money? I mean, do you apologize?
PBD probably charging him $1K an hour for Menect. I mean, PBD's rate is like $1,000 a minute or something. And this video is 27. So what do we think that he paid for this?
Apologize to them. Like, what can you do to make it right? All these questions.
Yeah, so look, all valid questions. This is, you know, typically when we do sponsorship, if you know anything about me, Steven, I hate doing sponsorships. We stopped doing sponsorships on the podcast 2 years ago. Because of this exact reason.
Okay, but this is a very specific one. He's lying, but he is a very specific claim. I don't like doing sponsorships on the podcast, but this is for the Vault conference.
Literally stop. It's probably cost us $15 to $20 million of sponsorship the last 2 years. The only
Ronald Reagan is charging like $10K per minute on Menect. I mean, they just do this shit because it seems like every single guest that goes on PBD is pressured to or asked to be on Menect. Like even Fuentes ended up getting a fucking Menect page. And I swear they set the rates absurdly high, one, to make themselves seem important, and two, because they don't actually want to take calls off this fucking platform.
place we've taken sponsorship money for, outside of the basic YouTube AdSense that you get, that you're accustomed to it as well, we do the events. So if I do a Vault conference, there's a moment for networking and people set up their booth. And so this guy came to the Vault conference for the last 4 years. And at the end
like
of it,
he's just like an attendee, not like he was like the main sponsor that PBD worked with.
one of my reps comes up to me. I've never spoken to him. We've seen him at the event, you know, typically with everybody else. And he says he wants to be the title sponsor. Okay, great. He goes through the whole thing. We go through the background that our legal team does. Obviously, we make reference calls. We call others to see what they can say about him. And we call people that we had known for 10 plus years.
Nobody flagged him. Nobody.
A reference call? I mean, that would not even be the way that you go about doing due diligence. And the fact that PBD just pulled that out of his fucking back pocket to say that that's their vetting process tells you that they have no vetting process and that they literally they don't give any of these people any scrutiny, and it's all through word of mouth.
Flagged the like 4 to 5% a year or a month. I'm sorry.
No, it's a fair question. It's the most disappointing thing. Not one person that's done business with him flagged him. Okay. And so
curious how that works. Can you, you're describing co-conspirators, dude.
Then we say, great, let's go through the sponsorship. Now, when you do sponsorship, you have to deliver on stuff. So
it's like, yeah, you wouldn't expect anybody that was willing to freely associate with this dude and saw what his business model was, which is obviously flagrantly and patently illegal. You wouldn't expect them to go tell on themselves. They want in on it.
We have to set up the booth. We have to set up all these different place where people walk up to them.
Oh my God,
you know,
as if PBD is like the one himself doing all of this manual labor in the convention center where they host this fucking Vault conference. Like, do you know how difficult it is to set up like folding chairs and shit? As if like, one, it's so funny that he reaches to that for that to say like, this is an example of like how hardworking we are. Like what? And two, as if it's not obvious, he doesn't do it himself.
These 20 by 30, 30 by 30, 40 by 40 booths that you create for them, that they have an opportunity for people to go through. So we flew in. Typically, when somebody becomes a sponsor, we fly in, we meet them in Vegas, and then we show them, or whatever hotel we're going to be at, and we'll say, hey, here's your location. You're the title sponsor. We're going to put it here. And then, you know, their logo is going to be in different places, but it's not a endorsement. So it's not like I endorse. It's a sponsorship.
It does feel like an endorsement, though. You know.
You're right. No, you're right.
No. I just take their money. That doesn't confer any. It goes the other way, is what he's trying to say. They're endorsing me. I'm not endorsing them by, you know, associating with them.
Agree. And by the way, again,
and by like doing ad reads, it's not like that's not an endorsement, dude.
Learn. So for us, we said we're gonna do two. What do you call it?
So how did Coffee? I mean, he's just letting him talk, but it's like, dude, that is by definition literally an endorsement if you're taking like a sponsorship.
The Vault conference is brought to you by Goliath. Okay, so we did that a couple times because that was part of the title sponsor. By the way, we've changed our entire title sponsor stuff that we're doing, where if it's not like a Fortune, 2000 company, we don't even want to entertain it. Because sometimes the best way is to make sure other investors have vetted them. And listen, in this space, there's a lot of risk in any of this space.
You know, sometimes we do want other people to have vetted them. It's just like a reiteration of his like stupid litmus test for how he decides to do business with people.
You get into.
Right, but he's the title sponsor. This is just last year. This isn't like 5 years ago.
No, you're
and,
right.
And it was 3 endorsements. You know, at one point it sounded like an ad read. You're like, the 3 pillars are this. It like read like ad copy the way
Not
you're reading it.
No, we never did endorsement. We said it's sponsored. And by the way, just so you know, there's certain things I can't talk about.
PBD is so obviously a scam artist, clear as day. If you just do a little bit of research, just listen to him talk. He's like clearly trying to like sweet talk Coffeezilla, and it's not working.
But there's certain...
It's basically like just this, no, you don't understand. It's just a misunderstanding, and like trying to reframe everything in slightly different terms of like, oh, no. It was not a sponsorship. It was like, or it was a sponsorship, not an endorsement.
Things I can because we're cooperating with the federal authorities, and we're having meetings with them. We're having conversations with them. All of this stuff will be public. We've learned a lot of things about
You've
this
been
guy.
subpoenaed, right? Like you have been subpoenaed, correct?
Of course, absolutely.
So are you going to
Like, of course, like he's acting like we want to, like we're all trying to find the guy who did this here.
The money over? That seems to be an important question.
That's the conversation we're in right now, and you will hear all about it when the decision is made.
Well, what decision? I feel like we could make a decision now and do a good thing, you know?
Stephen, I know what you're doing. The part that you don't know about the way I do business, you know I don't avoid you.
You know I'm a numbers guy.
Meaning, if you and I did something together many years, I'm not a guy that's going to be sitting there running, avoiding. When we make mistakes, we'll call it out. When we do things that is right, you know, great, we're celebrated. This is not one of the things that we're celebrating. We're not happy about this, and we're doing a lot of things behind closed doors. The part that I'll give you one part that I think it's important to know, and for your audience to know, the part that a lot of people they're concerned with, and I'm talking specifically the authorities, is the people that we're working with them getting paid big money. Those are the ones that they're.
So people like you that took $1 million from this guy who had ill-gotten gains. So like you?
Targeting in a big way. We've not, like, this wasn't a, you know how sometimes you do certain crypto deals and it's like, hey, affiliate, you're going to get this much money for this affiliate. Zero. We didn't accept nothing like that. So there isn't, hey, we're going to pay you an additional, 10% on whatever that's done. Zero. We don't do business.
Right. You got paid but you got paid the million, right? And
they just gave us $1 million. They didn't give us a penny over that. And there was no sort of contractual obligation where we would chill for these people. Or like, dude, come on. One, there's already an exchange of money going on here, and a substantial one at that. Two, you basically did an ad read. Three, you're like endorsing, they're the primary sponsor for your massive fucking grift conference. And four, I don't understand like how he actually thinks, does he actually like, maybe you can survive this conversation with Coffeezilla, maybe, right? He's obviously fucking smarter than him and like, has him dead to rights. But like to pull this off with the audience, what are you thinking that like you're actually going to be able to be like, oh, so there was no, dollar over $1 million that you got from this guy, or there wasn't this sort of like you had to go out and like glaze him? Problems. I'm so relieved to hear that.
So
all concerns assuaged.
And look, I'm not. I know it sounds like I'm trying to put you on the spot. I'm not. It just seems like you're gonna have to fork it over eventually for the receivership, anyways. Like so many people lost money. It seems like an easy win,
And that's the part where I'm in right now. You gotta respect that part that I'm going with.
You gotta respect that.
Give you the respect of getting on a call with you and giving you the information. The information will come out.
No, I appreciate it. So you're not sure whether you're paying the money back yet or not. You're having those conversations.
But here's the other part that you also don't know. You don't know if we're doing other things with the conversations we're having without.
You could tell him.
There's a lot of different things that we're doing that's not public. The only thing you know is the stuff that you're hearing.
Okay.
What we have to do right now is individually.
I mean, what a profound statement from PBD. Let's run that back one more time.
That's not public. The only thing you know is the stuff that you're hearing.
Okay. The only thing you know is the stuff that you're hearing. So, the facts that you're interfacing with, the information that you've become privy to that is not in my favor, you just know these facts. I know you think you know something, but it's just facts that you've absorbed. That's not really the truth.
What we have to do right now is individually, as we're going through this, a matter of fact, I'll make a commitment to you. Once everything is finalized with you'll be the first phone call that I'll make to share with you, because over the years you've been fair to me and I respect the fact that we have this relationship.
See, this is what I mean, like this glazing in between when he's the one in the hot seat. It's so, and this sort of like, it's just to say it's even like tacky used car salesman techniques. Like, no, your local dealership that has used car salesmen could do a better job than the schmoozing that PBD is attempting to get over here on Coffeezilla.
I think you do a very good job. This was definitely not a good look. We're not happy about this ourselves. I take 100% of responsibility as the face of this company. And we have to get better next time. We just
okay. So like 8 minutes in, and I guess PBD finally feels like his back is up against the wall, or maybe he was always going to try to like, you know, nominally take responsibility, but just in name only, and not actually do anything to help the victims.
Right. So obviously y'all are about to run the Vault conference again. You know, it might be a reasonable concern. You know, people.
Guess what? You want to know something? We're about to run the Vault conference again, and we don't have a title sponsor for this exact reason.
Because you're
worried. Oh my God, PBD is like this close to being out in the streets. Will somebody think of the poor Vault conference attendees? This is just a man that's trying to earn an honest living by setting up chairs and booths at the Vault conference, and also taking $1 million from crypto scammers. Can a guy eat?
Because you were worried about it, or nobody coughed up the million?
No, not because we don't have people that don't want to be titled.
Okay.
Not because we don't have people that don't want to be titled. Because as you run a company and you go through building a business, one of my previous companies you and I talked about, I sold it 4 years ago. You're going to make a lot of business as an operator.
Okay, that insurance company, if you go to the website, he is still listed as like a founder, or like as like a CEO. So is his wife. His wife is on the board. So is Tom. So he says he's like divested from that company, but I don't think that he has.
You have to make adjustments and improve. You just do. And so for us, as we sat there with our team.
It's cold calling, trying to stop you from hanging up, LOL. I mean, like by this point, if you're hearing this pitch, I mean, I assume that, and you're in the middle of a cold call, I assume you're like either a moron and you're about to like, you're falling for something, or you're fucking with them.
And our executive team, we said, what do we need to do for this not to happen again? Well, guess what? The criteria of becoming a title sponsor just became more difficult. And so it's not something that we spend a lot of money on this event. This is not like an event that we do.
After this like massive avoidable scam company that you promoted and took a bunch of money from, now we're going to introduce scrutiny going forward.
That is a small event. There's a lot of hard costs for the event, but it changed the guidelines. It changed the guidelines on who we're going with, and we'll entertain different levels of sponsors. But even right now, the lowest level of sponsorship, we're declining. I would say 50% of people that are wanting to become sponsors.
Okay, so you're adjusting the sponsorship guidelines after this kind of.
How many people are like companies are like clamoring and begging to become a sponsor of this thing? I bet he's overinflating it to try. This is still literally a pitch for PBD. Always be fucking pitching. Always be working, man. Even when you're again in the hot seat.
Debacle.
Absolutely.
So you're thinking about the 1 million, you know, maybe not. You said you're having some other conversations. What about an apology? I know it's usually not that you're not the type, but I think, you know, given the context, you're the biggest name. I mean, like, I cannot overstate this guy. I talked to a lot of the victims in this case. You know, a lot of people, they come in, they see a big name like yours. It's just immediate trust, right? They say, hey, it's Patrick Bet-David. I know that guy. He wouldn't be at the Yankee Stadium with this guy if it was nothing. He wouldn't be the Vault title conference, you know, guy. So to those people, to the people who may have,
and like that was your first mistake, is like thinking that Patrick Bet-David had anything to sell you except snake oil. So again, if you were thinking that, do you deserve to be scammed? No, but pretty close. You're a fucking moron.
Because they saw your name attached. You know, what do you have to say to them?
Yeah, and again,
I bet he doesn't apologize because it could be construed as taking liability. I mean, he did say that he took responsibility. He did literally say that and like take accountability for it. But I don't know. I don't know if that could. Honestly, if he was listening to a lawyer, he wouldn't even be doing this right now.
And fair question. This is what I'll tell you. Wait,
what did he ask him?
To those people, to the people who may have invested because they saw your name attached. You know, what do you have to say to them?
Yeah, and again, fair question. This is what I'll tell you. When you and I become investors.
He's a numbers guy. He wants to keep the numbers. Why would he give it back? Exactly. Then he'd have less numbers to count and enjoy.
And I'll call a guy that's a guy I respect a lot. He's a billionaire. And he's done a lot of deals. And he'll introduce me to a deal. And I'll get into it and I'll put whatever, $5 million, $2 million, $500,000, $100,000. It doesn't go right. I'm the risk taker. Okay, I'm the risk taker that chose to invest into that deal. The onus is with me, the individual that chose to take the risk. So I took the risk of accepting this guy as the title sponsor. At that time, we didn't find anything. For me to apologize, it's apologizing for a mistake he made. No, what could we have done to find something else? There was nothing else to find what the guy was doing.
The whole pitch of Goliath was 3 to 5% a month. That's just unsustainable. You know that. I know that. Like, everybody knows 3 to 5% a month, that doesn't happen.
There are quite a few guys in the space that do that in a way that's worked for them, that are slightly more conservative. But again,
what?
For us, when we're sitting down,
who though? Who? I don't even know who. No, I don't think that's true. I have to push back on that.
Not at a 3 to 5%, but this is not an abnormal model.
It's totally
it's okay. Yes, it's very, very common to set up pyramid schemes and multi-level marketing schemes. But does anybody actually get the money? No, it's like a mathematical certainty that people will like lose. The overwhelming majority of people will lose money.
No. The pitch he was making was abnormal. When you actually looked at the pitch he was making, it was completely abnormal. It was not a normal hedge fund.
If you let me finish, I'll tell you my perspective.
Yeah.
Okay, but PBD did not say it was a normal hedge fund. He said it's a standard business model, which it is. Again, pyramid schemes are extremely common.
This form is not abnormal. The numbers he chose was abnormal. I think the more now we think about it,
that should have been asked. What was your due diligence process? He said it's literally just making calls and like checking references, but as if the way that, one, that's not how a sponsor is vetted, so that tells you he didn't have one, and two, as if it's like they hand in like a job resume or something like that.
This guy was relying on is the following. This is my speculation, and you can you can take an angle with it or not. I think this guy was hoping that Bitcoin was going to go to $250,000 and he was going to get away with it, and it didn't. And it ended up, putting him in the situation he is right now for $328 million. This guy's going to be facing, many, many years of prison time.
Wait, he makes it sound like this dude just made a bad bet. Why was Bitcoin? What?
This is not a small little crime.
As if it wasn't like an intentionally engineered plot or scheme.
Be committed. So for us, if I were to tell you, hey, my guys knew, and we investigated this, and we knew everything about him, and we did, I would apologize. We did not know.
I don't think you're apologizing because you knew. I think you're apologizing for not doing the due diligence that someone of your stature.
Although he did know.
He told you, Stephen, as a leader, the way
Or if he didn't, that's still an indictment against him, because how is it that you look at stuff like this and just think everything is just A-okay? If PBD actually thought that this was a worthwhile venture, we wouldn't even be hearing about it, because he would be personally and privately investing in it and not sharing it with the fucking world.
I've gotten to where I'm at in my life right now is, as a leader, I take responsibility for the decisions we've made, and we have to get better when it comes down to this. So we've made the adjustments ourselves as a company, and we've had many conversations with many of the people, and trust me, it's been a lot of late night calls with a lot of different people to as they're going through this. This is
all
not
these vague generalities. We're making changes. I've talked to many people. It's been a really hard time for us. Like,
situation, but there is nothing we could have done on our end. If this would have happened, let's just say this happens a week before the vault, a day before the vault, a month before the vault. We're not even going through with this. But it happened months after the vault. And there wasn't anything that we could have looked at to say this was an issue. Again, remember, the part
unfortunately, Coffeezilla, it happened after we already got the money. So how can you hold me responsible?
I think you could have looked at it.
The damage has already been done, you see.
Pitch deck. Hold on, I just want to go back a second. There's a few things you said. I don't want to go.
And I just want to go back a second and remind everybody that in 2 minutes and 18 seconds, if you're watching on Twitch, there is an incoming ad break, which you can avoid by subscribing to me using your Amazon Twitch Prime sub thing, crossing your fingers and hoping that somebody gifts you a sub throughout my channel if they're feeling generous, or subscribing yourself. Thank you very much.
Go too far without addressing a few. So you said, look, I think he was betting on Bitcoin going up. I mean, that's not true. He was just taking in wires to Coinbase. Well, I'll tell you. I can tell you because I looked into it. So he was just taking in money to Coinbase and just paying out people. All his story about liquidity pools, all that wasn't true. It was just a straight up Ponzi scheme. You said, there's, one thing you said is, look, I'm a leader. I have to own up to my mistake. Sometimes owning up to your mistakes is just apologizing. Again, it's not a gotcha. I really want to give you the platform because this is the first time you're addressing it to just say, hey, look, I'm not saying that you knew that it was a Ponzi scheme. It was.
Regardless of whether or not you knew, he has so much fucking money that he could personally help pay restitution back to all of these people.
The returns were completely unrealistic. You said that yourself. I mean, if someone can't rely on you to do that due diligence, it's just kind of like you're kind of saying you messed up.
And if you can't trust PBD, who can you trust in this world, really?
Without saying it, though.
That's an unfair statement to make, but, you're doing your part and you're asking me the questions. and I'm giving you my answer. And this is my answer to you again. If I knew any of this stuff before, of course I have to apologize. If we knew any, and by the way, what's $1 million? Nothing to us.
So why not commit it though?
Yeah, exactly. You're that fucking wealthy. You wipe your ass with $1 million. The amount of money that people lose in these scams is catastrophic to them, even as funny as it is sometimes. And they actually should be paid back for being victim, like falling prey to this shit, because these are illegal business practices. So if it's nothing to you and you were complicit in helping legitimize this guy and help him get access to a bigger audience that he could, and bigger pool of, you know, people to scam, you should probably help, right? You could pledge to do that.
But why not commit it back to the people who lost money?
Let me make my point. What I mean by this, the $1 million
So fascinating how PBD wants to negotiate reality with Coffeezilla. Never take the first offer. Okay.
Spent for an event. If we knew a second before the event, this is what's going on, of course we're taking a different position. But we didn't know, Stephen. It's that simple.
So it sounds to me, though, it sounds to me like you're like, hey, look, we spent the money on the event. Too bad, so sad to the people who lost all their money.
That's not what I'm saying. No, I sympathize with everybody. I've lost money. I don't get to where I'm at without having lost money. Many.
Oh, I thought he meant directly from this. I was like, you literally made $1 million, dude. No, he means like, yes, over the course of your lifetime, you have made bad investments, but overall, you're doing just fine. You literally said 2 seconds earlier, $1 million is nothing to you.
Did you lose money with Chris Delgado?
I didn't invest too much money. None. And by the way, Stephen, remember this part as well.
Wait, what did he say?
I didn't invest too much money. None. And by the way, Stephen,
it says I didn't invest too much money, but honestly, it sounds like he said he didn't invest at all. Again, which should tell you something.
Remember this part as well. This is very important for you to share with your audience.
I don't know if PBD started off with Amway, but I'm sure he was inspired by them.
Valuetainment got started since 2013. Okay, it's very important for you to know this. From 2013 till today. Talk about, we run a consulting firm. I have different companies that I'm running under my holding company. The Vault Conference, speaking fees that I get, everything that we do. How much money you think has gone in my personal pocket?
Oh my God. Is he going to try to pretend like he's not fucking wealthy?
Meaning, how much money you think every year I've taken off the table?
Dude, this is like the equivalent. This is like the benevolent, like, you hear this with Trump defenders. Like, did you know he forgoes the salary that the president gets, all $400,000? Wow. Completely ignoring that, like, Trump's net worth has increased tenfold since he's entered office. Completely ignoring, the World Liberty Financial shit and all of his ties to Steve Witkoff and how he basically just uses the office of the presidency for personal enrichment. But he doesn't take this, salary. So it's the oldest PR move in the fucking book for all of these CEOs. Like, I don't even pay myself a salary, and they're already a multimillionaire.
Pay myself a salary from all my holding companies outside of the insurance company that I sold. What do you think the number is?
I don't see how this is relevant.
Does it matter?
You and I both know you and I both know the way you structure your wealth for tax purposes is a wide variety of ways. So if you tell me it's $0, then it doesn't really.
Question, and I'm giving you the argument for this for you to know, because you said something, and I'm defending that position. Here's the position. Every year, no matter how much money the company makes, I've chosen to not take any money off the table, meaning none of this money comes back in my pocket. 100% of the money is reinvested in what we're doing. I don't take an income. So it's not like I know to the public it seems like this is
what? So like is Valuetainment like not? Is he trying to argue that Valuetainment is not a for-profit company? It's not a nonprofit. And even if it weren't a nonprofit, you can still make hundreds of thousands, pay yourself $1 million salary if you run a nonprofit. If that's what you want to pay yourself, it's not illegal.
The money. I didn't make the money. The money's in the business.
Yeah, but you own the business, though. You own the business, which has the money. But you and I both know. Look, I have an S corp as well, Patrick, and I can play this game. Oh, I took X. I didn't choose to take this from the business. A lot of those are just accounting structural reasons, or hey, you're reinvesting it in the business because you expect to make more in the future. To me, you gotta get to the point of, look, ultimately, the money that was paid to you, this is the critical thing that I just want to, kind of ask you very directly about. The money that was paid to you was not Chris's money, okay? If it was Chris's money, I would understand. It was other people's money.
I told you this at the beginning, Steve.
He had stolen the money. It's stolen money you have, or your business, David Consulting has.
There's a part of this that I shared with you respectfully. I said, I have to go through certain conversations I'm having with them, and you're jumping the gun. And I said to you, there are certain things I cannot talk to you about. This is one of them. The moment we get through where we're at, you're the first phone call.
I mean, like, again, I struggle to see any lawyer worth their salt saying, yeah, go talk to Coffeezilla about this dude. Well, you got this pending subpoena for being in cahoots with this guy. But
thinking.
I'd love to be.
One question to address.
Reinvest in his own business. I mean, like, Sam Cedar speculated about this on the Vanguard in an interview several months back after his appearance on the show where he BTFO'd PBD and Vinny and like all the other fucking crew members. He says that he's convinced that the podcast itself loses money because they pay to get really, really big guests. Like Kobe was on at one point, Shaq was on, or stuff like that, to give the show and PBD himself this veneer of credibility. Nobody knows from the outside that PBD, like, money has exchanged hands so PBD could get those people in the room. But then he coasts off the credibility that confers him with, and he's able to attract more investors, more people that want to associate with him. Because, I mean, it's sort of a fake it till you make it thing. Obviously, he has the capital to be able to do this, but wealth begets wealth. And if he puts the money back into the show, even if the show technically operates at a loss, it's a net positive. If he can get more people on the neck to do these fucking $12,000 calls, or he can get more people to invest in valuetainment, or he can get more people to buy his consulting, fees or services.
That's the one question to you.
Yeah.
If we knew any information before, I wouldn't hesitate to apologize. Well, we didn't.
But your due diligence failed, and you recognize that. That's what you would apologize for. I'm not saying you're apologizing for knowing it's a Ponzi scheme.
I will gladly. I've already said to you, I man up on the mistake that we have to do a better job with due diligence.
Right, but you're manning up on the mistake. You're manning up on, hey, we got to do better. But you're stopping short of saying, hey, I apologize for not doing better before.
You're fairly a reasonable guy.
Yeah.
Do you think if I found anything, do you think this is worth it to me to go through this? Do you think it's worth it to me to have Steven?
Or like, again, I'm waiting for him to be like, did you know that we donate to charity? As if like, yeah, dude, you get tax write-offs if you donate to charity. Or the fact that you can then go around being like, look, we donate to charity. We're a charitable organization, to give people the impression that if they buy from you, that their money is going to charity. Like, also, like, that is also PR in and of itself, even if you're giving away money.
On Coffeezilla, make a video, and I'm getting video saying, hey, what charity do you have that you're getting? You think it's...
That reminds me, I need to buy a PBD shirt. Buy your PBD shirt. You also need to be buying the $600 Italian leather PBD shoes.
Worth it for me to do this? You think the juice is worth it? Like, you think if I knew this is who this guy was, I would have done this? What do you...
Yes, 100%, obviously.
Even respectfully, your opinion. Do you think if I knew this guy was fraud, I'd take the money from him? Your opinion.
I think there were insufficient, checks on this. And you agree with that?
Question, though. You're right, they did. Now I know.
Yeah.
What I'm asking you is the question, and see if you can, at least I've been fair with you, see if you can be fair with me.
Sure.
Do you really think if I knew this guy is a criminal, I would have taken a penny from the guy? Give me the credit there at least.
Oh, sorry.
Do you think it?
Sorry. Sorry, my alarm just went off. Sorry about that. No, I don't. I don't.
Coffee's just said he's not claiming that he knew. Well, he's asking him to say, basically to validate his character here and be an alibi for him being just a useful idiot or a moron and a victim himself, because we couldn't have known. I didn't know anything. Do you think I would consciously scam people? And I mean, yes, he should just say, yeah, I do. Look at how you made your, I've confronted you. I've literally had a 3-hour conversation with you where I told you to your face that I think you're a fucking scam artist, dude, obviously.
Think that if you had known, I don't think if you had known, you would have done it. I don't think you knew. I never said I thought you knew. I said, look, you promoted a guy multiple times, turns out to run a Ponzi scheme. I'd be so, and I sense you have some, kind of embarrassment. You don't like it, but I just don't understand why it's stopping short of, hey, it just seems like the full mea culpa is not there. And I just don't really understand why. It just seems like, hey, this is the platform to address it. Kind of just, it seems like you have plenty of money. Your company has plenty of money.
I already did address it with you.
I love how he's like, this is the platform to address it, as though he's being nice. The actual platform that he should be addressing this on, besides the Vault conference attendees or whatever, by blasting out an email to everybody who fucking attended and future attendees, would also be, his own show, his own YouTube channel where he has multiple YouTube channels where he has millions of fucking subscribers that he could very easily issue a statement on this, but I'm sure he's fucking not said anything.
Yeah, this is going to end up costing me more than $1 million, just so you know that. This is not going to, I'm not winning here in any way. Okay, because of that reason of last year, I can't even take any sponsorship money for Tidal this year. So imagine how much it's cost me to take that guy last year and hire lawyers this year. This has not made my life any better. In no way. It's just become a lot of noise, and I don't like noise.
Well, yeah, no shit, because it ended poorly. But again, you still got the money. It doesn't say, like, they haven't asked for the money back.
So
I think we should put it to bed. I think it's, I think you should. I think there's a very clear path to putting this whole thing to bed.
And like a bad day for PBD, it's not like he's facing any criminal charges or penalties for his association with this guy. It's literally just the PR headache. Like, you're lucky that we don't have that you're not sitting in a fucking jail cell, dude, or in a prison cell for this shit.
Hey, look, I've improved my, my
if we're a fucking functioning democracy, probably would be.
Policies going forward. We're going to make it tougher to be a title sponsor. I paid back the money, and I'm sorry to the people who invested. I mean, I feel it's kind of silly because I feel like in some ways I'm advocating for your fans who might have been there and invested. Really, it's not I don't think it was probably a lot of the people who watch me that probably were invested. I think it's your fans. That's kind of why I'm surprised. The pushback.
And I appreciate that. Trust me, nobody cares about my fans more than I do. And I'm telling my...
He used to deal with the noise while real people had actual significant loss. Yeah, he didn't lose anything. He gained money from this. I mean, he takes a PR hit briefly, but it's like people move on. Again, he made all of his money. And his whole start was this MLM insurance thing. Clearly wasn't an issue or an obstacle to him building a media conglomerate.
Fans that trust me. The people who don't, there's nothing I can do about them. But the people that have been with us for year after year after year, if they know why they keep coming back, is people trust us. The way we make decisions. If we knew anything a day before that this was going to happen, I would have never taken this money, ever. And if I did...
If I could have known I was going to get in trouble, I wouldn't have done it.
I would have, of course, apologized. But for me to apologize means
even the way he frames it, he tells on himself. It's not like I would never, scam people. I would never open myself up to liability like that. Like, obviously, I have a lot of money. I make smart business decisions. Like, there's ways that he could try to frame it, but, like, he's such a fucking moron that, like, how does he frame it?
If this was going to happen, I would have never taken this money.
Like, if I could have known I would have gotten in trouble and backlash for it, I wouldn't have done it. Like, literally the most self-interested, just flagrantly conceited way that he could have phrased that.
Ever. And if I did, I would have, of course, apologized. But for me to apologize means I knew who he was and I did this. No.
Or you failed to do the due diligence.
We did the due diligence. The due diligence didn't show up any red flag for us to see.
Their business model made no sense. I mean, look. I'll be honest.
It made perfect sense if the only thing that you want to accomplish is steal other people's money and personally enrich yourself.
Be transparent about my backstory with this whole case, because maybe you did.
The only thing I will tell you is I can continue this conversation. I literally just landed. I'm in my 3-piece suit. If you want to FaceTime me, sitting by the water. My kids are waiting for me to go in. It's my daughter's 10-year-old birthday yesterday, and I'm on the phone with you. So if you can,
it's my daughter's 10-year-old birthday yesterday. He literally went.
Keep it to 5 minutes. I'll go 5 minutes with you, and then please.
Yeah. 5 minutes. 5 minutes is fine.
Go ahead.
No, I'll just give you.
I really just. I'm so sorry. We're gonna have to cut this short. It was my grandma's birthday last week. It's Christmas in 6 months.
Some backstory on this case, okay? So I got sent this case by somebody. It was very quick to understand, that this was a ridiculous Ponzi scheme, okay? This wasn't a complicated fraud. As soon as I got his marketing information, as soon as I got a hold of the pitch, it was very clear what they were doing. So that's why that part of it's failing for me, as far as you're saying, look,
You can have that opinion. And by the way, maybe next time we send a message to you and you bill me. So I don't have to deal with something like this. You think I want to deal with something? If you have this service, for me, I would send every one of my...
I think it's going to be $1 million. I think it's going to be $1 million. I'm joking. Look.
Right away.
No, so listen, to wrap, look, I think you've addressed it in the way you want to address it. Final...
He certainly did say words. He certainly has been made to give answers.
Thoughts to you, Patrick. Looking back on this whole thing, I don't imagine you'll address it many more times. So, last opportunity.
If he did at all, I would be surprised.
To say what you want to say about Chris Delgado and, its impact on you.
Listen, it's so disappointing, to say the least. Very disappointing, to say the least. You would have thought this guy's doing the right thing and put us in a situation like this that we have to explain ourselves. And in life, I try to set the example for my kids to never put yourself in a situation that you have to explain a bad decision you made, do it more on the front end, and all we're doing right now is find a way for this to never happen again. And by the way, again,
What?
Never put yourself in a situation that you have to explain a bad decision you made. Do it more on the front end. And
never put yourself in a situation where you're made to answer for the bad decision that you made. Do it more on the front end. What the fuck does that mean?
And all we're doing right now is find a way for this to never happen again. And by the way, again, it's important for you to know this, Stephen. You're a guy that does proper due diligence. Go back and watch my last 2 years of podcasts. I don't know how long it's been. Maybe it's a little over.
I've been doing that, Patrick. I've been trying.
We've not taken a penny on sponsorship for 2 years on our podcast because this is exactly what I didn't want to deal with. Remember when, what is the SPF thing that happened with?
FTX.
Oh, FTX. Yeah, when the FTX thing happened and everybody was like, oh, he took 15 million. Oh, he took 3.5 million. Oh, he took this. I went to my guys. I said, guys, I don't want sponsorship money. And so our strategy changed where we said, we're going to do sponsorship for products that we run because...
Yeah, exactly. Your strategy changed. You didn't start making less money. Your business is not set up in such a way that it's actually not for profit and that you're just doing all of this for the love of the game and for charitable reasons and you're just so altruistic. You just pivoted and you started finding different ways to scam your fucking viewers or monetize them in other ways.
I'll take responsibility for a product that I'm running because I'm the CEO.
Okay, quick question there, though, because I'm looking at your show right now. It says Kalshi on your thing, the sports betting, they do prediction markets, Kalshi /
that's an affiliate link. It's not a sponsorship. Get it right, Sweaty. What do you want to bet that that's going to be the response here?
Pbd. Are you guys partnered with them, and what's that about?
Well, remember, Kalshi is not my, title sponsor. They're a platinum sponsor for the Vault Conference. And remember...
Yeah, but that's consistent with what he said. If you were actually listening and paying attention closely to what Patrick was saying, he started that was the claim that he maintained the entire time. And it was like, it's not, I mean, to say it's like sneaky or whatever, if you're just paying attention, you can literally hear these words come out of his fucking mouth. He says, I never took sponsorships for the show. We never took sponsorships for Vault Conference. And he like never called him on that. Like, I'm not talking about your show, dude. I'm talking about the Vault Conference. And so he's maintaining the same thing. And he's laughing here because he like barely caught it or whatever, but he said that at the beginning.
Told you. We said we're going Fortune 1000, Fortune 2000. I don't have a problem going with companies that have names, but I'm not going to go with companies that are not names. And Kalshi happens to be a company.
Okay, I was just misunderstanding it because you said.
I mean, not going to go with a company that doesn't have a name. Not going to go with an unnamed entity.
Said you didn't do sponsors on your show.
No. Kalshi is a Vault sponsor that a part of it.
Again, that's not contradicted by what he said. Coffeezilla is dropping the ball a little bit. Like, he's not like got him or anything like that. He's just being really specific. He needs to call him out that I'm not asking you about the show sponsorships, dude. Not asking you about that. I'm asking you about the Vault Conference. Shit, what is your vetting process?
Is the podcast. So if you come to the conference, you would see a massive booth for them.
Okay.
Because they're one of the platinum sponsors.
Okay.
And also remember the rule. There have to be an established company. They're an $11 billion company that's a well-known company out there in the marketplace. And me having a podcast that I'm always...
I mean, that's the same standard that he used to associate with the Goliath fucking crypto scam. If that's the only due diligence, which is that, again, they're willing to associate with you and they already have a lot of money, which is literally the litmus test that I outlined at the very beginning before I watched a fucking second of this. I knew it was going to be this. Then he's going to run into this again and again and again. It's almost like it's by design.
He's talking about politics and we talk.
Are you into the gambling stuff? I mean, I don't want to go too long, but are you into the gambling? You push that now, or
I'm not? If you know my profile, I'm not a gambler. I'm not a guy that gambles.
Okay.
These odds now.
Okay, again, that's why he's like answering in such specific ways. He said, "Do you take gambling sponsorships?" And he said, "I personally don't gamble." That doesn't mean that they don't take gambling sponsorships. He should have been like, "I didn't ask if you personally did it. I'm asking you if you're still willing to take the sponsorships." It's probably yes. PBD's not going to say no.
Nowadays, they tell you more insights.
This dude will like not turn down money from anyone or anything.
You know, nowadays these poly markets and Kalshis are more effective than polls.
Well, you know, like 85% of their betting is sports gambling. You know that.
85% of betting is
their volume. Sorry,
it's a form of betting, but for us, it's more for the political side. It's more on the political side where you know they do. These companies are now doing stuff with CNN, with Fox, with others because it's politics. Everyone's well, who do you think's going to win? We like I said to you, we don't look at polls anymore. Anyway, Stephen.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate you, Patrick.
You
Listen, you got on this on short notice.
Like I said,
appreciate it. Thank you very much. Okay, bye bye.
Take care. Bye bye.
Okay, what's the reaction to this? This is basically 27 minutes being stuck on a call with an Iranian car salesman. Okay. Are you going to pay the money back and apologize? Steven, let me ask you a question. We love PBD. I'd like to take this chance to apologize to absolutely nobody. Patrick Bet-David. I'm a numbers guy. I see big numbers coming in. That number stays in. He sounds like one of those guys who yanks your arm when shaking your hand. Oh. I'm starting to think that the Coffeezilla audience, they're not huge fans of PBD. What the fuck? It's like they haven't even seen an episode of the greatest podcast in the world. And by the way, if you're watching on Twitch and you haven't followed me already, please go ahead and do so. That way you can know when I go live. Same goes for YouTube. If you aren't subscribed to me, please subscribe to me. Hit the bell. I also dual stream on there. All my VODs are housed on there and timestamped if you want to go back and search through my catalog of past VODs and political coverage. If you want to support me, the best way to do that is follow the Streamlabs tip link. It is located in my YouTube description box and pinned in my Twitch chat because they only take 3%. But you can also support me by sending in a super chat on YouTube and I will read it out, or subscribing to me on Twitch, either by using your Amazon Twitch Prime sub thing or gifting subs throughout the chat if you're feeling generous, or hopefully you'll be on the receiving end of one of those, or just subbing yourself like normal. I'm at Straighterade _ on everything. And right now, you guys, it's time for the fucking Super Bowl. Mehdi Hasan versus Pbd on the Iran war, Qatar, China, dark money, and racism in America. This is going to be big stuff, people. This was 4 days ago. It has 915,000 views.
Did you ever think you would make it? I feel I'm so I could take sweet victory. I know this life meant for me.
Adam, what's your point? The future looks bright. My handshake is better than anything I ever saw. It's right here. You are one of one.
My son's right about it.
I don't think I've ever said this before.
We have a special guest in the house, one of the biggest MAGA spokesperson out there in the world, hardcore MAGA. Now a capitalist. He runs a very successful business now after leaving MSNBC. He's crushing it. But it's great to have you on the podcast today, Mehdi Hasan.
Thank you very much. Thanks for having me.
Yes, of course. And, you know, obviously I've been watching you for many years, and we reached out. We said, let's find out.
Wow, PBD, fucking Mehdi Hasan, Zateo viewer, loyal for many years, confirmed.
On board. And then Rob said, Mehdi said yes. I said, this is great.
It took
any weirdness with the audio, it's like that. It's not me.
Long time to get to yes, but I'm here.
Yes. So what took such a long time?
I don't know.
What were you worried about? Were you afraid
I don't know. We'll
of
find out today.
Capitalist? Is it like this guy's gonna be?
I don't know. I've seen your show. It's an entertaining show. I know it's a very different format today.
True.
I don't know. I'm intrigued as to what we're going to talk about today.
Some are calling it the greatest podcast in existence.
And I'm genuinely interested in learning your story.
Okay.
So tell me your story, your background.
My background is, if the accent didn't give it away, I'm a British American. I'm a dual national, British American citizen, citizen of both great countries, born and raised in the UK. My parents, immigrants from India, moved to the UK in the 60s.
What part of India?
South India, Hyderabad.
Okay.
Best biryani in the world.
Best beer?
Biryani.
Biryani.
Yeah.
That's the best beer.
I'm not going to be the guy who gives you beer
Best beer. Okay, got it.
So
I went to Mumbai 8 years ago, and I spoke at IIT Institute.
Oh, yes. Big,
incredible experience.
Place.
Yeah.
But Hyderabad has better food. So I have to say that as a Hyderabadi. So my parents moved in the 60s and 70s to the UK. I was born in 79. I think we're similar in age. And I moved to the US 12 years ago, come February. So it's been over a decade I've been here. Became a citizen in 2020, been a journalist all my life.
What do you prefer, UK or? And I know. Listen,
oh, this
Mom's
is a controversial question.
Just ask
Mother,
me. I don't want to Mom, so you don't have to answer
family,
it if you don't want to.
They both have their brilliance. I go back to the UK all the time. I'm heading out there next week. I get to go for work and pleasure, and I love going back to the UK. But the US, I got to say, the US has given me opportunities and open doors that even the UK I don't.
I don't care why people trusted that PBD guy in the first place, because they all just want their fucking daddy to cling on to. And for some people, it's Jordan Peterson. For others, it's Sam Harris. For many, it is PBD.
Could have done.
Really?
And I think you hear that from a lot of black and brown folks from the UK. Because I'm someone who's criticized racism, obviously, in the UK and in the US. But what's interesting is you talk to people in the media space, entertainment space. You look at someone like Idris Elba. You look at someone like my good friend, my old school friend, Riz Ahmed, Oscar-winning, Emmy-winning actor. They've all talked about how when they came to the US, they got more opportunities than they got in the UK.
Why do you think that is? Is it just capitalism? Is it just business? Is it incentives?
I think there's also, I mean, the country is a bigger country. I think we can sometimes forget when we live here how big, this is a continent of a country.
Yep.
So just geographically, space-wise, there's more places to just do things. The UK is very heavily concentrated around London, right? The entire country. To the great consternation of people in Manchester, Birmingham, the entire economy is centered around one city. Politics is centered around Westminster in London. And I think there's also, in England, we don't have the legacy of, plantation slavery and the black struggle for civil rights in the US, but we do have a different kind of legacy of empire and that form of history to overcome. I don't know what the right word I'm looking for, like staid, stodgy. It's just a kind of an old way of doing things. You hit a different kind of glass ceiling in the UK. I'm not giving a pass to all kinds of racism and bigotry there still is in the US that we're still fighting with. But there is something about being a person of color and just having a little bit more ambition in the US. It's going to get me in huge trouble with
the
people. I'm screwed now when I go back to the UK next week if this airs before the next.
Both of us are brown and winning in America, which is a good thing.
Yes, from different parts of the political divide, I think
that's right. By the way, in high school, if I was in high school with you, you're 15, 16, who's Mehdi Hasan? What were you doing?
I was the same person I am now. I was a debater. I was an arguer. I was the guy with the big mouth. I was the guy getting thrown
always
in
a debate pervert.
hallway. I was the guy going to detention because I answered back. I talked a lot.
Teachers, students, didn't matter.
I found report cards recently that my children and I sat and went through. It was really embarrassing. My daughter sat with me. We went through the report cards. Every single one is, he doesn't stop talking. He answers back. He thinks he knows everything. He won't stop asking questions.
Is that a family thing or is that a youth thing?
It's a family thing for sure.
Got it.
Yeah, I wrote about it in the book. My father passed away last year.
Sorry.
He was a very disputatious individual. Loved to debate, loved to argue, super provocative. Even in the Muslim community, the story I tell, remember in the late 80s, you'll remember this because you're of Iranian heritage, Ayatollah Khomeini gives the fatwa against Salman Rushdie for satanic verses.
Yes.
Muslims in the UK are furious, especially in the UK. More than
by the way, he helped them sell millions of copies.
Indeed. So listen to this. So in Bradford, big Muslim city in the UK, they even burned copies of the satanic verses. Got huge issue we can talk about another time. But anyways, huge issue in the UK. My dad goes out and buys a copy of the satanic verses, reads
as a Muslim,
and puts it on our dining room bookshelf right next to the table. So every time our friends, family come over for dinner, it's there. And people are saying to my dad, what the hell are you doing here? Why do you have satanic verses on your bookshelf? And my dad said, have you read it? And I said, no. I said, well, how do you know what to object to about it? And I think that attitude of his, which was quite provocative at the time, and even till his death, he was known as a provocative individual. I think I borrowed a lot of that. The ability to be able to ask questions, be offensive if need be provocative if need be, don't give a shit what people think. If you need to ask the right questions, you need to say what you want to say. That very much comes from my father, from my household growing up. My sister is also a journalist. We very similar in that sense.
Was he a journalist or no?
No, he wasn't, but he was very political. He was a very traditional, he was a civil engineer. My mother's a doctor. They're a very classic Asian, Desi, Indian couple. But he was very political from the moment he moved to the UK. He loved British politics. Till he passed away, he was asking me questions about Trump. What's he doing? Is he going to survive? Like in 2024, all he asked me was like, why are they running Biden? Why are they running Biden?
Ooh, am I like lame and evil that I want to like skip to when it gets contentious? I'm going to listen to like a little bit more of this and then kind of like speed run through Medhi's like backstory.
At what age?
This was at 80. He passed away last year at 87. So this would be at 86.
Good for him.
So he was super
sharp to the very end?
No, unfortunately. He wasn't sharp at the end. But even when he wasn't sharp at the end, he was still very political. Just want to talk about politics.
But at that time, you have no aspirations for politics.
No, it came later. There was a period where I was very aspirational. I thought about running.
Run?
Yeah, to run as a member of parliament, be a politician. And then I realized it's not for me.
When you cover it as it's like Pbd asking these questions.
You're like, this world?
What do you mean it's not for you?
To run for office?
You? You ever watch Mamdani? You're like, dude, I could do that better. Mamdani's, I know I could do what
No,
Mamdani's.
because I'll tell you why. Mamdani has a electric smile. I know Zoran well. I've met him a few times. He actually spoke at our anniversary party recently, and I had to speak
Pbd loves Zoran Mamdani. Huge fan.
After him. And I'm kind of arrogant. I think of myself as a good speaker. I got nervous that day. I have to speak after Zoran Mamdani.
Wow.
What the hell? What am I doing here?
Did you feel the energy that he had?
He was Muhammad Ali. I'm looking straight there at Ali right there.
Yep.
He is the Muhammad Ali of politics right now. Just the energy in the room. People going crazy. His every move, hanging off his every word. He's got that. If he was American born, he would be one of the top runners and riders for 2028 easily.
Super capable.
But here's the difference between me and Zoran Mamdani. There are many differences. The big one is he has this charming electric smile. He is he's the guy who kisses babies at events. He wins people over. I have what's called RAMF. I have resting angry Muslim face. So when I'm talking to people, when I'm listening, I look mad, right? People have told me so, these producers have told me in my ear, you look angry, smile. Not in a misogynistic way. They said, he's the self-proclaimed leader of the free world. That it's so easy to play this guy. World leaders have been doing it for years.
Afternoon, the most powerful.
More was in one clip where they used it against him, where he was very, very friendly.
Will you give any credit for the fact that by the afternoon, the most powerful man in the world gave him what he asked for?
No.
I'll
tell you why. Can I tell you why?
When is your birthday? Let me tell you. Where's the July 1079? You are this stubborn.
Why you've done your homework. I'll tell you why I don't respect it. Because I'm glad Zoran Mamdani did it. But what does it say about our leader, the president of the United States, the commander in chief, the self-proclaimed leader of the free world, that it's so easy to play this guy? World leaders have been doing it for years. This is the problem with him. It's so easy to manipulate him. He's so easy.
Pbd is just gonna say like, trust the plan, 5D chess. Trump is the one who's actually in command. The art of the deal.
won over. And I'm glad when my guy's doing it for a good cause, but people do it for bad causes too. I'm sure we're going to talk about Israel. Benjamin Netanyahu did it to get him into a war with Iran. That's my problem. You know, when Trump first went to Saudi Arabia after he got elected in 2017, there was a story about how when he drove from the airport to the embassy or hotel, wherever he was staying, the Saudis, this is in 2017, remember his first trip as president was to Saudi Arabia. The Saudis put up on billboards his tweets. Can you imagine that? How smart that is? That Trump is driving along and he's seeing his own quotes. Like, these people know how to play him. They know how to suck up.
Pretty smart.
To him. Kim Jong-un.
His good quotes or his bad quotes?
Like good. They're praising him, right? All right. Every foreign leader knows how you can suck up to Donald Trump. You praise him, and now in the second term, you give him money. You can now bribe the president of the United States.
So do you think there's an element, you've never been in sales before, but you're a businessman now, right?
Yeah, I'm selling. I have to.
You're now sales.
Do that stuff, yeah.
And that's
subscribe to the
Join to Capitalist.
Subscribe to
so happy.
All the cameras. DETO.com.
By the way, respectfully, you leave mainstream. You're at MSNBC. I think you're the #1 guy.
How many times do we think PBD is going to do this? You say you're a fucking leftist socialist, but you make money. You're a capitalist. Like throughout this entire fucking thing, which is like 2 hours.
Then with the eyeballs you guys are getting, I don't know.
Young people online for sure.
Yeah, for young people online, you're #1. So. And then I don't know what the story is, what happened there. We've read a lot of different stories. They were giving you another job. You chose to leave. You do independent. And then independently, you have, what, $3.5 million in reoccurring?
He does it a lot. Can he help himself from doing you say you hate capitalism, but yeah, you have an iPhone.
Revenue 12 months later. Yeah. 12 months later. That's amazing to be able to do that. And then today being a business guy, so it's great to have.
I've never run anything in my life, so I was very worried.
So maybe that PPE degree you got in economics, that capitalist was inside of you, and we brought it out. So that's great. Okay. Welcome to the club of capitalists. It's great to have you with us.
I'm a socialist / capitalist. There you go.
A multi-millionaire socialist, which is great.
What's wrong with that? Bernie's a millionaire.
Nothing wrong with that. Nothing wrong with that. But let's go to the part about you brought up Trump and Bibi. So Axios brings out the story. At this point, you've seen it. So Rob, if you want to go down so I can read the whole thing,
it's like the fact. I mean, Medhi is like smart to really not get baited down that path, but like we're going to compare Bernie Sanders, who became a millionaire because of book royalties, to Patrick Bet-David, who became a multimillionaire because he ran an MLM and scammed a bunch of people. There's more legitimate ways of doing this.
Effing crazy. Trump fumes at Netanyahu in call on Lebanon. Go a little bit lower, Rob, so I can read the whole thing. So President Trump last out over Israel escalation in Lebanon and an expletive Latin call on Monday. 2 U.S. officials and a third source briefed on the call told Axios Why It Matters early on Monday. Iran threatened to abandon negotiations with the U.S. over Israel, saying actions in Lebanon. On the call, Trump called Netanyahu crazy and accused him of ingratitude, according to 2 of the sources. He also put the brakes on Israel's plan to strike Beirut. Behind the scenes, one U.S.
Most of his audience are capitalists with no capital. Yeah, we call those temporarily embarrassed capitalists, right? They're inside all of us.
Official told Bibi that following through on his threat to bomb Lebanese capital would further isolate Israel from around the world. 2 of the sources said Trump claimed he'd help keep Netanyahu at a jail. He said, if it wasn't for me, you'd be in jail right there. You're effing crazy. You'd be in prison if it weren't for me. I'm saving your ass. Everybody hates you. Everybody hates Israel because of this. Do you think this call happened?
The call definitely happened. But both sides are spinning it in their own ways, and they're spinning it with the classic people. So just background on this. This is an Axios piece. The author of this piece is Barak Ravid, who's an award-winning journalist, won a coverage, co-authored by Mark Caputo, former colleague of mine at NBC News. But Barak Ravid is famous, or should I say now infamous in media circles, for being the guy who the White House always goes to leak stuff about conversations with Israel.
Is this the guy that leaked it, that Bibi got up, that Biden got upset at?
Yes, same.
This is the same
So
guy.
he did both.
Okay,
He's bipartisan. Whether you're Joe Biden,
fair guy.
Well, it's not about being fair. It's the point is that whoever's in the White House, they know that this is the guy who does the stories about split between Israel and America. So we've had about 2 dozen of these stories over the last 3 years.
Is this the guy you trust?
Unfortunately, no now. It's not that I don't trust him. I'm not saying he's making stuff up, but I'm saying he's clearly become a useful vessel for information from the White House that they want to get out. They know, if you're Joe Biden or you're Donald Trump, you know that if you want to get out that you're pissed at Netanyahu, Barak Ravid's the guy you go to. Now, on the other side, you have Amit Segal, who is one of Israel's most famous journalists, very close to Benjamin Netanyahu. Channel 12, I think, is his network. This guy is now reporting today, the day we're talking, that actually the Israeli side is saying, no, Trump never swore at Netanyahu, never mentioned jail or prison, and they disagreed about how to handle Hezbollah in Lebanon. So the question then becomes, for those of us who were not in the room, who do you believe? Serial Donald Trump or serial...
Isn't it an indictment of Axios that they are allowing a journalist who writes for their outlet and posts and like publishes those sorts of articles, which are exclusive and scoops that are good for them, to basically function as like, sort of like a mouthpiece or like gossip rag for the White House?
Benjamin Netanyahu. Journalists who act as vessels for leaders on both sides. It's very hard. This is why people have a real issue with mainstream media right now. Because what do you do in a situation like this where both sides are spinning furiously? And I can believe either version. I can believe that Trump told him you're fucking crazy. We wouldn't put that past Donald Trump. I can also believe that they lied to make Trump sound stronger than he is. And Netanyahu's telling the truth. I don't know.
Okay, so how do they typically get the credibility? Because anybody can say this was said. So Can you go back to the article when it says 2 sources were there? What is the, you're in this world.
Yes.
Is there a system or a standard to be able to, because this is a big deal.
Yeah,
here.
yeah, it's a big deal too.
Oh my God, you invite Mehdi Hasan on and you're going to have him explain like journalism 101 to you? What is going on? And also PBD's favorite thing, PBD will never pull up a reputable source or like independent verification. If he wants to know his, like what to think about something, he literally is like, okay, let's look at what Trump said on Truth Social. Let's go look at what Elon Musk said on X. There's our take. It just uncritically repeats whatever Trump and his cronies say. He never at any point interfaces with any actual articles.
I mean, look, all the traditional rules of political journalism went out the window when Donald Trump came along, right? So, my colleague Swin Subsang reports on the White House for Zateo. He has very good contacts. And, he tells me some of the crazy stories he gets from behind the scenes in terms of people trying to screw each other over, right? In the Trump administration, there's a very unique dynamic. And, he's referred to as a Reservoir Dogs dynamic. It's been referred to where everyone's got a gun to each other's head at the same time, right? So they're all trying to screw each other over. So that's another issue is, are 2 of the sources people who are allied with each other? Are they from different wings of the White House? Pat, with this Iran war, there are different elements in this administration. Some people want the war done, finished. Some people want it to keep going. So there's different pressures on
This
Trump.
is not 100%.
Who wants the Iran war in the Trump admin to be finished? Who? That is like close to the White House and still has a job?
80% story.
So there's different people leaking for different agendas to try and end a war or escalate a war.
Give me how this makes Trump look good. How does it make it look bad? Who's winning with the story? Who's not?
So
optics, purely
Trump, you know the MAGA base better than me.
They haven't even really gotten into a debate yet, but PBD is just showing his ignorance by asking such elementary pedestrian questions to Medhi about the purpose of like having mouthpieces in the media. What?
Viewers, many people in the MAGA base, not as many as people suggest. My good friend Cenk Uygur, I know you've had on the show, he thinks there's a big split in MAGA. I'm less of that view. I look at the polls, 80% of MAGA still loves Trump, 70% love this war. But there is a growing minority who don't like what's going on with the foreign wars, with the betrayal of anti-war promises.
Growing minority.
And a lot of them see Donald Trump as being, I can't come up with a better phrase than Netanyahu's bitch. And this would help Donald Trump say, look, I'm telling Benjamin Netanyahu, fuck you. You're fucking crazy. I saved you from prison. I'm the dominant partner in this relationship. And by the way, this is not just a Trump issue. Every American president who's dealt with Netanyahu has come out getting screwed over. Joe Biden got completely screwed over. He gave his entire presidency to save Netanyahu. Look at him today, destroyed. Bill Clinton in the 90s came out of a conversation with Netanyahu.
I mean, can you say he was screwed over when he freely, willingly, and enthusiastically chose to associate himself with Bibi and do the bear hug strategy and just give Israel basically whatever the fuck they wanted with like no red lines? Can you really say like, oh, he really got fucking foiled again by Bibi, as if that wasn't his own creation?
You know what he said to his team? He said, who's the fucking superpower here? He was so pissed that he got talked down to by Benjamin Netanyahu. So American presidents have been dealing with Bibi for many years, and they've always tried to assert their dominance, and many of them have failed to do so. So I think for Donald Trump, it's good if people believe it. The problem is, those of us who know the Axios reporting on this, we're very, very skeptical.
So let me ask you this. If you're Trump's advisor, which you're not, but let's just say if you were Trump's advisor, and Trump hears you, and he says, screw this guy. That call did happen. That's exactly what I told him. What does he need to do publicly for even a guy like you to say, shit, this happened?
That's a great question. Because
go on the record? What?
Donald Trump's word means nothing to me. I've been documenting his lies for many years. No one's told more lies than Donald Trump in the public sphere.
And I don't just mean like Trump would need to say it and claim it or whatever. Like you would need to like record the calls basically, but it's like never going to happen.
So actions matter more than words. Same issue with Biden. His people would leak, Biden's very upset with Netanyahu. Okay, but what the fuck are you doing about it? Right? Many of us frustrated with the genocide would say.
I thought he was saying that Biden screwed himself by hanging on to Bibi, not that we should feel pity for Biden. I mean, yeah, I think that is what he was trying to get at, but the way that he phrased it, like the literal denotation of what he said, almost made it sound like that poor Biden,
Question now, what are you going to do about it? Donald Trump has given Netanyahu everything he wanted, right? Even if this conversation is true, he's saying, I saved you from prison, in the sense that he demanded the Israeli president.
Did he? Don't you think he did, though?
In many ways he did, because every time this war continues, Netanyahu avoids trial, right? Every time there's escalation in the war, he doesn't have to go back to court.
That's right.
And Trump has publicly called on Herzog, the president, to pardon him, which he hasn't done yet, but I'm sure he's feeling the pressure from Trump publicly calling him out. So he has helped Netanyahu, but worse than that, you look at what's happening in Gaza, he's given Netanyahu everything he wanted. And this really bothers me, because in 2024, I spend a lot of time pointing out to people on my side, leftists, Muslims, Arab Americans, people in Dearborn, Michigan, who welcome Trump. And I said to them, you're going to get screwed over by this guy. No. He's more anti-war than Kamala and Joe. This is what I was told by Arab Americans who voted for Trump. He will be the anti-war president. Stephen Miller said he won't send our boys to die. Trump said, remember what he said? He goes, Liz Cheney.
Yeah, Arab Americans who went to Trump appearances and rallies where they watched him just do basic retail politician 101 shit. Like say, I'm going to end the war. Obviously, the monkey's paw then curls, and they don't realize that what he means by I'm going to end the war is just accelerate the bloodletting and, give them whatever they want, and then maybe it'll end sooner. But yeah, I'm not surprised that people actually bought this, because you're talking about a ton of fucking low information voters, of people that ambiently consume this stuff, casually as they're fucking scrolling through Facebook memes and Instagram reels. And every now and then they see stuff that's like vaguely political and they catch, they see quotes, they see headlines, but they're not really substantively engaging with what the candidates are saying. So if you've got, one candidate being like, we're going to have the most lethal military, we'll always defend our ally Israel no matter what, and trying to like outflank Trump on that support. Then you have Trump just being like, Kamala Harris wants to send your kids to die for Iran and we're going to end the war as soon as possible. Yeah, it sucks, but we're talking about low information, just, the general American public. We're talking about a common idiot, Yeah, I'm not surprised that that message resonates with them, even though if you know anything about this guy, what a fucking crook he is, just looking at anything that occurred in his first admin, like the only person that could be basically more of a Zionist president than Joe Biden would be Trump.
We'll go to war with Kamala and kill Muslims. I won't. They all believe that shit. Then he bombed, 6 countries last year, 7 countries last year. Now he's in a war with Iran. In Gaza, he had this ceasefire at the beginning that people were very happy about. But since then, he's allowed Netanyahu to
Trump paid for Kamala as a friend of Israel billboards in key districts. And what's she going to do in return exactly? She'll say, yes, I am, and I'm proud to be.
Do whatever he wants. And earlier this week, Netanyahu went on camera and he said, we now control 60% of Gaza, and I'm going to take 70% of Gaza. Even Biden, Harris, Blinken, none of them said that would be possible. Trump has basically given Netanyahu carte blanche to do whatever he wants in the Gaza Strip. So when your answer to your question is, what does he have to do to prove he's holding...
A guy like you.
He has to hold...
It's impossible to win a guy like you.
I will give credit. I'll say it now. On
if
camera.
what?
If he manages to get Netanyahu out of Lebanon and out of Gaza, which he won't. But that's what I would want to see. Because that's what's happened on his watch. On his watch, Netanyahu's taken more territory in both those places.
Right.
Prove to me that you...
I'll be honest, even if he did that now, it's like, you can't just like, that doesn't just negate everything that led up to this. That doesn't undo the fucking Gaza Riviera. That doesn't undo the fucking, the moves that he's pulled at the UN.
Actually care about Middle East peace, prove to me that you have control over Netanyahu and American weapons and get him to pull out. Because right now, Greater Israel is happening in front of our eyes. Netanyahu's doing the project that far-right Israelis have always wanted. He's taking...
He'd also need to get rid of Huckabee.
On southern Lebanon.
Saying Egypt,
He's taking
Turkey,
Gaza.
all this stuff.
Who knows what's coming
That's what you're thinking?
Well, if you embolden the guy, what is the lesson of the last 3 years? There's impunity. You can do whatever the F you want, and America will never stop you.
Okay, do me a favor. Differentiate between what Bibi's vision is and what Israel's vision is.
What do you mean by that?
Okay, so for instance, you could have
Israel's a state, dude. It doesn't have any visions.
There's a difference between what America's vision is.
Yes.
Be the greatest country in the world versus what AOC's vision would be if she became president versus Trump,
He is a child.
So what do you think is Bibi's vision versus Israel's vision?
That's a great question. And I'm sorry to be the bearer of bad tidings. We do this thing in the US, especially on the liberal side, where we say, look, we're against a Netanyahu government. We're not against Israel or the Israeli people. The problem is the Israeli people have made it very clear over the last 3 years that they're totally behind all these wars. There's been no real anti-war movement. In Israel, there's no real...
There's a little bit. It's not a big number.
It's tiny. It's tiny. You look at the polling, 80% of Israeli support.
20% is what I was going to say.
Every military operation blindly. You look at the polling, some of it's horrific. Like 80%...
And if they're anti-war, it's literally not because of humanitarian concerns. It's in spite of that, okay? It's in spite of the fact that they would love for there to be more destruction in Gaza. They don't care. It's not because of that. It's literally just because they don't want to have to deal with like more conscription or like logistics or some sort of like corruption shit. It'll be unrelated.
Israeli support removing Palestinians from Israel. From Gaza, and another small majority support ethnically cleansing them from Israel itself, Palestinian citizens of Israel. Israeli society...
What percentage was this one?
So I think it's 80% say they're fine with getting them out of Gaza.
Okay.
Like Haaretz poll that he's referencing.
Right.
And there's another majority or big plurality of Israeli Jews who say even Palestinians in Israel should ultimately
like
emigrate.
West Bank and some of that.
No, Israel proper, within the green line.
Got it. Okay.
1/5 of the population of Israel is Palestinian citizens of Israel. So there's
cute that he thinks he's talking about like, oh, they must mean like the West Bank, right? Or like,
Polling is horrific.
Gaza.
There was a poll done last year by Penn State, I think it was, where almost half of Israelis said that when we capture a town in Gaza, we should treat it like the Bible and Jericho. We should kill all the inhabitants, all the men. Like this kind of crazy. So, okay, all these polls, you take them with a pinch of salt. I get it. But anyone you speak to in Israel who's a serious commentator on Israeli politics will tell you.
Damn, even their... I didn't know that it would pull it up because it's Middle East Eye reporting on what Haaretz found. But even their AI thing is pulling up what he's talking about.
That over the last 5-10 years, Israeli society has moved to the right, to the far right, in a way that American society has not. Donald Trump is polling in the 30s right now. Even at his peak, he got 49.8% of the vote in the last election. He's never had a majority. In Israel, the right-wing parties, the far-right parties are dominant right now. Maybe in the 90s, early 90s, there was a peace camp. There was Oslo, all this stuff. That's gone now. You can argue about why it's gone.
So how is that? How is that possible? How is it that in Israel, the guy is being that aggressive and his support is getting higher?
I don't think his personal support is going. We'll see what happens in these elections. Because you
just said 80%. I mean,
the war, right? This is what I'm saying. Sure. Don't focus on Netanyahu. It's a very good cop-out. Even Bernie Sanders, who I'm a big fan of, he often says, Netanyahu. A lot of Palestinians say, Bernie, it's not Netanyahu, it's Israel. It's the Israeli political establishment. So if you swap out, I'll give you one example. If you swap out Netanyahu...
And that's the no-no. That's the thing that they'll never say. Even the most critical, by American standards, of the U.S.'s relationship with Israel, it's still like not what people think it is. Because all of it centers so much on Bibi, the corruption, like just trying to, the one bad man theory, as Adam Johnson coined, right? Like just trying to discharge all responsibility and blame to Bibi Netanyahu himself as if he's not a reflection of Israeli democratic society.
Tomorrow with Naftali Bennett, who's an opposition leader, former prime minister, I interviewed him once. Naftali Bennett is also on the right, also likes war, has threatened Turkey, has threatened Lebanon. You've got another opposition leader, Avigdor Lieberman, former defense minister. You know what he said this week? He said, flatten the suburbs of Beirut. We should be going in and don't listen to Trump. So the opposition in Israel are equally hawkish, right-wing. So this idea that it's all about Netanyahu.
Not equally. They're more hawkish. They're more right-wing. Bibi is basically a centrist.
It's a myth, I'm sorry to say.
Okay.
In Israel, obviously, not by those like relative standards. Like objectively, he's far right.
So you're saying the two are the same, is what you're saying?
On issues of war and peace, yes. I'm sure in some domestic politics, tax rates, I'm sure
smaller stuff is
yeah, in domestically within Israel, I'm sure they are. When it comes down to the region, Israel's role in the region.
Tell me what the vision is. If you think, what do you think their vision is? What do you think Israel's vision is?
There's a best case scenario and there's a worst case scenario. Okay. The best case scenario is that they have this idea of we must...
Like saying Republicans will go back to normal after Trump. Exactly. Like it's just that all of the rot in the Republican Party just starts and ends with Trump. And before we loved it, right? As if all of everything that happened before in like the Bush era, neocons and shit, didn't just pave the pathway for Trump.
Be in a state of permanent war footing, right? I think there's a phrase for, I forget the name, combat between the conflicts. There's a military doctrine that says even when we're not at war, we carry on doing preemptive strikes, we carry on doing cyber warfare, we carry on doing assassinations, so that Israel remains the regional hegemon. We keep our superiority, our military edge, we let everyone know in the region who's boss, even when we're not in a formal state of war. That's the best case scenario, that this is just a security doctrine that says we will bomb and invade whoever we like just to remain top dog in the region. That's best case scenario. Worst case scenario is it's ideological, that these are fanatical, messianic people who believe that all of the territory is theirs, given to them by the Bible. I interviewed Naftali Bennett in 2017, nearly a decade ago for Al Jazeera. He was education minister at the time. I never forget this interview. I said to him, we were talking about peace treaties and two-state solution, and he said, the Bible says it's ours. I never heard someone say that bluntly to my face. I can't imagine Ilhan Omar going on TV and saying, the Quran says this, right? This guy's openly saying, the Bible says the land is ours. Where do you go with that? There's no debate after that, right? That's just kind of...
Like, that's it. Even Medhi, like, that wasn't only in 2017. If you just ever pay attention to the public statements, the speeches, the things that these people say in between, like not just to Western audiences, but before the Knesset, the statements that they make in Hebrew on their fucking Twitter, they openly express these things.
Religious, ethnic, nationalist.
And it didn't just start in 2017.
Messianic vision. So Benjamin Netanyahu, even though he's not a religious man, has signed off on a greater Israel. He was asked about whether he believes in it. He said, absolutely. The opposition leader, Yair Lapid, who's a kind of centrist, supposedly a liberal, he was asked after
the he literally was like, it's a great idea, but like we can't do it right now.
Tucker Carlson interview. He said, do you agree with Mike Huckabee? That all of the territories from the Bible, it's all yours? He said, yeah, our borders are biblical. That's what the opposition leader said. Forget the right-wingers Smotrich and Ben Gvir.
What do you think is the likelihood their vision becomes a reality?
Right now, more likely than not, because the United States of America has allowed Israel to get away with a genocide.
How long?
Like, what won't they get?
I mean, long term,
long term, it's perpetual war for perpetual peace.
And by the way, deep down inside, do you really think Trump wants this war to continue?
No, Trump doesn't like long wars. He likes short wars. That's why he's been humiliated by Iran, because he thought this would be over in a few days.
By the way, nobody thought Iran was going to be able to, like, not nobody. A lot of people on his camp, when they sat there and talked about it, it is a very fair argument to say that. No, let me make my point on what I'm saying. It is a very fair argument to say that unlike Venezuela, which we went in, we got Maduro and we're out, most likely Cuba is going to be the same way as Venezuela, probably even easier when they go through and get it.
Sure.
Iran showed up strength to the world.
Yeah.
And you got to give them credit, no matter what anybody says, conservative or on the left.
You can give them credit militarily, obviously not politically, but Trump, I don't think we can defend him with nobody knew this, but he did this line recently. Nobody knew they were going to hit the Gulf states. We all knew they were going to hit the Gulf states. They've been saying this for years.
Iran was going to hit the Gulf states.
Iran was going to hit the Gulf states.
Do you think
that's been their doctrine for years.
Do you think that unified the Gulf states even more?
No. I think we've wrecked our long-term relationship with the Gulf states.
Tell me why.
I think in private, all of these Gulf states will, in public, they'll say what they've got to say, but in private, they know the U.S. security umbrella does not extend to them anymore. They know that even if they give Donald Trump a $400 million plane, even if they put $500 million in his crypto business, Israel will always take precedence over them.
Do you think the Gulf states prefer Iran to be led by IRGC, or the story we saw recently with Pezeshkian, who's a moderate, stepping down because it's like everything's being run by. Who do you think the Gulf states would rather have?
I think the Gulf states are not a monolith, first of all.
I was about to say it depends. Like they all have different thoughts and feelings on this with respect to like Iran.
The UAE is very different to Qatar and Kuwait, right?
But they're neighbors.
They're neighbors, but they have different foreign policy.
I understand.
The UAE is an outlier. The UAE is very hawkish, very pro-Israel, very pro-America, very anti-Iran, which is kind of crazy because, if the US and Israel move on with their lives, the UAE is exposed to Iran for the rest of their lives.
Isn't UAE succeeding the most out of most of the Gulf states?
Are they?
Financially?
Are they? So many businesses have cleared out. Tourism has fallen. It's a huge industry based on tourism.
For the time.
You think people are going to go back? I think my thing is...
I think so.
I think that their image has been permanently destroyed. I don't think you can put it back in the bottle. They had this image, especially to kind of white Westerners, as this business, tourist, even residential utopia. You go there, there's no crime, you chill out, everything's cheaper, et cetera, et cetera. I think that's gone now. Once Iran has done this, I think they've destroyed that image. Now, if you're Amazon or you're whatever it is, Chase Bank, you're going to go back into Dubai, Abu Dhabi, knowing that Iran can then do this again anytime they want. As long as Iran is still run by the same government, I don't think these Gulf states get that image back. And I think the Qataris understand that. Even the Saudis understand that. They want a region, I think privately, and I may be wrong, and the few people in the Gulf I speak to say this to me, they recognize that Israel is the real problem in the region. They may not say so publicly. Some of them are signed up to the Abraham Accords like Bahrain, etc., UAE. But I think they understand that Israel is the destabilizing force in the region. It's Israel that bombed 6 countries in the Middle East last year. It wasn't Iran that did that.
Yeah, but they align more strategically with them. So
it's Israel that went to war now and brought the United States into this conflict and led to Iran bombing Kuwait and Qatar and Saudi Arabia and the UAE. And I think that is the situation we're in. I think you're going to see these Gulf states, if they're smart, making overtures to the Chinese and to the Russians in future years. They have to kind of diversify who they rely on.
Maybe it's me being a Syrian. Maybe it's me being Armenian.
I got this comment, Medhi Takia on display.
And maybe the fact that I lived in Iran could be the reason for this. But nobody, sells Israel as this incredibly powerful organization and brains than those who hate Israel. All they talk about is how powerful Israel is.
Gee, I wonder why that is. Why is it that the most ardent pro-Israel voices are constantly trying to insist that Israel small bean, Israel size of New Jersey, Israel couldn't possibly have that much of a fucking influence on anything, despite the fact that every single person within Trump's cabinet that is in any way, shape, or form remotely affiliated with or has some say over his foreign policy is either a dyed-in-the-wool ideological Christian Zionist or Jewish Zionist. Gee.
I don't think there's anybody that's the Don King promoting how smart, intellectual, brilliant Israel is.
Or a realist who is still nonetheless even if it's not for Christian, anything related to Christianity or Judaism, just secular Zionists for realist reasons. They think that this is in the geostrategic interest of the United States.
Than those who cannot stand Israel.
Well, I'm not one of those.
But if let
me just go through the list. I'm not somebody who said Iran would roll over. I said Iran would make Iraq look like a walk in the park.
I'm talking about
right. I warned that Iran and America would not be able to destroy Iran in the way they thought they could destroy Iran. It was insane. It was hubris to think they could do that. I've been saying that for 15 years. I've been saying it since Iraq, 2003, when I was a 23-year-old marching against that war. When Bush was thinking about Iran, I was saying.
Are you afraid of Israel?
Am I afraid of?
Are you afraid of Israel?
What do you mean?
Are you afraid of Israel's aspirations?
Oh, yeah. But aspirations are different, right? Can they pull it off? I agreed with you that just because they have
not is Israel dangerous or destabilizing? Are you afraid of them?
Messianic vision doesn't mean they're going to win.
Yeah. I agree with that. It's okay.
No, they didn't win in Gaza.
Bro,
Patrick, I said in 2023, this whole plan, when people were like yourself and others were saying Israel has a right to self-defense, destroy Hamas, I said you can't. There is no military solution to your problem.
Yeah, so you know what it is for me? Don't talk to Medhi because Medhi's going to do this. No, I want to talk to Medhi. No, I'm telling you, be careful. No, I want to talk to Medhi. Oh, don't talk to Bibi because I want to talk to him. I wish you had an hour and a half to talk. No, don't talk to Nick. No, don't talk to this guy. I want to talk to him. I don't sit there and see that, my God, everything, they're so powerful. They're going to control America. They do this, they do that. I mean, you're kind of giving them too much credit.
I mean, you're mixing different things together, though. One thing is militarily,
It's not about credit. It's a material analysis of the influence that all of the pro-Israel forces have on the United States, both domestically and how it impacts foreign policy with other nations. It's not just fucking conjecture.
They win on battlefields. No, not always. Hezbollah defeated them in 2000, famously. That was the first time they were defeated by an Arab force on a battlefield when they withdrew from southern Lebanon. They're back now. We were told Hezbollah was done. Do you remember a couple years ago? The pages and the assassination on Nasrallah, they're done. It was a paper tiger. They just killed 30 Israeli soldiers in the last few weeks, right? They've injured hundreds more. Who knows what the real numbers are? So clearly they're not done for. Hamas is still around. And the Iranians still have, 70% of their missile stock, according to US intelligence. So the idea that these were all paper tigers was bullshit. That's a different argument. I'm not a military expert. I'm not going to sit here and adjudicate, who has the strength in the field. Politically, though, in this country, does Israel still have power? Sure. They still have politicians who support them. They still have lobby groups that advocate on their behalf.
So does Qatar.
No, not on the level of Israel. Come on.
Oh, okay. Let me ask you a question. If you had $5 billion to win over influence in people in America politically and inject your way of thinking, would you put that money to buy over congressmen and senators, or would you put that money into winning over kids? Where would you put your money?
He always asks a version of this question. He asked it on the podcast recently. Is would you rather have put money into advertising, into podcasting and media, or into directly in the hands of politicians? Which one's more influential? And it really just depends what outcome you're trying to get, if you're trying to sell something or if you're trying to get something deregulated. But for the most part, I don't see why buying off the politicians isn't going to be the most valuable.
Both.
No.
Either or.
Okay, then do diversify. Diversify. Seriously, use it as a mutual fund. You got $5 billion. How much you put in one? How much you put in the other one? Honestly.
I don't know.
I want you to think about
50-50. I think they're both important.
You think
you talk about when you say young people, you mean like TikTok?
Universities. I'm talking about universities, TikTok, social. Give money to universities, give money to places to get the kids influence. Where would you put the money?
But let me take your example. Take it a step further. Okay, let's say I put it all in students. I win over young people. That's already happened. Have you seen the polling? The young people hate Israel.
I know.
But does it translate into policy? No, because the Congress still controls the purse strings. So I'll give you one example. 8% of Democrats support Israel's war in Gaza. 8%, according to a poll last year.
Yeah,
in Congress,
this was a Gallup poll.
It's the other way around. It's like 80% of Democrats support Israel, only 8 or 10% are voting against weapons or genocide. I'm ballpark figures here. So what's the disconnect? The disconnect is we have a Congress that doesn't represent the public on either side of the divide. I don't think the Republican Party fully represents its base, but more so, Democratic Party certainly doesn't represent its base on Israel, the leadership. Look at these primaries. We're sitting on a day where there's going to be a bunch of primaries. So my big point here is, yes, it's great that young people have been won over. It's great that everyone under the age of 50 in the United States of America, whether Republican or Democrat, does not want more weapons going to Israel. That's the latest polling. Under the age of 50, everyone.
That makes sense to me.
Right? But Congress does. So the disconnect, this is why we have such a crisis of democracy. This is why Israel matters so much in our political system. It's not just a foreign policy issue. It's an issue of our democracy where we have members of Congress and a president who does not follow American will, does not follow the will of the voters. And so to answer your question, yeah, you do need to spend money lobbying Congress because ultimately they're the ones voting on weapons.
And then they'll make the exact opposite argument to tell you why you can't have Medicare for all just yet because the population's not on board with it. And we can't possibly go against my constituents and the American population. Meanwhile, the same person who floats this out to you will be in support of the ghoulish policies that a Democratic or Republican politician supports with respect to Israel and Iran, even though it's unpopular.
They're the ones voting on aid. They're the ones voting to censor our speech, saying anti-Zionism is anti-Semitism. All of that stuff is coming out of Congress. And people say, oh, Qatar and this. I just gave you an example. The Qataris gave him a $400 million plane. The Emiratis gave him $500 million for his crypto fund. The Saudis have sponsored multiple multi-million-dollar golf tournaments at his properties, hotels. Did it come in useful? When it came down to it, he picked Israel. He picked Miriam Adelson. He picked Benjamin Netanyahu. Yeah. He picked AIPAC. He picked Marco Rubio.
I don't know about that.
He picked all these people. What do you mean? We've seen it with our eyes.
I don't know about that. Listen, let me ask you this. Do you think...
But what does he mean? That's not up for debate. This is who was in his cabinet, who he nominated, who he handpicked, all of these fucking toadies.
You didn't answer my question. So I want to stay on the money part, and then I'm going to go to the next question.
I did answer. I said I can spend it all on the kids. It doesn't matter. No, but because ultimately Congress is still more important.
So you would put all the money in Congress and
no, both. I said split.
You would do 50-50.
50-50. Win over the people, and then win over the people who represent the people.
So where does Qatar put their money? They put $6.5 billion in universities. Where does China put their money? $5.5 billion in universities. What type of influence do you think they got long term? Do you think long term?
Yes, but this is the type of thing that Medhi literally just explained to him. Even if you could get 100% of the population, it seems, on board with your ideological priors or whatever political project or agenda you're pushing, if Congress, the Senate, these different representatives are already captured by a corporate interest that is so deeply entrenched, you can have all of this backlash from their constituents, but it's never meaningfully going to move the needle because they're not going to ever be willing to oppose the Israel lobby or go against their donors. Because even if they personally don't take money, and almost all of them do take money from the pro-Israel lobby, they don't want to be primaried. So even if they speak out, they know that they could be the victim, of an AIPAC challenge. They'll put a bunch of money into their primary races. That's what happened with Jamal Bowman, with Cori Bush. Didn't it happen with Thomas Massey?
You think China thinks short term? You think Qatar thinks short term? You think they're trying to buy influence long term when they get in front of the kids?
Do you have evidence? It's a serious question.
The dollar?
No, I'm talking about, do you have evidence that, well, first of all, what Chinese investment is going into university?
You want to pull it up, Rob? I mean, this, you know.
I know the Qataris are sponsored. I've been to Georgetown.
If you're talking about individual, Chinese philanthropists who are giving money to these cultural institutions or to these universities and stuff like that, obviously that's a form of soft power that they're exercising. But can you say it's necessarily tied to the CCP? It would just depend on who the person is and what you could divine their intentions were behind, giving an endowment to a university.
They spend a lot of money on US universities. But it's great. I'm not
usually I assume that stuff has far more to do with their own personal enrichment and their kids and nepotism and getting in legacy, kids, getting their kids in to a prestigious university more so than it has to do with helping the Chinese state and stuff.
What's
just
China's
literally just personal prosperity.
University?
Oh, China's given donations to
the Chinese government sponsors American universities. I did not know this.
Let me pull
I'm
up
happy to show my ignorance.
By the way, I don't know where the money is coming from, but I'll show you here. China has invested an estimated 5.6. I was short by billion.
Okay.
6.4 billion American universities.
The Free Press is the citation for that, as you can see.
over the recent decade, making it one of the largest foreign... So
like, he constantly cites this. I remember when he covered it the first time, like, look at how much, like, they had organized, like, who has the most foreign influence in, like, universities and stuff like that. And whatever methodology they used, Israel wasn't even in the top 10 somehow, but Qatar, like, Saudi Arabia, like, all of these, like, Gulf states and, like, China were there.
Why
okay. No, hold on. You didn't read the third sentence.
And like, even if that seemed like some sort of like cooked methodology to exclude Israel, but include all of these like overstate the extent to which these, you know, Gulf states and Middle Eastern states besides Israel are having an influence on these institutions within the United States. Even if I granted that, it still wouldn't give you the whole picture because there is no equivalent to like the Saudi lobby or the Russia lobby or the China lobby like there is for AIPAC or like for Israel with J Street, AIPAC, and all the other very, very wealthy individual pro-Israel donors like Miriam Adelson.
Which is what these funds are
research. You think research partnerships with the Chinese is making kids on campus pro-China?
No. It's not what I'm saying. Okay, Medhi, you're very smart. So you went to Oxford. You got the PPE degree. It's like not the PPP loan. You got the legit PPE degree, right? Do you not think if these schools are getting this types of money, which phone call you think they're picking up?
Oh, you think we know, Patrick, because we just saw what happened the last 3 years. Did Colombia go pro-Israel or pro-Qatar?
But what did Colombia do?
They went pro-Israel. They silenced all the pro-Palestinian.
But what did they do? But what did they do?
They rolled over for Donald Trump and they rolled over for Israel.
What was the event that happened that got them to get there?
I don't know which event.
Why did they do that?
I don't know. I don't know where you're going.
You follow the stories. You tell me, who was it? It was 3 universities, right? Columbia was one of them.
And there was a bunch of universities that cracked down on pro-Palestine centers.
Why did they do that?
Multiple reasons. Pressure from politicians who are pro-Israel. Pressure from donors who are pro-Israel. Pressure from activist groups. This whole ridiculous debate where we conflate criticism of Israel with anti-Semitism. I remember when I launched...
I'm not with that. Just so you know, like in Florida when they're saying you can't debate and criticize Israel, I'm not part of that camp.
Not just that. DeSantis is one of the many governors and Republicans
not part of that
who have said that if you're an American business that engages in BDS, you can't get contracts with the state. That's insane. That American business can't do what it wants to do.
But by the way, what I'm trying to tell you is I think the reasonable people are not with that. Short term, some of these things may come and go. Long term, they're not. I had Randy, what's his last name? Randy Fine. I had him on and I asked him the question about where he's at. I think you maybe even tweeted something about it when we talked about it. I asked him a couple questions, pointed whether he was pro-America, America first, or Israel first. If you're in America, hey, I have a problem with you not being America first, but I want to go back to this. If they give $6 billion, you think they're dumb that they're just giving $6 billion to universities? You don't think they want things in return?
No, I think everyone. I think you made that point earlier. There are many lobbies trying to get their way. I'm not disputing that there are many lobbies. In fact, I'm the one who says, let's not treat the Israel lobby as a unique lobby. People are, oh my God, AIPAC. I always say AIPAC, NRA,
Great. All of
Big Pharma, all of these people.
All of them.
I want to get money out of politics. I'm on the left.
Well.
I'm a Bernie, Elizabeth Warren.
I want to get money out of politics.
Let's get rid of Citizens United. Yeah, Citizens United, West Supreme Court decision.
Yeah.
Okay, but let me come back to your direct point about influence. I'm not disputing that they're spending money, they're lobbying, everyone's doing it. I'm saying Israel's winning, and the evidence is what's happened.
See, I'm saying Israel's losing.
I've not only do I have a kid in college, I have multiple Muslim friends, leftist friends with kids in college. I have kids who've been arrested.
Like it's too simplistic to give it this binary assessment of are they winning or losing? One, it's a childlike way to view this in the first place. Two, I mean, with public opinion, it's dropping precipitously. But as Medhi already pointed out, public opinion doesn't correspond to the political action and how Congress, the Senate, the judiciaries, and the executive branch govern on this issue. So it becomes sort of a moot point.
Arrested. Yeah. I have kids who've been doxxed. I know kids who've been suspended. I know kids who've been expelled because of their criticism of Israel.
Israel getting to do whatever they want, but taking what could potentially be an acute PR hit. I mean, can you really say that they're losing?
I watched a video of Rumeysa Öztürk, a young Turkish student at Tufts, be picked up by 8 ICE agents and detained because she wrote an op-ed in her student paper saying we should divest from Israel. And Marco Rubio had her detained for a year, right? So don't tell me that Qatar is winning this argument. Qatar is not winning the argument on campus. So that's just a complete, last 3 years is a complete denial.
I get your argument, but I would dispute it in the following way. Everybody is trying to win influence. Everybody.
Agreed.
They're spending money. So no matter what it is, everybody. But the question is, whose money is working and who's not? The part where I go that's not working is, do you think Israel's popularity in America has increased or decreased in the last 5 years?
No, because that's a different argument. That's because people saw a genocide live stream to their phones, right? And you can't buy your way out of it.
It's more than that's one of it.
That's one of the big issues.
It's one of the bigger issues, but it's more than that. So whatever they did, even when Charlie Kirk, the letters came out when he was having a conversation with Bibi, and I don't know if it was
40 minutes in, barely mentioning Charlie.
The 7 things he wrote, the 6 things. Do you remember that when he wrote a letter? I don't know if you remember that or not.
I wasn't a big Charlie Kirk reader. You'll be shocked to hear.
Yeah, well, you would have liked him. It was a special
No,
day.
he didn't like me. He wanted me deported. He called for me to be deported from this country because he's such a free speech champion he was.
So what was his reason for it?
Because I said something about COVID.
Oh my God. He must have had a good reason for it though, right?
What did you say about COVID?
Something about the whole school, my position on, lockdowns, vaccines, whatever it was. He didn't like it, but instead of debating me on it, he said, who's this guy? He should be deported from the country.
Can you tell me specific what it was?
Rob can pull it up.
You find
There's a lot of.
Now, if you said something crazy shit on Twitter,
hold on.
responds back to you.
Hold on. Even if I said something crazy,
he
First
can
Amendment
say crazy too.
First Amendment doesn't come
But
crazy.
His First Amendment he can also say that.
But
That's
you think
part of his
He was allowed to say it. He was just saying words, man.
And people with deportation.
You really can't. Are you really going to tell me that he wasn't allowed to say those words?
I don't know. You said
now
something.
Who's anti-free speech? This is so stupid. And you know what? I'm totally fine with the comments that he made towards Medhi. If I can call for the denaturalization of people like fucking Elon Musk and deporting Elon Musk, okay? There's like, if we want to level the playing field like that, cool. If not, then stop doing this shit.
Crazy shit. What did you say?
No, I didn't say anything crazy. I'm just saying, even let's say I did say something crazy.
No, but even if
I didn't say anything crazy.
But let's just say he said that. That's his freedom to be crazy.
Of course, it's his freedom.
Yeah.
I'm not going to like the guy. You're like, I would agree with
that's
him.
a different
That's how we got onto Kurt. I'm like, why would I agree with the guy who hated Islam?
You don't have to.
He hated Islam and he wanted me deported.
That's a different story.
That's a different story.
But by the way,
Rob is fast.
Rob is fast.
We need you, Rob.
Charlie.
This is speed.
Charlie was a phenomenal guy. But let me go back to it.
We'll have to agree to disagree.
Yeah, that's totally fine. So, but where was I going with this? We were talking about influence. And then we went to universities. What topic were we on until I brought up Charlie? Rob, do you know where I was
You were
going?
saying talking to Netanyahu and the stuff.
Oh, yeah, when he talked to Netanyahu with the 7 points, and he said to him, he said, you're losing the kids. Whatever you're doing, the propaganda, you're losing the kids. So it's not working. So if you say the influence of AIPAC or whatever they're spending their money to win over Congress and all these other guys, guess what happened? I think they gave money to John Cornyn. AIPAC did. He lost. He's been there for 40 plus years. Paxton won. Yeah. So what happened with that guy winning? He was a guy that was not even supposed to win. He had issues, letters came out with his wife, all this other stuff. It wasn't a pretty thing. So I don't know if their influence, don't get me wrong. When you talk about Mary, she's putting up some real money there. I mean,
Trump's been very open about it.
She's put up some real money there.
And can I say, I don't think we're disagreeing that much. I think we're not actually disagreeing. I agree with you. I'm the first to say I'm very happy to see young people switching on this. I never thought a day would come in my lifetime where polls showed that the American public supports Palestine more than Israel, which we're now seeing from Pew and Gallup. That's an amazing change in public opinion for people like me. But what I'm trying to say to you is all of that is valueless, worthless. Why the AIPAC calculation might make sense to AIPAC is, well, who cares what public opinion say? It is short term, but if we can control, but they don't think long term.
No.
Maybe the Chinese do. The Israelis think short term.
No,
the
Israelis I'm not talking Israeli. Okay. I'm talking about those who wanted to make sure, like, whatever their belief is, whatever your belief is, folks that are not pro-Israel, right? Yes. And hey.
Yeah, they've not won hearts and minds. We agree on that.
Oh, no. I think, I go to schools and I talk to kids. First thing I ask is, who do you watch? Used to be Charlie Kirk. Who is it now? Really?
What elementary schools or middle schools is fucking Patrick Bet-David showing up to and giving lectures to? And why is he asking kids what they fucking watch? What?
What's your position with Israel? Oh, boom. I mean, it's like zero.
So PBD is going around to schools. I guess he's being invited and he's asking students what their position on Israel is after he asks them what their media diet is. What?
To anger towards Israel. So guess what that means? Whatever the propaganda was.
I wonder if this is even like a half truth or is this like a total lie?
It worked for those that are anti-Israel.
But guess what's
They
scary?
get a lot of
But guess what's scary? When the pro-Israel side hear you say that, when they see the numbers of people watching Candace Owens or Tucker Carlson or Nick Fuentes, God help us, when they hear that, they don't go, shit, we need to work harder to win hearts and minds. What they say is, we need to crack down on democracy and free speech because that's the only way we stay in power. That is why Peter Beinart, my good friend who used to be a hardcore Zionist, now a liberal.
That works anymore.
Peter makes the point that you're going to see a lot of Zionist groups in this country allying with the right. Traditionally, American Jewish groups have been pro-Democrat, liberal, but now they're allying with Trump and MAGA because they see a way of suppressing speech and joining with authoritarian forces because they can't win the argument fair and square.
I think that's a mistake.
It is a mistake.
But
that's what they're doing. Jonathan,
I understand that. But what I'm saying to you is it's very important to win over the kids. Very important to win over kids. And when I see China, Qatar putting that kind of money in schools, their long-term thinking is let's win these kids over and then let's see what happens. So I don't think Israel is winning when it comes down to winning over.
Did you see the Jerusalem Post conference in New York this week?
No.
They hosted a conference. It ties in with the Israel Day Crazy Parade. They had Ronald Lauder, the Estee Lauder guy, the billionaire, giving a speech. His son-in-law is the Federal Reserve guy, Kevin Warshie. I can't remember his name.
Is he Jewish? He's Jewish?
Ronald Lauder is a very leading figure in the American Jewish community, big supporter of Israel. He gave a speech at Jerusalem Post conference, and in that speech, he said that Mossad and Shin Bet, the Israeli intelligence, domestic and foreign intelligence, should be working hard to get American kids to support Israel, influence operations. Openly called for it in a speech. There's a clip doing that. It's insane, right? So when you're talking about this, is what I'm saying to you. It's not that they don't know what's happening, but their solutions are so bad.
It's not like all of these pro-Israel advocates don't just openly say this shit. Again, even in front of Western audiences.
We'll go back to that story.
And so authoritarian.
Israel is losing the information war.
So they get it. They agree with you and me. Yeah. But their solutions are scary as shit. They're authoritarian.
It's not going to work today, though.
I hope it doesn't work.
You know why it's not going to work? You know why it's not going to work today? Why is it not going to work? Are you with MSNBC today?
No.
Okay, where are you at?
I'm independent.
What can you talk about?
Anything I want.
Anything you want.
Yeah.
As long as you don't say something crazy that you get a strike on YouTube, you're
Yeah,
good
but
to
that's
go.
the thing, right? Look at TikTok. When Mitt Romney had Anthony Blinken on stage, do you remember that famous conversation a couple of years back? And he said, everyone's like, oh, they're going after TikTok because of China, because of China, because of China. And Mitt Romney just sits with Blinken and says, every time I go on TikTok, you see 6 times, 7 times as many pro-Palestinian posts as pro-Israel posts. We got to do something about them. Blinken's nodding. I'm like, Mitt, you're not supposed to say that out loud. You're supposed to say that in a filled room. He said it on stage, right? He made it clear that the TikTok, taken over TikTok by the Ellisons and co. was always about Israel more than it was about China. And that does worry me because you could say, oh, well, I wonder today, if God forbid the genocide restarted today at the level it did in October 2023 after the horrific massacre on October 7th, what would we see on our social media screens today? I think you'd see much less than you saw in October, November, December of 2023.
So if you, okay, fair on what could happen there. But to me, I think the independent content creators, Israel wasn't used to these guys 20 years ago. And this is a very different game. Yeah. Very different game. So they were not.
I mean, it's too much emphasis on individual content creators and just the fact that there is no way to, you know, if there was a mandate on pro-Israel voices being able to amplify their speech, their ideas in traditional modes of information and media streams, like we just live in such a different information environment that there's literally no way to reliably consolidate people's like the news that people consume to just like a few different, like we don't have just like 3 channels anymore with like fucking ABC, CBS or whatever, fucking PBS. Everybody like almost everybody in the developed country and developed world has Wi-Fi and phones and computers and access to the internet and are connected globally.
Accustomed to these guys coming on and
like
not needing any
individual influencers so much. Like that's like a side effect of it, but it's the fact that like our media ecosystem is like radically transformed in a short period of time.
And just sit in front of the computer, play video games, and talk. And nowadays, you have streamers. Streamers are influencing kids. Gamers are influencing kids. How long this is going to last, I don't know.
But look what the UK government just did. My country.
Cenk and Hasan.
Cenk and Hasan.
Yeah.
So again, that's the short-term crackdown. We can't win the
What was
argument.
reasoning, by the way? What did they say?
Anti-Israel.
But what was the specific
They didn't
thing?
give a specific as far as I'm aware.
Well, I mean, UK, you know your country.
I haven't seen the details.
Rob, can you, do you know
I know that they didn't say, look, banned for criticizing Israel. They say. I don't know what the UK government has said. But
they're saying this. You don't know if that's the position.
I don't know. I don't know the exact. But my point being, this is exactly what we just talked about, which is, again, we can't debate with Hasan Piker, the streamer, so we just prevent him from coming to speak.
You can do it here, though. This is specifically in UK.
But my point is, but they do it in reverse, right? So with the UK, you pressure the UK
government. I don't know
government.
about Cenk, but you want to pull up some of the stuff Hasan said? You want to give him feedback on what he said? Like
I give him feedback. I know Hasan very well.
Have you heard about some of this stuff?
He knows that he said some
capitalist blood on the.
He said some outrageous stuff.
He said,
he knows
is he the guy that's
a lot of stuff is quoted
happen again or something?
No, what he said. Okay, come hold on. What
Can
he
you
said.
just pull up the crazy shit he said?
No, hold on. I'm not going to.
I know you're going to defend him, but I want to know what's.
I'm not going to defend him. Actually.
Go ahead.
Well, I'm going to defend him from falsehoods. I've spoken to Hasan very bluntly and said, you've given your opponent.
9/11.
Yes. What is the context of that?
Tell me.
The context, he was talking about American foreign policy and, the quote unquote famous line about, chickens coming home to roost. It was a very provocative statement. He's apologized for that, by the way, just to be clear. Sure. But even Robert Kagan, Robert Kagan is the big neocon. Yeah. He came out recently and said, you know what? 9/11 was a result of our bad foreign policy. He just said it in a more diplomatic, Atlantic magazine friendly way.
So you're supporting him saying that, Hasan Piker?
No, he shouldn't have said it like that because America deserved 9/11 mixed sand. Those people died was worth it. No. Right. But did America bring 9/11 on itself? 100%. Our US foreign policy created Osama bin Laden, created Al-Qaeda, created all of these wars in the Middle East, created that jihad in Afghanistan. 110%. That was a blowback from US foreign policy. Every serious scholar who's looked at that admits that now. 20 years, we're coming up to 25th anniversary of 9/11. Even Robert Kagan is saying.
When do you think, Rob, can you pull up how many arrests happen in UK versus other countries on social media? I don't know if you've seen this as well.
I've seen it. It's a little bit out of context.
But when you talk about Piker, Hasan Piker, what he said, to me, you can say anything you want to say.
Oh, I was muted. I was saying like no engagement. Like PBD asks him these questions and then he gives a response, but then he just moves on to the next question. I wish Medhi would push back and ask him like, hey, wait, can you like give me some feedback as to what I just said? Like respond to what I just said.
The only thing I have a problem with is when it comes down to a threat to someone's life.
Yes.
Give your opinion. Hey, I disagree with this guy's this guy's a that. But when he gets down to that, and then
he's never threatened anyone's life.
When he said capitalist blood, let them die. Can you pull up that clip?
I don't know that clip. I need to see the full
Hasan
context.
sat right here, I'm 47, you're 46, I think we're a year apart. You're 79, right?
79.
Okay, so we're the same age. So when you sit down with a young guy like that, and we've made some major mistakes
I just
in our
told
career.
you. I talk to Hasan all the time. Don't give your opponent sticks with.
Here's the one. Watch this.
The guy is a non-violent guy. He doesn't support war or killing. He just says provocative things.
Do you have it, Robert, audio or no?
My understanding is that the property owners who have properties there choose just not to rent it at all.
Yeah, kill them. Kill those motherfuckers and murder those motherfuckers in the street. Let the streets soak in their fucking red capitalist bloods, dude.
Yeah, that's a dumb.
Good-looking guy.
That's a dumb thing to say.
Talented guy. Good speaker. Why would you say something like this?
I'm going to text Hasan after this and say, you screwed me over on the Patrick Bet-David, because I'm not going to defend that. I don't know what the context for that is. But look, even you said, let's pause.
Oh shit, I'm barely seeing this donation. I'm so sorry. Sean Pierre, thank you so much for the $10 donation. PBD runs the MLMs out of the goodness of his heart like a charity. Thank you so much for the $10.
Hasan Piker. Cenk Uygur said a lot of things that are very provocative too. Sure. Not like that, but about Israel.
And he reinvested in the business also.
The point is, to go back to my wider point, which is there's still a way
Why
for
are
them
they talking to Hasan so often? I know this. I didn't know that they were like this close.
to shut down the conversations, to censor speech critical of Israel.
Cenk is pretty loud. Cenk is everywhere.
But now he can't speak in the UK. Is my point.
Well, that's the argument for UK's dumb.
Cenk do be pretty loud though.
It's not just the UK. You don't think the US? Have you?
Not at the, bro. Pull up.
No
numbers
way.
from, stop.
Let's compare. The US is much worse.
Dude, look at this here. The number of arrests for hateful.
Spoiler, PBD answering a question with another question is the whole podcast. You can tell Medhi starts to get annoyed by the end.
Messages,
Marco Rubio locked up students in this country for their speech, for speaking. For a young woman in a hijab from Turkey wrote an article in a student paper. She said we should divest.
I don't know
from
the
Israel.
whole story. So
pull it up whatever you want.
I don't know the whole story.
The judge threw it out. He said it was a chilling free speech in this country. He had her released from prison. Multiple cases. I'm going to give you one.
Was she a U.S. citizen?
No,
was
she was a Turkish student.
She was a Turkish student here.
Legal student. Studying at Tufts.
Student here and criticized American policy.
No, she said she didn't even criticize the American government. She said my university, Tufts. Hey Tufts, we should divest from Israel. Marco Rubio locked her up.
Right here?
This is one right here.
F1.
The judge threw the case out. He said it was complete assault on free speech. In fact, a Reagan judge.
And she self-deported. She returned to Turkey.
Patrick, you don't have to trust lefties. Let me quote you a Reagan judge, a guy called William Young, appointed by Ronald Reagan. When he looked at the cases of all these students, he said Donald Trump has launched a, quote, this is his words, full-throated assault on the First Amendment. Right? Marco Rubio is deporting people like Mahmoud Khalil, who you may not be a fan of, not because they did any terrorist activity or called for the killing of anyone, but because under some random 1952 immigration law, the Secretary of State has the power to deport anyone he says is undermining U.S. foreign policy through their speech.
Can he?
Well, it's never been tested at the Supreme Court. There's one judge who
not just can he? Oh, but did he break the law? If it's legal, then it's okay.
Adjudicated on this law. You know what her name was? Guess what her name was? Judge Marion Barry Trump. Trump's sister is the only judge to ever look at the 1952 law on its merits, and she said it was unconstitutional. But it then got rejected by another court on procedural grounds. Yeah, it's never been tested. But you and I, if I just describe it to you, and I think it's insane, right? The Secretary of State should not have dictatorial powers.
I don't know the laws behind it. So
let's assume I'm right.
Sure.
Assume I'm right. You would disagree with the idea that the Secretary of State, Antony Blinken, Marco Rubio, whoever it is, has the power unilaterally to throw out people who have broken no laws because he didn't like what they said. Surely you as a free speech guy would be opposed to that.
And by the way, the way you're making it seem like is you're quick to forget what happened under Biden. You're quick.
I just said Blinken too.
Speech was
I just said Blinken's name. How can you say I'm quick to forget?
PBD does the thing when he's pretending to skim read and says gibberish. It's amazing. It's a classic PBDism.
Do you know how many?
No, hold on. How can you say I'm quick to forget? I just said
I know.
Blinken.
I'm just reminding you how many people on YouTube got strikes, videos taken down. What things we couldn't talk about. We couldn't criticize anything about vaccine,
That's
COVID.
Not true.
Do you know how many strikes I got?
You're exaggerating. You couldn't criticize anything about vaccines. I was there in the pandemic. People were criticizing vaccines.
And videos were disappearing like this. I can do easy research for you, send a report to you.
I mean, I feel like Medhi shouldn't deny this. I feel like there was, this has literally happened to Lycan, where he was doing a cooking live stream, and because there was someone in the background saying something about COVID disinformation or something like that, he got a strike just from that. This wasn't at the height of the pandemic or anything. This was after the fact. But it is deprioritized. They do actually try to curtail this sort of content on their platform now, I guess, because they think it carries too much of a liability. And I'm not saying there isn't, there aren't notable creators that were able to espouse these things and face very little repercussions. But it seemed like, from my vantage point, that if you were already a big, massive, right-wing grifter, the Eric Weinstein brothers, that kind, pushing ivermectin, YouTube wasn't really going to come for you. But if you were smaller and trying to do it, that it was going to be hard to get that off the ground if that was your starting point.
Videos were disappearing like that. People that were creating content, massive YouTubers were disappearing.
So, hold on. You've just made my point for me a minute ago. You said America's much better than the UK. Now you're saying America's dictatorial too, so we're agreeing.
No, I'm not saying America's better than UK. When it comes down to arrest, we don't arrest.
What was Robbie Sostek? I just showed you.
You want me to?
I can go through the list. Should I go through the list? Mahmoud Khalil.
Are you really going to?
I know these people.
UK versus US.
I'm going to say right now, the US is much worse than the UK.
Stop it.
And actually, by the way, the UK.
Stop it.
Hold on. The UK is really bad right now.
When's the last time somebody knocked on your door and said, Medhi, be quiet, you're talking too much?
The UK is. By the way, I don't defend the UK. The Labour government in the UK passed a law that criminalised Palestine Action. You heard of this group, Palestine Action?
No.
It's a group that went and threw paint on some. It broke into a military base and threw paint, and they got into assaulted a police officer. I can't remember what the charges were, but they were classified as a terrorist group alongside ISIS and some far-right white supremacist groups. Insane. There's no intelligence for this. They rammed it through Parliament, got it voted on, and then they started rounding up people. I don't know if you've seen the videos. Every weekend for the last few months in the UK, people are protesting against the genocide. Little old ladies, a guy in a wheelchair, vicars, priests, grabbed by 2 police officers, arrested, you're a terrorist, because they said Palestine action. You can't say Palestine action. So I'm not going to defend the British government. They're deeply repressive right now. But funnily enough, Elon Musk never talks about cases like that. He always brings up the cases about
Tommy Robinson.
all of that stuff.
I'm sure you're a big fan of Tommy.
Oh yeah, and he's a big fan of mine. But the biggest threat right now, there's no more repressive law than this law they did to basically, if you go out and say Palestine action, you say the 2 words. If I go to the UK tomorrow and say Palestine action, I will be arrested.
So what do you think about what happened to Henry Nowak?
Who's Henry Nowak?
Henry, you don't know who Henry Nowak is?
I will if you remind me.
Can you pull it up, Rob? Henry Nowak. This is the guy in Southampton, England, last year, December 3rd, 2025. 18-year-old kid is going home, murdered by Vikram Digwa.
Oh my
the
God.
video just came out. The Vikram guy.
I'm curious to see. It seems like their version of the like Irunia Zarutsky. I can't think of her name. That Ukrainian woman that was stabbed to death by like a homeless person on a train or something like that in Charlotte, or like somewhere in the United States when around the time that like Charlie Kirk was killed. Like how is he going to respond to this like horrifying anecdote that doesn't give you any insight into anything ever because it's just a low probability event?
Stabs Henry Nowak. That's the problem. Media is not even talking about this. Stabs Henry Nowak. I don't know how many times. Cut and stabbed Nowak a total of 5 times with a knife. When police arrived, Digwa accused Nowak of assault, and officers handcuffed Nowak. He died shortly after being handcuffed. The video came out, I think, yesterday, Rob, if you want to pull it up. And it showed the guy can't breathe. He's having a hard time breathing. He's telling the cops, I can't breathe. I can't breathe. I can't breathe. All of a sudden, he dies. And they said, no, you said some racist comments. Rob, I sent the video to you in the notes if you go to it. So,
okay. So what's the point of that?
But I'm going to tell you what's the point. No.
It's horrible.
No, but because the cops sided with Digwa.
Okay, puts him on the offense. Okay.
They said Digwa told them that he made racist
I'm
comments.
sorry, put him on the defense because now he's actually going to have to fucking explain why should you care about this?
And went to it. So,
okay. So what's the point of that?
But I'm going to tell you what's the point. No.
It's horrible.
No, but because the cops sided with Digwa, they said Digwa told them that he made racist comments.
Soy Pill, thank you so much for the $5 super chat. Don't let Medhi distract you from the fact that PBD stands for Peanut Butter David. Boo. Can we get some tomato emojis in chat for this fucking guy?
And with the guy saying, I was stabbed by these guys, he's running.
It's not Peanut Butter David. It's obviously Paul Bet Davidson.
Away, they caught him. The guy had an 8-inch knife, the typical, the Sikh, what do you call it, ceremonial knife that they have. You know which one I'm talking about.
Yes, which now
he gets stabbed.
Now they want to ban.
Can you?
I did see British politicians say they want to ban it, and I didn't realize the context. This is the context.
And this is the context. And they said they wanted to ban it. Keir Starmer came out today and said, no, we're not going to ban it. But you know what you can't have in England? You know what you can't have in England? You can't even have pepper spray. Pepper spray has not been legal since 68, but they can have that knife. How that makes any sense? So for me, you and I can cherry pick stories.
Wait, what? That's like... I don't understand why that's a hard thing for him to wrap his head around. Like, yeah, some weapons in certain countries are restricted and others aren't. You can have AK-47s here, but you can't have, like, bulletproof vests. Yep.
On both sides to create rage on why this or that, but the stats are the stats. So when you're saying that story about America and UK, you hear a story like this, where's the rage with this? Where's the outrage
That's not even a free speech story. We were talking about free speech. You brought up stats about social media arrests, and I'm saying to you right now in the US, you can be arrested by this government, detained for a year without charge, because you said something the government doesn't like about Israel, by the way, about a foreign country. It's not even about the American government.
Yeah.
You're not even criticizing the American government. You're criticizing a foreign government.
I'm going to go look it up, and I'll give you my response to you personally.
Look up,
myself.
have them on your show. Have Mohsen Madawi on your show. Have Badr Khan Suri, who's in court right now, on your show, Georgetown student. These guys were picked up off the streets by unmasked men, unmarked
these
cars.
People love America.
Yes.
They
Why
love America. I don't know. Are they planning on staying here or going back home?
Mahmoud Khalil is married. He has a kid. He had a kid while he was in prison. Donald Trump, the Family Values Party, the Republican Party, didn't let this guy be with his wife when she gave birth, didn't let him hold his baby.
What do you say about Henry Nowak, what I just showed you?
I think that's horrific.
That's you.
I think that's horrific.
But
no engagement. Just like, any thoughts on Mahmoud Khalil having to like miss the birth of his child? But what about this other thing?
I don't know the details, but obviously the police got it wrong.
This is the part that kind of, so you represented the media on the left, okay? So Rob, can you go back to that story, that New York Times, if you search the 2 different words, of George Floyd versus what happened with Novak. You just had it up right now a minute ago.
Come on, you're gonna do this?
No,
the media is.
But wait a minute. This is New York Times. Go to the first one.
I'm not a fan of the news.
You type in Henry Nowak. How many names? Results 19. Go to the next one, Rob. George Floyd 63.97. There is no incentive to tell this story because it doesn't go with the narrative.
So I disagree with you. I grew up in the UK. Right-wing media has been telling these stories all my life. All I've seen is black people and Muslim people on the front pages. Have you looked at the front pages of the Daily Mail, the Daily Express? What do you mean the UK is being destroyed?
You think UK is doing good?
Yeah, I mean, no, but not for the reasons you think.
Why do you think
Again, asks him, what do you mean that the UK is being destroyed? PBD's only response, what, you think it's good?
UK is not doing good.
I think economically it's doing very badly. It had very bad leadership for the last 15 years. The conservative government that came in 2010 did an austerity program after the financial crisis.
You put it on Cameron.
David Cameron and George Osborne did an austerity program that basically gutted the British state, gutted our competitiveness, didn't cut the deficits, actually ruined our fiscal credibility, downgraded our credit rating, destroyed our growth over the course of a decade, undermined our health service.
Do you put anything tied to immigration to that?
No.
None.
Immigration's been a boost for the British economy. In fact, cutting immigration's bad. Look at Brexit. Brexit's been a disaster for the British economy. Do you know how many people in Britain want to rejoin the EU? A majority. Pull that up. The majority of Britons want to go back into the EU. Why do you think that is? Why do you think that is, Pat?
Do you think?
Why do you think Britons want to go back into the EU?
You
just said Britain's being destroyed.
But have you looked at
Will PBD ever answer a fucking question throughout this thing? Holy shit.
Crime numbers, what's going on in UK?
Crime is very low.
Have you looked at
crime
what's going on?
Crime is very low, Patrick.
So let me ask you.
Do you know what the crime rate in London is?
Did you see the tweet that came out?
You're not a fan of Sadiq Khan. You're not a fan of my good friend Sadiq Khan, are you?
What EU did, you saw the tweet that came out, what EU was saying they're doing, that they want to find a way to get rid of illegal immigrants?
Okay, you're jumping around, Patrick. Britain is not in the EU. We're talking about Britain. You just said Britain's being destroyed, which is nonsense. And then you said crime rate. Have you looked at the London crime rates? Last year, London had its lowest per capita murder rate since records began. Had the lowest volume of homicides for 30 years under Sadiq Khan, third-term mayor, who people in America, Elon Musk, Donald Trump get very worked up about. I don't know if you guys get worked up about him. Been a very successful mayor, and crime has come down by record numbers. Violent crime and murder.
When you're looking at EU, do you know which country in the EU has the lowest rape rate?
Talk about the UK, Patrick.
Stay with UK. Stay with
the UK's not in the EU anymore.
To me, I'll put them somewhat together in the same area.
They left 10 years ago.
By the way, so you're saying immigration coming from all these countries has been a successful project for the EU?
What's your definition of success?
Many different ways.
Economically, the EU desperately needs migrants. Have you seen the age rate? Pull up the demographic.
Okay, so
it's a dying continent with a very low birth rate, as Elon Musk likes to point out.
So when you think
they got no one there to work, to pay taxes, to look after the elderly, to run their health services, etc.
Maybe the one argument I'll go to see what you'll say about this. Do you think the West, when it comes down to West, Muslims can coexist with the West?
When it comes to West?
What you'll say about this. Do you think the West, when it comes down to West,
Muslims
can coexist with the West? I'm curious.
We went from Britain's being destroyed to London crime to EU to Muslims.
I'm curious.
Okay, we got to.
Tell me where you are with this. Do you think they can
I'm Muslim.
coexist?
What do you think?
Do you think they can coexist?
Do you think I can coexist with
I think you can coexist.
Why me?
Educated. You're a worker. You're now a capitalist. You're contributing.
Like makes this incredibly racist statement. Intimates that he's just asking questions, right? Do you think that the billions of Muslims on this planet can coexist as they have been with other ethnicities and nationalities and races and religions, whatever the fucking question is? And he's like, yeah, of course. And like, I did. He's like, well, you're different, but why?
You're creating jobs. I would say you're net positive.
Do you not think most Muslims do that?
I don't think depending on where they're coming from, they don't, because if their countries did a good job, why would they leave it?
War that we caused?
War that who caused?
That we caused.
So they're leaving because of us.
Well, you know the big controversy in the UK over the boats, the small boats coming across the channel. Do you know what the top 3 nationalities are in those boats?
Tell me.
Iran, number 1.
Okay.
Afghanistan, number 2. Iraq, number 3. Now, Iran is a current war. Let's park Iran. But are you telling me we're not responsible for the mess in Afghanistan and Iraq? Come on.
When you look at this, let me show you this. Rob, can you pull this up? When it comes down to, let me see which one I got here.
I love Rob bringing up these. No, I love he brings this up.
I know you like numbers.
No, I love it. I love being proved right as well. It's per capita. For my ego.
No, per capita. Per capita. When you look at the countries, Rob, I think you got it. Gulf states, how they perform per capita versus some of the other Muslim nations. Okay. Look at this one here.
Because they got oil and gas.
You think it's only oil and gas that's causing them? You don't think?
Did you know what these countries were like in the 60s and 70s?
Iran has plenty of oil.
Yeah.
How come they're not in here?
Maybe
Iraq has got oil.
Can I answer your question?
But this has been going on for a minute. This is not a one-year thing.
Can I answer your question?
Sure.
Why do you think Iran's not doing well economically? Should I go through the list?
You're going to say it's sanctions. You're going to say it's America. Sanctions. You're going to say it's America's fault.
You're going to say it's the coup. I bet you're going to bring up that thing that was really destabilizing, right?
It's America's fault.
So how come?
But partly, hold on. How much? Okay, you left Iran during the Iran-Iraq war, right? Is that
I left Iran after Khomeini died. 6 weeks after Khomeini died.
Okay, so Iran-Iraq was done by
Khomeini.
So Iran-Iraq was
1589.
So Iran-Iraq was done. Iran-Iraq was 1980 to 1988.
Yes.
$600 billion of damage done.
Just ignores him and moves along. I mean, that's literally the only way that PBD can even begin to maintain his dignity here, because he doesn't have a response to what Mehdi's saying.
Iranian infrastructure, the economy, the cost of that war. That was a war that Saddam Hussein.
Oh, you put it on Saddam.
Whose fault do you think it is? Who invaded who?
So, by the way,
hold on, Patrick, come on.
You don't at all put that on IRGC?
No, I put it on
You don't put it on Islamic Revolutionary Guard?
I put it on the country that invades the other country. That's how the world works. I blame Russia for the Ukraine war.
Why
they
do they have a hard
Ukraine.
time getting along with other people?
Why did Saddam Hussein? Are you pro-Saddam?
No. Why does Iran have a hard time getting along with other people?
That was what I said. I said there was an Iran-Iraq war. You said, is America to blame? I said, yes, we backed Saddam Hussein. Did we not back Saddam Hussein? Did Donald Rumsfeld not fly and hug? You can pick up Rob can bring up a video of Donald Rumsfeld hugging Saddam Hussein in 1983 in Baghdad. Were we not supporting the Iraqi invasion of Iran that cost Iran 1 million lives, $600 billion of infrastructure damage.
Being this openly racist is very rich, coming from a guy who looks like he crossed the United States border on a flying carpet. It's not lost on him if you've ever seen his Jubilee. He very, very briefly started to talk about his own sort of personal experience. So I thought with, awareness of the way that he is perceived in the United States. And he was like, look at me. I'm huge. I got a big nose. But then he was saying it like he was physically intimidating. I thought for 2 seconds, maybe PBD was self-aware of the fact that this country is not, we still struggle with fucking racism. He totally buys into the American mythos of the American dream and meritocracy and anybody can make it here. I mean, it's worked for him, right? But he has zero awareness of race relations. He's a very vulgar understanding of it, if he has one at all. And since he's Iranian Christian, he always emphasizes that first. And I mean, it's gotten him this far, so.
You're saying that didn't play any role.
And Mosby, thank you so much for gifting 5 tier 1 subs to my community. I really fucking appreciate it.
In Iran's economic future.
Why don't they?
You're not answering my question.
No, but you don't understand what I'm saying. No, but Mehdi, let me ask you.
You want me to acknowledge that?
No, but look, let's give credit to, for instance, when Mamdani goes to the White House, you and I both gave credit to both of them for being diplomatic.
Okay.
Right?
Yeah.
Do you think Iranian leadership with the IRGC is diplomatic?
No. They've been horrific in their leadership. I think they've given their opponents a stick with which to beat them. I was a big critic of Ahmadinejad back in the day. He said dumb things.
So do you think Khomeini was good for Iran?
Do I think Khomeini was good?
Do you think Khomeini was good for Iran?
No, in hindsight, of course not. If you look at the record,
so then we're on the same. What I'm trying to do is,
I've said this before. I went on Piers Morgan's show. Just to be clear, for people who don't know, I'm Shia. Right? I'm a Shia.
I know you're Shia,
which is the majority religion in Iran.
Sure.
Right. So I do, but there are 2 types of Shias. This is a very crude. I'm trying to explain to your audience. Religiously, theologically, politically, there's 2 types of Shias. There are those who believe in what's called Vilayat al-Faqih, WF. They believe that Khomeini, this was a political theory, some say a religious theory, pushed by Ayatollah Khomeini, that said that the clerics, the Ayatollahs.
And Ogre Boy, thank you so much for the 5 tier 1 subs that you've gifted to my community. I really fucking appreciate it.
The mullahs, whatever you want to call them, they should rule. Power should be with them. That is the model that Iran has followed. There is another school of thought that comes out of Iraq, mainly out of a city called Najaf, and Ayatollah called Sistani, who is the leading Shia Ayatollah in Iraq today. And they say, no, we are all for religion. We're all, we want everyone to practice Islam, Shia Islam, but we're not going to rule. After the American toppled Saddam, Ayatollah Sistani did not do a Khomeini. He did not say, I'm going to become supreme leader of Iraq. He said, have elections, democracy, vote. I'm going to stay in my house and I'm going to give you advice, religious advice when you need it. I follow the Ayatollah Sistani view of the world, crudely put. Sure. I don't follow the Ayatollah Khomeini view of the world. So when you say to me, was he good for Iran? As a governmental system, no, I don't support the governing system of Iran the way it is. But you're changing the subject. You're avoiding you are.
I'm not.
There was an 8-year war. We were talking about Iran's economy.
I lived there. Trust me, I lived there. I witnessed it.
I understand.
You should entertain the idea of living in a Muslim majority country, see what it's like.
I understand.
Oh
you're jumping around.
I'm not.
You were talking about the economy.
Iraq, Iran. I'll let you finish your thought, and then I'll
literally saying to a Muslim man who is explaining to you his worldview and thoughts on how his religion intersects with his political beliefs and what he personally is like. Imagine if you lived in a Muslim majority country, dude. That's like saying if he said to PBD, could you imagine living in a Christian majority country? PBD, no shit, he's gonna be fine with it.
I'll go back to my question that I had.
So
go ahead, finish your thought.
Finish my thought. Well, it's a thought that requires a response from you, which is if there's an 8-year war that Iraq started and we supported, that cost $600 billion to Iran, that took out 1 million members of their population, and then was followed by crazy sanctions, are you telling me then that it's fair to compare that economy with
I forgot that's where this started.
Abu Dhabi? Are you seriously telling me that's a fair
Can you go back to that chart again, Rob, for me? So you just defended Iraq, right? That we backed up Iraq.
Yes.
That went against Iran.
Yeah.
How come they're not on the top GDP per capita on this list?
Oh my
do you know what happened to Iraq after the Iran-Iraq war?
So now you have another reason. It's America's fault again.
I mean, do you study history, Patrick? Do you know what happened in 1991? We did a Gulf. The Gulf Saddam idiotically invaded Kuwait.
Language.
PBD, a beautiful mind. PBD is.
For you to say so on one end.
Wow.
On one end, you're saying this. On the other end, no, it's because
you're comparing countries. You're showing me a graph comparing countries that have never been bombed, invaded, and occupied with countries.
Medhi makes an astute, succinct, gives a comprehensive response to his question. PBD is looking at his little chart, and he's like, "But this doesn't reaffirm what I just said, dude."
Countries that have been bombed,
it's like completely stupid, unrelated metric to try to analyze this complex geopolitical situation and history of this region.
Occupied, and then you say, why is the GDP per capita higher in one, not the other? That's an insane comparison.
Why have they made so much progress? Why? They're Muslim majority.
Yeah.
Okay, why have they made so much progress?
I mean,
and by the way, at this point, just so you know, the argument is now not about Muslim.
I know it's not.
I know, but the argument is why are some winning, some are not?
And I explained war plays a big role in this.
Well, Medhi, a part of it
I just pointed out to you the 3 biggest refugee groups on the boats going into England are Iran, Iraq, Afghanistan.
Sure. Yeah.
Coincidence? No, those are war-torn countries.
I'm not disputing that. What I'm trying to tell you is even with that, if you sit here and say every single time everything is America's fault, what responsibility do they take? Do they take any responsibility?
No,
They're not making the right decision for the people.
Just to be clear,
he literally never said that.
I know. Rob does screenshots, but
like
people.
These people are incapable of hearing any criticism of U.S. foreign policy or involvement in these regions, contextualizing and explaining how that region got to where it is today, why there's strained relationships that exist between the Gulf nations and like our nation, and they think that literally just bringing up the historical record, the objective fact pattern, as it were, is you be like, oh, so it's America's fault.
On watching on YouTube can rewind. Never did I say it's all America's fault. I've never said that. I'm very. Have you read? You said you've read my stuff. You've seen my stuff.
I've seen your
I'm
stuff.
very critical of Muslim majority countries. I am very critical of the Iranian government. I'm very critical of the Saudi government. I'm very critical of the Emirati
What do you
government.
think they can do?
I do a show for Al Jazeera, and I grilled the Qatari foreign minister on that show about the lack of democracy.
Dude, I've seen your
I'm
stuff.
critical of
I know.
Arab
I've seen
governments, Muslim government, Pakistan.
Do you think the Middle East is a safer place with IRGC in charge of running America, or somebody like a Pezeshkian, more to moderates?
Of course, I'm more of a moderate. I would like to see. And again, who undermined the moderates in Iran? Sorry, it's going to be the answer.
I agree.
Like. United States of America.
No, I disagree.
The United States of America.
No, I disagree. I don't think that's the case. Israel.
Oh well.
No, I don't.
Our proxy then.
No, but listen to you were not expecting my answer.
No, because I don't accept this fake split between U.S. and Israel.
But this is not it. But let me tell you what's I do, because what I see going on right now is
Dude,
I see
Israel's like a military base for us. There is no split.
Israel. In a way, I actually like what's taking place. Let me explain to why I like what's taking place. A part of what's going on right now is the world is able to see Bibi's motive versus Trump's motive. Like, you remember that one time when the Trump and Bibi are on stage speaking, and he's saying, yeah, we're thinking about taking over Gaza, and we're going to build a hotel here. And then you see Bibi goes like, wait, what? You never told me that. He kind of, I don't know if you remember that session or not.
Okay. The West Bank equivalent.
So a part of it for me, I like that this is happening because I prefer this to be in the public's eye. I prefer for Trump to show, hey, listen, if I want to go become a prime minister of Israel, I would do it. You're there just because of me. I like him saying that publicly.
All right.
I like that is taking place. But to me, who wants IRGC to be gone?
So a couple of things. On the Trump point, I agree it's better these things happen in public, and there is a weird upside to Trump having such a big mouth and saying crazy shit all the time. There is a pro to that. I get.
And Dorito31, thank you so much for subscribing. At Tier 1, you've been subscribed for 4 months. Good to see you streaming again. You got me hooked on PBD lately for the laughs and intro music, but my BF hates it only because Vinny triggers him. Are you serious? Like, Vinny's like the best part sometimes. But I'm so glad I put you onto PBD. It is unintentionally the most hilarious podcast that exists on the fucking internet right now.
That. But let's not forget, Patrick, you saw the New York Times big piece where we discovered from Maggie Haberman and Jonathan Swan that Benjamin Netanyahu went to the Situation Room and made the case to Trump with Mossad joining via Zoom or whatever it was, and he persuaded Trump that this will be a walk in the park, cakewalk, all of that shit. That happened in private.
What's your percentage that happened?
That happened in private.
What's your percentage?
High percentage.
Give me a number, 80%?
80%.
I'm 50-50 that happened.
Okay. You think Trump did it on his own without Netanyahu?
No. I said I'm 50-50, meaning I believe there's a 50% chance because...
but you don't deny that behind the scenes, the Israelis are putting pressure on the U.S.
Of course I know.
Okay. So then to come back to your broader
I don't think he's Bush. I don't think he's Obama. I don't think he's Biden. I don't think he's those guys.
In many ways, he's worse.
No. I don't think
he doesn't have any independent views.
The one thing I know with you, Medhi,
I mean, like, the way that Trump departs from these former presidents is that he has, like, less restraint, even less, like, he's more of a fucking idiot, more impulsive, more willing to go along and be sold and, like, wooed by all of these different heads of states because of his personal financial entanglements.
Is the fact that no matter what he does, he's not going to get victory from you. We have to put those two.
Again, you can go back on YouTube, rewind an hour. I said if he restrains Netanyahu in Gaza and Lebanon.
You said
if. He won't. I know he won't.
Oh, I understand. But have you ever given him any credit for anything he's done? When we set out to create a shoe that blends comfort, function,
we're watching this ad,
and luxury.
These are the like $600 shoes.
We had the choice to make it fast. We had the choice to make it cheap. We chose neither. Instead, we chose Tuscany, Italy. We chose true Italian craftsmanship, each pair touched by 50 skilled hands. We chose patience, spending 2 years perfecting every detail, and we chose the finest quality at every step. Introducing the Future Looks Bright collection. Not rushed, not disposable, not ordinary. Rather, intentional, luxurious, timeless.
I do not need PBD shoes. See, Mike Brongus, I bet you typed that up before you'd gotten to the end of this ad. Now what do you think? Now you need them.
In the first term, I wrote a piece for The Intercept.
Why would you ever advertise that they were designed in Florida? Designed in Florida, 100% made in Italy. FLB, future looks bright, baby. Gonna pay fucking $600 for these shoes that you could pay. Like, again, you don't have to pay that much for leather.
In the first term, I wrote a piece for The Intercept. I got a lot of shit for it because I said, credit where credit's due, he's going to withdraw from Afghanistan. Remember, he laid out that timeline that Biden then got attacked for following. It was a Trump timeline to pull out of Afghanistan.
He did it. The Biden, the way
Trump
he
would
did
have done it better. Come on. It was always going to be a disaster.
Aaron, do you think Trump gets manipulated by Bibi? I think Donald Trump would literally gets manipulated by a McDonald's employee if he were to ever interact with them.
No matter how you pull out of Afghanistan.
There was many military personnel said there was better ways to leave.
I don't agree on that. But
many military.
Can I come back to your wider point?
Tell me.
Oh my God, he's showing me. I need to take a shower now. Bravo, Donald Trump is the headline. Rob's too fast. All right, so let me come back to the wider point. Forget Trump.
I always knew. I introduced him properly at the beginning. Big MAGA supporter.
That's 2020, 6 years ago. We all grow, evolve, learn from our mistakes. So the broader point about America and Israel, Iran, to go back to your IRGC point, forget Trump for a moment. Let's just take US foreign policy as a whole. When you say it's Israel, I don't accept that. I think this new thing on the right where you say, Tucker Carlson, Joe Kent, all this line, which is like, America's good, it's bad Israel, making good America. I'm not saying you did, but I'm saying others, it's becoming a very consensus view, which is America's really good, and then evil Israel comes along and makes good America do bad things.
No.
We need to take agency and responsibility. We are the superpower. And when Israel's murdering Iranian nuclear scientists or murdering Iranian diplomats who might do a deal with them, we have to take ownership for that. They don't do that without an American green light. They didn't kill Khamenei without an American green light. They don't do shit without an American green light. So I don't buy this idea that Israel is some rogue force, going back to the Barack Ravid point about there's all these splits between the president and the prime minister. 9 times out of 10, America and Israel are on the same page. 1 time out of 10, they're on a different page.
Yeah, so
we had moderate presidents in Iran. They got screwed over. Khatami, Rouhani. They got screwed over by Western governments that wouldn't do a nuclear deal.
Israel went out and killed the 50 guys. We could have worked together, whatever. They kept, and Trump kept saying, everybody we're negotiating with, they're killing them. Who's they? Who's he saying
And you
they?
think Israel can do that if Trump wanted them to stop? Come on.
No. What I'm saying to you is Israel, when they get their intel and they want to take somebody out, you remember the pagers. They got very good intel. They don't have a problem going and doing what they're doing. I understand Israel's motive.
So do I.
I understand Israel's motive.
But I'm saying they get a green light from the U.S.
I don't think as much under him as others. I do think they're an ally for the Middle East. And I'm not, like, you're a business guy now, you're a capitalist. So one of the things you'll experience, because you're a capitalist, there's nothing wrong. You should be proud of it. You should be, look at the smile on your face. You're making more money than ever before.
It's a good line. It's a good line. It's a good line.
Are you making more money or less money right now?
I'm making more money.
That's good. There's nothing wrong. We should be proud of it.
Did I say that? That's not my definition of
capitalism. But here's where I'm going with this. In the last couple of years,
Medhi does seem uncomfortable when he brings up this point that he was inevitably going to bring up, that, like, again, if you call yourself a fucking socialist left. What does Mehdi Hasan even identify as? Does he call himself a socialist? Does he say he's like a sock dem or a dem sock or any of that? I just know he's like a progressive. And PBD just can't help but do the, you live like a capitalist every day or whatever.
Years since you've been private, how many opportunities have you had to do deals with people?
Many.
When you're on the call, do you know their motives?
No.
Their motives are typically beneficial to who?
Themselves.
Is that something that you and I would be surprised with? No. Why are you here today? Why do I have you on today? It's going to be a good show for us. Why are you on?
The longest way to say, yes, people are self-interested. What is the point?
Here today. You don't live down the street. You came. There's a motive.
Yes.
Both of us have a motive, so both of us are winning from this exchange that we have. Okay.
Understood.
In that sense, the way they...
He's wrong. We are actually the winners by getting to witness this meeting of the minds for free on YouTube.
Negotiate, then it goes to who's the better negotiator, then it goes to who gave up more, then it goes to all the other stuff that you got to go through, and you got to make adjustments.
Well, Trump is a horrible negotiator, and as Benjamin Netanyahu said, these are Benjamin Netanyahu's words, for 40 years, I've dreamt of attacking Iran. He's the only president who would listen to me. Those are Netanyahu's words. I'm paraphrasing.
40 years, Trump
Every president said no.
87.
Like the New York Times reported that he was in the fucking sitting across from Trump when he decided to take the United States to this war of choice with Iran. It's like the Situation Room.
Would go and take over Carrick Island. He said that in 85. You make it seem like this guy's not an independent thinker.
Well, he's not independent.
Trump said that in 85.
Hold on. He also said, none of us knew they would hit the Strait of Hormuz. None of us knew they would hit the Gulf countries. You idiot. Everyone knew this.
You can't give him credit that he said this 4 years ago.
Yeah, I don't know how he got that one thing consistent.
Oh, yeah, I don't know how this one thing he did. I don't know how he came back and won
Patrick, you keep asking me to give him credit.
Yeah.
The Iran war, you praised them on day one of the Iran war. Would you accept today it's been an absolute disaster because Donald Trump is not a war leader? He doesn't understand foreign policy. He doesn't understand what he just said this week. I'm bored. You know what he said this week? I'm bored of all this.
Mehdi.
It took a while for Medhi to flip this on him because very early on, Patrick was like, what would it take for you to praise or give Trump credit for something? Even though there's literally examples of Medhi doing that. They just showed the article where he praised Donald Trump for like committing to the withdrawal for Afghanistan, even if Biden was the one that followed through with it. But now it's PBD's turn to actually criticize Trump. He's not going to fucking do it. This is basically like Trump state media.
Like a child.
Mehdi, let me tell you what it is. I have a local doctor I want you to go see. He specializes in TDS.
My God.
And I think you would work very well with him. Over a 6-month period, he'll be able to get rid of your TDS.
I thought for a second it was like a genuine recommendation. He's fucking around.
Guy who's a psychologist, and he deals with cult members.
Yep.
And I think he'll do well with you guys who can't get out of the Trump cult.
See the difference?
I asked you, I gave you an opportunity.
It's passive aggressive jiu-jitsu, man.
Criticize Trump on Iran. You can't do it.
I will.
It's been a disaster.
Can I tell you?
Please.
The difference between you and I is I will sit there and I'll give credit and I'll criticize.
I'll give him credit. What should I give him credit
I am more supportive of him than you are.
What should I give him
Because the longer you're a capitalist.
He's like barely criticized him even when he made that post of him as like depicting himself as Jesus Christ. He was like, not a fan of that. Or like, Yeah, he even went after the Pope.
You're gonna want somebody that's pro-capitalism.
The economy is horrific under him.
Because
my business is doing badly because of him.
It's
because of the war. Who started the war? He did.
I take ownership that he started the war.
So when you say give him credit,
can I finish? You're gonna allow me to finish my thought,
please?
Did you give him credit with Venezuela?
No, of course not. Illegal action.
So that's also no.
He broke international law.
Wow, you didn't even give him credit when he deposed what we understand to be the illegitimate leader and head of state of Venezuela? What? Why would you think Medhi would be on board with that?
American law, the Constitution.
So that's a no for you as well.
He killed a grandmother.
Let me ask you a question.
And he brought
so you don't even support Donald Trump unilaterally taking military action and invading another country? Crazy.
And a court case that he might lose.
If they take over Cuba, would that be a victory in your eyes? So give it already criticism up front.
You think I'm supporting? You want me to come here to Florida and support imperialism? You support imperialism.
So
you support just invading other countries.
So you go back. You go.
They take it back, Medhi. Don't use $100 words, okay? When a $3 word will suffice. Do not even try to use the word imperialism in any conversation that's related to anyone in the Valuetainment Network, let alone PBD himself. Just say invading another nation.
No. How the hell do you think America got so big? What do you think they did? It was an expansionist James Polk ideology of let's go out and buy all these other places.
Was there international law, the UN Charter, the Geneva Conventions at the time?
But you're sitting here complaining about something like this where you're living in a country. It's because of the byproduct of the visionaries previous to us that they made it what it is today. Why do you feel so safe here?
Bizarre argument.
Why do you feel so safe
here? Because we once got Alaska, we should go
here?
conquer Cuba.
No, that's not what I'm telling you.
Sounds like it.
If they're expanding, I don't mind an expansionist president.
You like imperialism? How are you different to the IRGC?
I don't mind an expansion.
How are you different to the IRGC? Everyone says
Islamic Revolutionary Guard. Everything is above. God tells them what to do, and God death upon America.
They're accused of being expansionist.
Where God tells them, like he didn't even say where Allah tells them what to do, just where God tells them what to do. So it's like, yeah, but you've shown no indication, PBD, that you're really against like theocracy. Like if it were a Christian theocracy, you'd probably be just fine with a lot of what they're fucking doing. Let's be real. And he wants, or like the MAGA movement is pro Christian nationalism, is pro merging and sort of breaking down the barriers that exist, like the separation of church and state. So him saying that like is such a weird way to approach this.
They're trying to take over the Middle East. That's the big allegation that the Gulf states make against Iran. And yet
no, of course not. They're theocratic. You'd be fine with it if it were Christian.
Sitting here saying, but we should take over the Western Hemisphere.
By the way, do you know what I would actually say?
I'm not imperialist.
Let me ask you a question. You got how many subscribers do you have with your channel right now that are paying you?
On Substack?
On Substack.
I'm not going to say that number.
Let's say it's 100,000 people.
Okay,
there you go.
It's not, sadly.
Okay, but let's just say you have 50 to 100,000 people. You're
Medhi not being transparent with that? Why?
doing well. You're making good money.
I do think it's sus when people like won't be transparent with stuff like that. I don't get it.
Okay. Have you taken any viewership from anybody else?
What do you mean?
Are people watching you that used to watch somebody else on YouTube? What an expansionist you are. What a shameful expansionist capitalist.
Oh my God, this literally. Let's run that back one more time. How fucking stupid this like gotcha is.
Have you taken any viewership from anybody else?
What do you mean?
Are people watching you that used to watch somebody else on YouTube? What an expansionist you are. What a shameful expansionist capitalist.
I've been with you for 1 hour 20 minutes.
Got him.
This guy's expanding his YouTube channel, but God forbid anybody else does it.
I've waited 1 hour 20 minutes for you to say the dumbest thing with respect.
He's cracking himself up, man.
Patrick, that is
I've
not an analogy.
Every time
that
you
is
say the dumbest things is when you get cornered. What do you mean you're expanding?
That is the worst
you're
analogy.
Expanding.
Did I go into the New York Times? Hold on. Let's
you're
take your
expanding.
analogy. Did I walk into the New York Times and abduct the editor-in-chief of the New York Times, put a bag over his head,
do you have any
and take
employees?
him out in order to undermine the New York Times?
Do you have any employees?
Yes.
How many of them came volunteer? How many of them did you recruit and hire away from another company?
How many of them did I get with a gun and a special forces team? You're making a ridiculous analogy.
Oh my
you
goodness.
expand as a business. That's the same as illegally occupied.
Yeah, like to have to actually even point this out is just insane. Like if this were literally anybody else and not Mehdi Hasan, who's like again like a debate pervert, willing to go there and actually point out the absurd things that he's saying. Anyone else doing this with Patrick Bet-David would be like, okay, we're done here. Like, what more? You're an idiot.
People's land.
What la la land are you living in? Like, what do you think happened to this
world of law?
What do you think happened to this
world?
You
do realize the problem that the MAGA folks have when they say this is you lose any credibility to criticize anyone else. You can't criticize Iran then. You can't criticize.
Are you not fucking losing wrinkles in your brain right now? I am. I mean, anytime I'm valuetained, okay, it's just like you can never say for sure what the side effects are going to be, but that might be the one for this particular episode tonight.
And I don't.
You don't criticize Hamas?
No, I don't criticize. If you're able to expand.
So if Hamas goes into Israel, you're for that?
It's not about if I'm for that or not. If you're able to successfully do it, that's your vision. I know I have to defend against it. What do you think companies do?
So just might makes, he doesn't want to say might makes right. So he'll just say might makes and just let you do the rest of the, fill in the blanks from there.
How do you think companies work? What do you think companies are supposed to do?
I think it's insane that you're comparing business expansion to us going around the world
we have military?
killing people.
Mehdi, why do you think we have military?
To
For what?
defend ourselves.
Against what?
Threats.
Against
but
another
you
one
want to be the
expand.
threat.
I'm not saying that.
You think Cuba's trying to expand right now?
No. You think
I'm not saying that after defending these illegal invasions.
Cuba's trying to expand. Where are they expanding to? Miami?
No.
You've been living in Miami too long.
By the way,
I think you've been drinking too much Miami water.
I actually rarely go to Miami. Maybe that's their fault. Maybe that's their fault.
What's their fault?
Maybe their ideology, communism, created a poor country and their people want something better.
But that doesn't give us the right to go and take over the country.
How do you think all this stuff happened in history?
Okay, lots of things happened in history that weren't right.
Yeah, but guess what?
This is 2026.
Dude, you understand. You've taken market share from other people. Your viewers were somebody else's viewers that came to you.
So you support...
to you.
And which is basically the same as illegally invading a sovereign nation and killing civilians.
You want just to be clear, you want some kind of law of the jungle where might is right, power.
What do you think the law is?
You're fine.
What do you think
I
the law
notice you don't
is?
answer any question.
No.
It's a very simple question. Yes or no? Do you support a law of the jungle where might is right?
Do you believe in non-compete?
You can't answer a question with a question. You have to answer the question. Do you support a might is right view?
Well, it finally happened. Does Pbd finally have to answer a question?
Where law of the jungle. Whoever's powerful gets to do what they want.
I'm trying to find... No. I'll answer it for you. I'm trying to find out what other law of the land you think we live in. Help me understand.
We have domestic law, we have international law, we have criminal
what
law.
Is the,
I don't know where you're living.
What do you use? Do you use ChatGPT or do you use Claude? Which do you use more?
Probably ChatGPT more.
ChatGPT more than Claude? Okay. Do you know when it first started who had the biggest market share?
ChatGPT.
Who do you think's killing it right now?
Claude.
Claude's picking it up. Why?
Because they invaded another country, kidnapped the president?
Because they produced a better product.
And this
is why...
Even the answer to his own fucking question is stupid. Like literally thinking that the reason why they're succeeding will just necessarily corresponds to how good the product is or service.
His name Dario Amade, what's his name? The guy who runs Claude. Did he go into Sam Altman's house in the middle of the night, take Sam Altman and his wife, put bags on their heads, and fly them back to his compound and kill a grandmother in the process?
The only difference is that, but war is next.
That is the big difference, Patrick. I can't believe you don't see it.
No, I understand what you're saying in the argument of that, but the reality of it is, which is what?
The law of the jungle, where the might is right. Do you support a world? Do you like living in a world? Are you pro? Do you support the idea of living in a world where powerful countries should be able to do what they want?
Can I ask you a question? What country?
You keep answering the question.
Why do you live in America? Why do you live in America?
Because I like the law. You know what I like about the US?
It's the most powerful.
No.
Go live in Iran.
No.
Go live in Iraq.
I don't live here because...
Even his audience, Pbd is cooked. What a stupid comparison. We miss Adam.
This is the most powerful country.
Why do you live here?
Because many reasons. One is it's a country that's governed by laws, principles, free speech.
Yes.
I love the First Amendment, the Constitution.
Yeah.
I don't favor presidents and people who say we should just break the law because we
I didn't say break the law.
What do you mean? Taking over Cuba and breaking the law? UN
I didn't say break the law. I asked what laws.
That's the law of the land.
If they come and they try to take over.
Who's coming?
Whoever it is. Trump's already talking about it. Rubio's already talking about it.
The Cubans are not taking over anything.
No, Cubans are not taking over anything.
We are launching...
Who's worse, Adam or Pat? Adam is just like a little lickspittle to Pbd. He is objectively less harmful. He's never he doesn't do this MLM shit or whatever. So Pbd is easily more harmful. Adam is just more annoying.
A war of aggression, like the Nazis. Nuremberg called it. You know what the Nuremberg Tribunal called a war of aggression?
I'm assuming
Supreme International War
Is it fair to say you were against tariffs on day one?
Yes.
I was for tariffs. Guess what Supreme Court ruled?
Against tariffs.
Okay, great. Yeah. Guess what?
Just an unforced error to just bring up. Yep, I also love the tariffs. That ridiculously unpopular, unsuccessful policy.
You just.
Okay.
That's what happened. If they go...
You want to live in a world where Trump says, F the Supreme Court, and that's what J.D. Vance has said on the record.
Not at all.
J.D. Vance said this on the record. But you just said you
want I'm not.
people
but let me
get to do what they want.
Let me tell you.
Said it. Everyone can watch it.
Trump's the president, okay? A few years ago, Biden was the president. In 2028, AOC could be the president. Newsom could be the president. Rubio could be the president. Somebody else could be the president, right? Every time the opposing side is the president, the opposing side thinks it's the end of the world. What ends up happening to America? What ends up happening?
Bad things.
No, not necessarily. Eventually goes back to normalcy. And it's like, I'm going to go the
I
other.
look at the Trump first term and I see 500,000 people killed from COVID because he couldn't handle it.
So it's all just the same. If you're just going to say both sides say the other side is crazy, who's to say what's true? Why even bother adjudicating it? Then why won't you criticize Trump if it's just all the same?
But do you know why, though? What protects America the way it does?
I would argue our laws, constitution,
I agree.
history.
I like
and you're saying I want to throw it all out.
No, but
have an imperialist nation.
If a leader comes in that is a visionary leader that wants to expand,
I mean, we already have the imperialist nation, but Medhi knows that.
and he can do it within his terms, and Supreme Court and law allows it, I don't mind him doing
First of all, the Supreme Court law doesn't allow it. Venezuela was unconstitutional. Congress declares war in this country.
Yeah, then if that's the case, well, we saw that with the 60-day rule with Iran.
He's violated that.
I understand that. And they're working around that right now in different ways.
American law. What about international law?
I mean, they're working around that law. Yeah, exactly. Extrajudicial, extra legally, extra constitutionally. Like them going around the laws is just another euphemism for saying they're breaking the law.
Even if the American Congress votes to attack Cuba, that doesn't make it legal in international law. You can't attack other countries.
Mehdi, let me ask you. If, for instance,
tomorrow you'll say 9/11
people,
was just. Do you support 9/11?
Yeah.
Do you support 9/11?
Go there, Medhi.
Why? Al Qaeda could do it. They did it. According to your logic, Al Qaeda had every right to do it.
There's a difference between me supporting it and then them doing it and then me retaliating to you. Like right now, if you and I were sitting.
There's certainly differences between those things. Wouldn't it be sick if PBD was just like, yeah, I guess I do. According to my own logic, I guess I do support that. And just bit the bullet. Like, what do we think Medhi would do?
But you don't think it was illegal?
Do I? Of course it's illegal.
Why? According to you, it doesn't matter.
No, of course it's illegal.
Also, 9/11 is illegal, but us attacking Cuba is legal.
I didn't tell you. You never heard me say attacking. If they can go and take it over without attacking.
I used another euphemism.
And the laws allow it, guess what? I'm for it.
That's a whole different argument.
It's not
if
a whole
the Cuban
different
people vote in a referendum to become the...
Do you care about the laws or not, dude?
51st
Don't spin right now and make it seem like I want to go kill people and take stuff
You defended
over.
Venezuela. We killed people to get them out.
I never said...
You're putting words in my mouth. Okay, I only defended the illegal deposition of another head of state and invasion into a sovereign nation. I never said I wanted people to die. Medhi, where'd you get that?
But by the way,
you said give him credit for Venezuela. You did say that.
You don't think that was a good move?
No.
You don't think that was a good move?
I don't believe you.
It's like just fucking gonna break his ankles with how much he fucking pivots, man.
I don't support regime change. I don't support assassinating foreign leaders.
What
did George Washington say? Don't go abroad looking for monsters to slay. Was it Adams? I forget.
Yeah,
founder.
So you don't support what he did.
I do not support the United States government
I thought it was a
attacking
massive
foreign
victory,
countries,
especially the way they did it.
and killing foreign leaders. Even if it has a good outcome, I don't support it because I support laws and principles.
Well, I do also support laws and principles. But if you say you support laws and principles, you're trying to tell me Obama.
But also, if the ends justify the means, then I don't really care about those.
Obama followed everything?
No.
You telling me
he violated the law in Libya. I criticized him.
Every one of them.
Because I'm not in a cult. I criticized Obama
but then,
in 2011 for doing Libya.
You know what's the difference between you and I and them?
I criticize people on all sides. You don't.
Yeah, we do. We do it as well. But you know what's the difference between you and I and them?
Go on.
What's the difference?
You and I and who?
You and I talking, giving our opinions, and Obama and Trump. What's the difference between you and I and them?
What? Politicians.
They made it into the White House.
Okay.
And so they're going to be able to do whatever they're going to do. You and I can talk about it, give our opinions.
We don't have an imperial presidency. We shouldn't have an imperial presidency.
That's why we have the freedom of speech of giving our opinions.
We also have a vision of America, which is supposed to be a restrained commander-in-chief. The founders came to. We're celebrating 250 years of American history. They came to this country, from where? From my old country, the UK, to get away from a mad king, not to recreate a mad king.
Okay, so we can get past this. I mean, when maybe the next time we'll do the podcast, we'll do it in Cuba or Venezuela, just for the sake of what we'll enjoy ourselves with. Anyways, let me get to the next story with you. By the way, Mamdani, Spencer Pratt. What commonality do you see between the two of them?
Very little.
Very little.
Very little.
Tell me why.
Because I know this is argument that says all of these candidates who make a lot of noise, do well on social media, are similar. But I think people have underestimated what Mamdani is. Mamdani, yes, is charismatic, had a great social media game. I interviewed his team that made his social videos. Great people, smart people. The video he did where he jumped into the water, freezing cold to show freeze the rents. The video he did for halal.
Mamdani or
Mamdani. I'm talking about his campaign was brilliant online. No doubt about it. The halal.
Maybe one of the best.
One of the best, yeah.
Maybe one of the best.
One of the best.
And the guy that
came out of nowhere, 1%.
Yeah,
only
I agree.
1%.
I agree.
But what happens is a lot of Democrats took the wrong lesson from that. They said, this guy is so good on social media. We got to hire the same people who did his social media campaigns. We got to do video. Did you notice after Mamdani won the primary, suddenly you saw all these congressional Democrats primaries walking down the same videos, same cutaways, same, and they think that's how you
Mamdani slop,
replicate Mamdani. They misunderstand Mamdani. Yes, the social media game helped him get his message across, helped him get the youth out. But at the core of Mamdani was a very clear message. And here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to compare him to Trump right now.
Be careful.
I'm going to compare him to Trump. Donald Trump, I asked this question to everyone. I can't get fired. So
you're a capitalist, you're free.
I'm free. 2016, I say this to everyone I talk to about politics. I said, tell me, I say this to leftists, I say this to liberals, I say this to Muslims, I say this to non-Muslims. Tell me what Donald Trump's 3 main policies were in 2016.
What was it?
You told me. What was his slogan? Do you remember what Donald Trump, what did he run on? When he first ran, what did he run on?
Get rid of these rapists. And
make America great again, build the wall.
All this
Ban Muslims, build a wall. Remember that? That was all his big lines.
Build the wall is one. Yeah.
So we remember all the slogans.
Sure. Yeah.
Right?
PBD didn't remember fucking shit, dude.
Do you remember what Hillary Clinton's lines were? No.
I'm for her, and that's about it.
No.
First female president.
But her own slogan, which she had a great, 77-page childcare proposal, I'm sure. I'm sure it's better than Trump's. But people don't campaign like that. And I think what Mamdani did is, even now, you ask me, what does our Mamdani run on? Okay, freeze the rents, free buses, free childcare. It was message discipline around a set of policies that people identified with, that helped with this ridiculous affordability crisis, that made him seem like he was in touch. And I think if Democrats only take away, or people in the media only take away from Mamdani that, the guy's slick, he smiles well, Trump loves him, he does great social videos, that's a mistake. I don't think, what's Pratt's main policy platform that's going to get people out for him?
The fires, homelessness.
Everyone says they want to deal with that. That's
but that's because that's
the guy's a reality TV star. I'm not a fan of reality TV stars running for president. I wrote a piece saying Oprah should not run for president years ago. Although I have said Jon Stewart should run in a
Do you
primary.
think Spencer Pratt stands a chance?
Yes.
He does.
Because America's fucked up right now.
You think Spencer Pratt stands a chance?
Donald Trump is president of the United States twice. I'm never going to rule out anything in this country. I thought Trump wouldn't win in 2016.
Pratt, it's some guy who's running for like California or like the mayor of LA or something like that.
That's how dumb I was in 2016. That's why I don't do predictions anymore. No, 24. I said he would win. And I said he's going to win. And he's going to be a fascist.
When did you say he'd win in 24?
All of 24. I spent all of 24 warning.
Got it.
I said get rid of Biden. So I said Kamala needs to change her performance.
You think this is the new era? You think that this is a new era of types of people that run for president, which before you
is not good.
General, military, all this stuff?
Yeah,
now
I don't think it's a good thing. And I wrote this piece when they were thinking about Oprah. Do you remember a few years ago, people were pushing Oprah Winfrey's name? And I wrote a piece for The Intercept saying, come on, no, let's not go down this road. I do think you need politicians with charisma. And that's why people think of Hollywood stars. That's why someone like, I love Jon Stewart. I would love Jon Stewart to run in a primary, just to shake things up.
He'd be fun.
I don't think he'd be a great president, but I think him running would just add to the race. But my biggest problem is, I take politics seriously. Just to go back to, I've been a political journalist for 25 years.
This is your sport.
I did politics at university. I did politics at high school. I do debate. I take this shit seriously. And it annoys me when, look at Donald Trump. What did he say yesterday? I'm bored. I'm bored of the Iran negotiations, like a freaking child, right? You cannot have people who are unserious people.
Yourself, can you, with
unserious.
He's so real for that, though.
Unserious people in charge of our countries.
Have you ever met him, by the way?
No.
You've never met?
I've never met Donald Trump, no. No, should I go to White House briefing?
No, I'm just trying to see if
Why don't you introduce them, PBD?
Should I go to White House briefing and try and get called on by Caroline Levitt? I got a few questions.
Did you meet Biden?
Did I meet Biden? I'm trying to think. I was in an event with Biden. I don't think I met him. But
Obama?
No, he was before my time. I arrived at the end of his presidency.
Did you
I was in a room with Obama. I interviewed a lot of his people, Ben Rhodes, a lot of people around.
Not him.
Not the president.
Okay,
the president gave me an interview. Then I wasn't out. Yeah, no.
Got it. Surprised you've never met Trump.
No.
Would you want to meet him?
I'm a journalist. How would I not want to meet him? I'd love to interview.
What would you ask him? What 3 questions would you ask him? You sat with him. What do you ask him?
I mean, I'd only get 3 because he'd walk out after 3.
You think he would?
Oh, he's super thin-skinned.
You think he would?
Look, he gets upset with I regard American interviewers to be softball interviewers. I'm from the UK where we do tough interviews. My biggest criticism of the American media is weak-ass interviews. Nora O'Donnell barely asked him anything the other day. The guy had a meltdown. He's like, you're so rude. You're so rude. You're so disgusting. He just can't handle. He's got such a thin skin. He's the whiniest leader we've ever had.
If I'm not mistaken, he asked about the guy's letter. Yes, that had to do with rape and pedophilia and something like that.
Yeah.
She started with, and you could tell she was nervous when she asked the question.
This is CBS. This is now in the can for Trump. Let's not forget.
Sure.
This is a guy who says, "Be quiet, piggy," to reporters.
That's actually one of the things that he criticized Trump for. Now that I think about it, was reacting to PBD's reaction to Trump's PBD's reaction to Trump getting testy with that reporter from 60 Minutes or CBS who brought up the shooter's testimony or manifesto or whatever, where he named him as an Epstein co-conspirator or whatever, and Trump lost his mind. And PBD was like, well, she's just doing her job.
Can't handle tough.
What do you ask him? You got 3 questions. What do you ask him?
PBD standard, that's a criticism. Okay? And a reminder, ads, if you're watching on Twitch, they begin in 1 minute and 6 seconds, but you can avoid having to deal with this annoying incoming ad break by subscribing to me using your Amazon Twitch Prime sub thing, or just subscribing to me the regular way, or hoping that somebody gifts you a sub throughout my chat.
I would ask him, I wouldn't ask him opinion questions. It annoys me when people say, what do you think, Mr. He loves that shit. I would ask him fact questions about what is happening in the world. I would ask him, it depends on the day, right? If I'm interviewing him right now, I would say to him, my opening question would be, you said a few weeks ago that people say Donald Trump's going to get bored of this war. I don't get bored, you said. And yesterday you said, I'm bored of this war. How do you explain that? That would be my first question. Wrong.
What else?
I would say to him, are you out of your depth in this conflict? And I would give it the evidence as to why he's out of his depth and ask him to deal with each of those examples. For example, the Strait of Hormuz. For example, the Gulf countries. I also wouldn't be able to resist having some fun. I always think someone should ask Donald Trump. I would love for someone at a White House briefing to stand up and ask something that completely exposes this man's pig ignorance of the world. I would love someone to stand up and say, Mr. President, when will you be going to Wakanda? They are building a Trump Tower there and they love you in Africa. And he would say, I love them too. Because he doesn't know that Wakanda is a fictional country.
think he would say that?
110%.
You think he would say that?
I would pay money to any White House correspondent watching. They get fired on the spot by the network.
It's obvious. Do you put him as an intelligent man? You put him as
depends how you define intelligent.
Well, how do you,
like street smart, getting ahead, getting his way? Yeah.
Sure.
Like he wouldn't be able to get where he got to.
He's probably not a well-read guy in your eyes.
That's an understatement. I think he's one of the most ignorant people I've ever come across. You seen the latest stuff? He keeps being like, I call them Democrats.
I mean, even then, it's like Trump having like a titanic ego that allows him to just never have to take accountability or apologize to anything or anyone, and having a lot of money and also just lying. Yeah, I guess that can get you pretty far ahead when you're already rich to begin with. Sure. I don't know if that equates to intelligence.
You have to take the B off of dumb. Most people don't know that dumb has B on it. No, most people do know that. You probably just discovered that there's a B on dumb. You know, there's a Trump tick. I watch him so much. Whenever he says most people didn't know this, it means he just discovered something himself 2 minutes ago.
You literally think he just discovered how to spell dumb?
I know it. And talk to the people who worked with him. We're second-term Trump, Patrick. I don't have to make this stuff up.
Yeah.
Dozens of people have now left the administration, have told their stories, and it's all the same thing. The guy is egomaniac. The guy is vain. The guy is dumb. The guy changes his opinion based on the last person he spoke to.
This is a guy that won in business. This is a guy that
he didn't
won
win in
media.
business. 5 bankruptcies in a row. You're more successful than he is.
This is a guy that took a show from 0 to 1,
Steve
15
Jobs,
years.
for God's sake.
Dude, the guy won presidency two times.
I give you Apprentice.
2 times.
I give you Apprentice. Great reality TV star.
2 times.
Great. I'm not going to question his ability to run a reality TV star. I'm questioning his ability to run America.
How do you think about his kids?
Yeah, because he asked him about intelligence. You didn't ask how entertaining he is. Obviously, Trump is entertaining.
You give him compliment as a parent, as a father?
No. Have you read the stories about
You don't think he's a good father? What do you think
Trump has never does anybody actually think Trump has like ever changed a diaper in his life or ever been left alone with his kids for like multiple hours? No.
Kids love him.
You think the kids love him?
You don't think they do?
I mean, if you read some of the tabloid,
his kids who again get all of their fucking credibility from daddy's name and rely upon his money are in his good graces and respect him. Color me shocked.
Well, money and power.
They're like all vying for a fucking spot in his fucking will.
You think that's the only reason? I know a lot of billionaires that kids don't want to be around him.
If you read the New York tabloid press that Trump was very friendly with, the kids didn't like him when he was young. They were annoyed that he was cheating on their parents, his respective mothers. Things changed. There's stories about him allegedly. It's denied. There's stories about allegedly him, slapping Don Jr. at college in front of his friends and all sorts of stories. I don't know if they're true or not, but this is what's reported. Tiffany Trump, he never talks about.
From a Muslim and a Middle Eastern dude, what did our parents do to us when we were kids? Did you ever get slapped?
Oh my God.
Dude, you and I don't have the permission to say anything.
So he did it, but let's just justify it. Even though he literally said it's not confirmed, but fuck it, why not? Just go so far as to defend it. I accept that it's true, but it's fine.
So we got to change the subject.
Who amongst us hasn't just bitch slapped their kid?
He didn't go to his son's wedding so he could do troll posts about Ro Khanna.
I don't think he didn't go to the wedding because they had to go back for the war and everything that was going on.
Come on,
question.
Great.
When it comes down to Muslims, 2020 vote to 2024.
They love you. He did whatever you did. He came back to Muslims.
And this is a deep cut for Medhi. I don't even know what he's responding to. That Trump skipped out on some personal thing so he could reply guy Ro Khanna.
Obsessed with Muslims. Because you left Iran?
I want to give you
I want to know why you're obsessed with Muslims.
I want to give you stats.
You know there was a terrorist attack on a mosque recently.
I want to give
Did that bother you?
I want to give you a stat.
Did that bother you?
Can I, Medhi, invite me to your show.
I'm inviting you up to this.
Here we go.
Show. So you've all heard it. He said to invite him, Rob. You heard it. Everyone on YouTube heard it. I'm inviting you to
Okay, so here we go. 2020, Biden had 69% of Muslim votes.
Yes.
Trump had 24%. 2025, Kamala dropped the Democrat vote from 69 to 50%. Trump went from 24 to 31%. Yeah. Third party got 12% and increased by 9%. Why did Muslims become Republicans?
Gaza. There are other issues too. The bathroom transgender issue in places like Michigan. A lot of conservative Arab Muslims didn't like that. They don't like that was happening even before Gaza. No doubt about that. But it was still a kind of fringe issue. What made it an issue in the Muslim
the LGBT.
Yeah, there were conservative Arab communities in Dearborn who were like, we don't want this.
You brought that up.
We don't want this. And they brought that up. That was before Gaza. There's no debate that some were shifting already to the Republican Party.
Sure.
But they were a tiny minority. The vast majority of Muslims still voted. Democrats still supported, still understood. The Republican Party is Islamophobic, white supremacist adjacent party right now.
You think number one reason is, you think number one reason why they vote the other side is because of Israel?
10 miles.
Okay.
Gaza. No, not Israel. The Gaza genocide. You have to understand, I spoke to a lot of these people. I traveled through all these communities in 2024. And I tried to point out, yes, Biden and Harris are complicit in a genocide. No one's defending the Democrats. I was very critical of the Democrats and what they did between 2023 and 2024. But Trump will be worse or as bad. He's not going to be better. And people bought the Trump shtick. No, he's anti-war. He didn't start any new wars. He's not interested in the Middle East. He's friends with MBS. He's friends with Erdogan. It's going to be great. I met Palestinians who told me Trump will be better on Gaza. He's transactional president. They bought that shit. Look at him now. Look how many Arab countries have been bombed. But Muslims were not voting for Trump as a whole. You mentioned third party too. Jill Stein picked up a lot of votes in some places. Not as many as people thought she would.
12%.
I mean, it's as simple as Muslim voters, like anyone else, any other demographic or population in the United States, are dissatisfied with the current status quo, the incumbent. They look up, they see who's in charge, and they just give a chance to the opposition, especially if they reach out to him or to those populations. And the Trump campaign did actually bother to campaign and pander to these voters and capture them.
Of Muslim votes, yes.
Yeah.
So in certain places. So
majority was like
my bigger,
2%.
But my bigger picture is every time I said to someone, Trump is going to be worse than Harris, they said legitimately to me, but we have to punish the Democrats. That was the line. We have to punish the Democrats. They can't be seen to get away with a genocide. And when you say Kamala dropped it to 50, well, Joe Biden dropped it to 50. Harris kept it at 50 by not distancing herself from Biden. Her biggest single mistake was going on The View, and my friend Sunny Hostin said to her, what will you do differently to Joe Biden? And she said, nothing. And the minute she said that, I knew she's lost. But that was it. Until then, I had
It's so funny how this soundbite factors into so many people's analysis on the 2024 election, but I actually wonder how many voters actually even saw that clip. I mean, I bring it up. It's fucking relevant. It gives you insight into where I think most people could gauge and perceive she was approaching her campaign's media strategy anyway. Even if they never saw that clip explicitly, I think it's sort of a microcosm of the entire issue with that campaign post DNC speech. But it's brought up a lot among like the pundit class. I would be curious to know how many voters actually knew that she said that.
I hope she could beat him. She was leading in the polls after the convention.
Is this the worst candidate you've ever seen on the left? In our lifetime. This is your sport.
I don't think she's as bad as people thought she was. I think she was definitely handed a poison chalice.
Worse than her on the left?
Who's ever had a 100-day campaign? Like
Carrie.
She got a shitty.
Carrie lost to Bush. Way more embarrassing.
Legacy. Let's just be fair to her, right? If we're going to be fair, we should be fair that she got a
like it like way more embarrassing because like Bush was ridiculously unpopular already, and like Trump did not serve concurrently, and Americans have the memory of a fucking goldfish. So even though Trump had been around, had like already served a first term, it didn't really feel like that in some ways because it was not consecutive.
Joe Biden should not have been in the race until July of 2024.
No,
that was insane.
I'm with you on that one.
She then got coronated.
Joe Biden came out and said,
what a load of bullshit from Joe Biden. She's like, oh, I thought he had a stroke that night. No, you didn't.
And then the video says, oh, Joe, you did so good.
Yeah, we saw you that night.
Yeah.
If you thought you had a stroke, why didn't you call the White House doctor? Bullshit.
Dude, later that night, he was fine. They also were Biden's team was the one that requested that debate at that time. They're fucking stupid.
Writing of history. I did a video that night after the debate in my basement, in my home studio. I got attacked for it by some people saying Biden needs to stand down. It's ridiculous. And I still think Trump should stand down. He's also got mental issues. But Harris was a good candidate for a very short period. She had all this momentum. You know, the honeymoon period. Americans love rehabilitation. You give somebody a chance. She comes in, she gets a boost. She runs this, I'm joy. Remember that? Goes to the convention. I was at the convention. It felt like a freaking party. I remember a member of Congress was there.
As if it's already
Democratic member of Congress said to me, this is bad. We have not won. This is way too early. There's a member of Congress said this to me, a lefty. And I remember sitting there watching, Beyonce's going to be here. It wasn't Beyonce, it was fucking Leon Panetta. But anyways, bizarre. We come out of that convention and then she starts tacking to the right. She starts saying all this shit about, what was it? Oh, they were shutting down Lena Khan, the antitrust stuff. She had Mark Cuban, Liz Cheney campaigning for her. She campaigned more with Liz Cheney than
Mondale was the worst. You're telling me that like a 49-state sweep, your opposition candidate beating you that badly means you're a bad candidate?
AOC
Being a little harsh there.
By the way, that was horrible move.
Insane.
Horrible move.
It didn't win over anyone.
Did you think that was a good idea?
And funnily enough, I think the only state that Montiel got was Michigan.
At the time, I said, these people are not going to switch over. Olivia Troy, who's a good friend of mine, former Trump official turned never Trumper, she was part of that. And she admits now, I've interviewed her. She says, yeah, we tried, but we thought there'd be like this mass of conservative women that would come over.
How much money did they raise? 2.1, what was the number? 1.5 billion or 2. That's a big number.
It was a lot.
Yeah. But so you
But she also had her brother-in-law, by the way. There's a lot of reporting that suggests Kamala's brother-in-law, her sister's husband, I think it's Tony West is his name, big Uber lobbyist. He was pushing her to drop all the affordability good stuff, drop the ads. There was poll testing done.
Controversy with him as well, if I'm not mistaken.
I don't
Tony
know.
West,
But the affordability agenda that she dropped, she should have gone economic populist.
It was Minnesota, his home state, yeah.
Right? She did not go economic populist. Instead, she campaigned with a billionaire and with a war criminal. And I think that was a huge problem. And then she went on The View and said, no change. This is a change election. You can't go into change elections. I'm not going to do anything different from the guy who's going out. It was just...
So you think, okay, so go to 28.
But she could have won, by the way. He didn't win a landslide. Trump lied his ass off.
What do you mean she could have won? She lost every single state, 7 states.
Have you looked at the numbers? In the 3 key swings...
She helped more counties become Republican in America.
Have you looked at the numbers? If 115,000 people
voted...
I
was going to say, if you literally just look at how small the margins were, it could have been the difference between her winning and losing very, very easily. He's like getting caught up with the final electoral college number counts, but no.
Differently, she would be president.
There were pathways.
That's what it came down to in our ludicrous system. She lost by 1.5 percentage points. One of the narrowest. He got one of the narrowest wins in modern American history.
Can't PBD give Kamala a single win? Does he have KDS? It would be funny to watch Medhi flip the script on him with that.
All right. I know he lies, and people like you give him credit. He lies. He said, I won a landslide. He won one of the worst. You can pull it up, Rob. I wrote a piece for The Guardian with all the receipts.
Every county became more Republican in America.
Pull up my piece.
Every
Guardian,
county
2024, Mehdi landslide. Type it out.
Can you please send this chart to this man here?
Pull it up.
He's the Muslim community is becoming more Republican,
Patrick,
which is great.
Patrick, will you give me permission to read from your screen?
Go for it.
Can we scroll down?
Yes.
This is a great moment for me, taking over your show. Scroll down. Keep going. Keep going. Keep going. Stop. 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 So the former president's margin of victory over Harris is a minuscule 1.6 percentage point. Actually, it's 1.5. It went down after that. Smaller than that of every winning president since 1888, other than JFK and Richard Nixon. In fact, in the 55 presidential elections in which the popular vote winner became president, listen to this. Oh, your viewers are getting some good facts today. 49 of those 55 elections were won with a...
It's so pathetic and uncomfortable to hear PBD just like not engage and just laughing and laughing, not responding. Just
margin bigger than Donald Trump's in 2024. I hope the president is watching your show. I know he's a friend of his. He's coming on the show.
Can you do me
more made-up Democratic numbers?
Donald Trump, you lost.
Can you show
you won with a
how many
49
counties?
Who gives a fuck about counties?
Won.
I'm showing you the margin of victory.
Dude, Mehdi.
He won by 1.5. You can raise your voice, but I've already done my receipts.
If there's anybody that has no room to say anything, look at this here.
My receipts are up.
Look at this.
I'm waiting for him to just literally repeat the lie that Trump had like the biggest inauguration crowd sizes. Like this level of fucking cope.
No way.
I love this
here.
You know, land doesn't vote.
Muslims
Patrick,
to Republican.
Patrick, you know, land doesn't vote. I love these. I love these.
Oh my God. I was literally about to say, where's that fucking meme of the person pointing at? It's like a graduated cylinder, and like a skit. I can't remember and like a flask or something like that. Same amount of water. One looks taller. One's obviously distributed and it's shorter. And somebody pointing to the graduated cylinder and saying it has more water. Basically what PBD's doing here.
I gave you the numbers.
Voted for him.
Muslims voted for the Democrats.
No. Muslims went from 24% for Trump in 2020 to 31%.
Patrick, I'm not on the right.
Winning your people over.
Patrick, and it kills me. Patrick, I'm not on the right. I'm not an election denier. Donald Trump won, but he didn't win 50% of the vote. You know, people say he won the popular vote. You know, he didn't win a majority of the votes. He's running 3 elections.
I know that, but
you know he's run 3 elections.
You know what?
He didn't know that, and he actually thought that he won the popular vote in 2016. He misremembered. We were watching an episode a couple of weeks ago or whatever where he had to have Rob pull that up. And he didn't even remember that in 2016, Trump did not win the popular vote at all. And it wasn't even close.
Republican that has.
George W. Bush.
Yeah.
H. Mata, thank you so much for subscribing at tier 1 for 3 months. You've been subscribed for 2. I really, really appreciate it. And hello from Miami is what you wrote.
It's the last one that did it. It's not that's not like oh my God, he didn't win the majority. You know?
But he hasn't. But he brags and says he does. Yeah, but he's never won a majority of the vote. Today he's polling in the 30s. He's lost, by the way, he's lost all that support from Latinos, young people and Muslims. You accept that, right? That coalition he put together is gone now.
Yeah. So this is the part where guys like you come out and they'll say what they'll say.
They'll say fact.
Did you see Did you see his endorsement? How they did? Did you see his endorsement? How they did? Everybody he picked. Did you see how many of them won?
Oh, in the primaries.
Yeah. Did you see?
Great news for Democrats.
Great news. Tell me
why. James Tallarico wants to run against Paxton or Cornyn?
I'm actually curious. Tell me why.
No, he picks horrible candidates. Remember, what was the Georgia candidate? They should have won Georgia and they lost. Who did they put up? Herschel Walker. Remember that? Remember Herschel Walker?
I remember.
Remember the dude in Alabama?
He had a hard time speaking.
Remember the dude in Alabama who was accused of child molestation that he denied? I can't remember his name. Alabama guy from 20.
Was the black Nazi, like Mark Robinson or whatever?
First term.
Although I don't know if that was like a Trump pick guy.
He backed him. He lost.
About now.
He picks.
Talk about now.
Bad
117. 117.
Yeah, but why would you back Paxton? Let's just talk about the main.
Tell me why you. So you like establishment candidates? Like 40 plus years.
I hate John Cornyn. I hate Ken Paxton. But who do you want to run against? I want the Democrats to win the Senate, obviously, to save democracy.
So you think Tallarico does better with Paxton than he does with Cornyn?
You don't?
I'm asking you.
I'm asking you.
No, I ask you.
I 100% think he's going
to do better.
Well, the polls show he's doing better.
Yeah.
I mean, just toss the polls. He's leading the
So you think his power? By the way, do you guys in your family celebrate Pride Month?
Do we celebrate Pride Month?
Yeah, what does that mean? I'm just
you celebrate Black History Month?
Asking, like, do you have a way of celebrating Pride Month? Because
Tallarico personally, but I support people who do. Did you see Mamdani yesterday?
No.
Interesting couple of posts. You know, he was like Muslim Sharia. He's an extremist. People on your side. 9 a.m. he posts Happy Pride Month. Mayor of New York.
Yeah.
Midday, Happy Eid. Hosted Eid at Gracie Mansion. That's modern America. People that want to make this guy into some kind of extremist. You guys on your show. I see you getting worked up about prayers in New York. This guy. Zoran Mamdani.
You think okay, so by the way, I think Tallarico's formidable. It's not like I don't think he's formidable. I think he's a very good communicator. I think he's to be honest with you, I think he's a better version of Pete Buttigieg. I think he's a better version of Pete Buttigieg.
Okay.
I think he's got a bigger upside than Pete Buttigieg.
Okay.
So I think
he's very
why? Because he's straight.
Talented.
I think he's very talented.
I want to interview him again. He's a very, very good talker. His policies are good. Texas is difficult. My wife is from Texas. I spend a lot of time in Texas. I'm under no illusions. It's a difficult state to win, but it's not as red as Republicans want you to believe.
Not anymore.
Not anymore.
Not anymore.
And I think that they could have probably won with Cornyn, but I think now it's in play. And you have to ask, what is Donald Trump's political strategy? You know, Patrick, that every Republican senator is pulling their hair out wondering, what the hell did Donald Trump do here? He's now put the Senate in play in a way it wasn't in play before. Because even if Paxton wins Texas, they have to divert a bunch of resources from other states which need them more to protect him. That's the problem, strategically.
For Paxton or Tallarico?
For the Republicans trying to save their Senate majority, They're going to have to divert resources to
do you know how much money they're going to spend on this?
Yeah, but could have been spent elsewhere.
We're going to see the money going there in ways we've never seen
But it could have been spent elsewhere.
Could be. I mean, that's the
They
part
got a
about...
tough race in Michigan. They got a tough race all over.
By the way, just out of curiosity.
They're losing in North Carolina.
I'm curious what you're going to say with this. So out of curiosity, you have two people to choose as a candidate. One is a hardcore Republican, capitalist, pro-Trump guy who's a Muslim. Second one is a hardcore socialist, progressive, liberal who is a Christian. Which do you vote for?
What are we doing here?
Obviously, I vote for the person whose values and policies I support. I don't vote based on religion.
So you would vote for the second person?
Of course.
Because the values and principles?
Of course. I don't vote based on religion. Mehmet Oz ran against John Fetterman.
Would you vote for a MAGA candidate if they were a black trans woman who was disabled and had blue hair and went with Caesar and had Caesar pronouns? Or would you vote for somebody who was a liberal, but they were a straight white man?
Would have been the first Muslim senator. If Abdul El-Sayed pulls it off
This is like Pbd's version of like gay son or thought daughter.
He will be the first ever Muslim member of the United States Senate in American history.
Yeah, we've never had one.
Never had one.
Yeah.
Mehmet Oz
We have
could have
5 congressmen.
Mehmet Oz could have been the first Muslim
But he would have
senator.
been a Republican.
Exactly, and his policies were horrible.
So for
His
you,
fealty to
that's a no-go.
Yeah, because I don't care. It would be nice
So
to say, hey,
policies
I'm Muslim.
over
Of
faith.
course. But then, by the way, who did I back against him? Literally the worst Democratic senator turned out to be John Fetterman. But let's put that to one side. But Mehmet Oz, yeah, I don't vote on religion. I think it's crazy if people vote on religion. You shouldn't vote on religion.
Okay, so
Muslims shouldn't vote for Muslims. Jews shouldn't vote for Jews. Christians shouldn't vote. You should vote based on your policy platform, the principles and values.
Do you think we'll have
Muslims are not a monolith. I don't agree with all Muslims. You just mentioned some of them who vote for Trump.
Do you think long term America will be at a point where we'll have a Muslim governor or a Muslim president?
Muslim governor, I hope. Maybe Mamdani.
We already had Obama. Hello.
He can't be president, right? So where does he go next?
We already had Barack Hussein Obama.
Well, he could be governor.
He could be governor, he could be senator, right? He can't go anywhere else. Secretary of State, whatever it is.
Yeah.
He can't be president, sadly.
Not even VP, right? VP, you can't
No,
even
because
be
you
VP.
have to be...
So Speaker of the House, you could be, though. I think that if he chooses to go that route.
That's a good question. I don't know the answer to that. Because
Can you pull that up?
Speaker of the House is third in line to the
I
presidency.
think you could be Speaker.
But then what if the president...
I know, on the same plane, but that's why they're not on the same flight when they go. You'll notice some of the stuff that they do.
Well, I don't know the answer to the question. If you're ineligible from the presidency, can you be in the...
Yes, the Constitution does not require the Speaker of the House to be born in the U.S.
But it means they would have to skip past the Speaker if something happened.
Yeah, it would go to somebody else.
So he could run for Congress, be Speaker, he could be whatever. But to come back to your question, yes, Muslim governor, I think hopefully very soon.
Yeah.
Inshallah, as Joe Biden might say. And president, I don't think for a while. Look, let's first get a woman president. This country is so behind the rest of the world. We haven't had a woman leader. Pakistan's had a
They're going to love this.
woman leader. Bangladesh has had a woman leader. Most European countries have had a woman leader. America still needs to do that basic thing.
What do you, your thoughts on, a lot of people in America, you got things that's happening in Texas with that one city, what is it called? Epic City or something like that in Plano, Texas.
Yeah.
What do you say to some conservatives that are worried about Sharia law making it into America?
I would say, please do not worry. You're being lied to. You're being gaslit. You're being distracted. This is a fake moral panic.
What do you say to adults that vote for the Republican Party over the age of 40 that still believe in Santa Claus? Any notes for them?
That's been blown
Because
up.
it'll never happen, or because Sharia law is not that bad?
Because it's not two different things. Number one, Sharia law's not what you think it is, but that we can park that for discussion for a moment. I'll come to that. It's not happening. There's nobody I know who's pushing Sharia law in this country. It's completely fake, and it's being pushed in ridiculous places, not just Texas, Oklahoma, Indiana. Did you see the lieutenant governor of Indiana said recently, we need to hate Islam. It's a demonic religion, right? And I'm going to fight radical Islam and Sharia. Do you know what the population...
I was joking about Obama being a Muslim. He wasn't. That was what the right was always saying, and saying that he's actually a secret Muslim, that Michelle Obama's a man or transgender or something, and that Obama was gay. Obama LARPed as a Christian, and I'm pretty sure he is personally an atheist.
The Muslim population of Indiana is less than 1%. This is ridiculous fear-mongering.
It has 3x the U.S., I think, in the last 26 years, if I'm not mistaken. Muslim population.
But it's still
not Indiana.
But it's even nationwide. What is it? 1-2%.
I want to say 4.5 million.
It's which is
yeah, you're right. It's 1 or 2%. But by the way, you're 3x.
Also, Medhi should quit it with this, we need to get a woman president. Mark my words, the first female president will be a fucking Republican.
In 26 years. Okay. It's not like you're not doing a good job. You're growing.
We're growing. Elon Musk wants people to have more kids. But my point being is, it's not going to happen. But also, a few things. Number one, please let's not talk in this demonizing way about Muslim communities being a threat to you, because it has real world consequences. We just saw in San Diego, a mosque was attacked by 2 Nazi teenagers who shot and killed 3 people, including the security guard, who had 8 kids. Police say he was a hero, saved 100 kids in that mosque, in the school, right? Murdered by 2 guys. Do you read their manifesto? I don't like reading these shooters' manifestos.
I read the whole thing.
Some of the lines in there are crazy. They say,
towards everybody.
Towards everybody. Jews, women, Muslims, gay. But the line about Muslims is really scary, because they say, we don't hate Muslims. We hate Islam. We hate the invasion of our country. That is rhetoric that you hear on right-wing media. That is rhetoric that you hear in the House of Representatives. That is what you hear from Randy Fine. That is what you hear from Republicans. That is what you hear in America. So that is not just some Nazi shooter. That is mainstream rhetoric that has been mainstreamed on the right, and has real-world consequences. If you say, look, I've seen some of your shows. You've talked about Muslims praying in Times Square, that being some kind of threat. I would say just have a sense of what the real-world consequences of our rhetoric can be. Words have consequences. Crazy people out there can pick up weapons and think Muslims are coming to take over my country.
You know, I would tell you. I've interviewed a lot of weird people on my podcast. A lot. You tell them I'll have them on. I don't have a problem talking to them. I had a great conversation with Wes Moore.
Yeah.
What was it? 5 weeks ago. I've had mobsters on, Sammy the Bull. I've had Kobe on. I've had, many different people on. You know what's the only one that brought so many death threats? Bibi was the only one. I've had a lot of people on.
Okay.
Multiple.
Gee, wonder why your uncritical propagandistic interview with Bibi Netanyahu got you a bunch of fucking death threats.
Presidents. We did a podcast with Bibi. I've never told this story publicly, so they'll know. It was on my birthday, and I come out of the podcast. My security says, there's a guy in the front lobby that just got caught with cops with grenades. I said, this is a terrible joke here, because everybody always tried to prank me for my birthday, and I always catch people. Like, they're trying to surprise me. I'm like, listen, this is not the right way to do it. He says, I'm not laughing. This is an 18 Delta guy. And I said, really? He says, yeah, look at the front gate. So I go to the front gate. I'm looking. I'm like, wait a minute. What is that? Cops everywhere. Guy shows up. I'll show you the pictures afterwards. With grenades, with weapons, with guns. That came in here, and the number of death threats that we started getting afterwards, insanity, just for having Bibi.
Dare I ask, what was the guy's background? Do we know?
I couldn't tell you. I know he went away. I know they took his weapons away. I'll show you a couple texts and emails.
Was he quote unquote far right? Was he quote unquote Islamist? Do we know what his ethnicity was?
I have no idea.
Okay.
I don't know that. I have no idea what that was. But the point is, the threat started increasing only after Bibi. So here's the part. When you say that, I think that applies to both sides.
I agree.
If you think about like who in 100%. The history of America has had more assassination attempts as a president, where do you think that's coming from? He's a fascist, Hitler, this, that.
But he deals it out. He's the one who started the threats.
Dude, like so many presidents, even like recent ones, they weren't notable, but like have faced like credible death threats and assassination threats.
And the violence.
I'm not going to sit here.
Like Trump was saying this the night that shooting occurred at the White House the press correspondence dinner. Like Gerald Ford, he was like, they wouldn't shoot at me if I wasn't doing anything. Gerald Ford faced assassination attempts.
Apologize for him.
He calls his opponents Nazis.
He's called a lot of people a lot of things.
He called Biden a Nazi.
But the guys, after how many times they called him, he couldn't get anything right. When he was coming up, the media was...
Come on, in 2016, he suggested the Second Amendment people should take care of Hillary Clinton. Come on, I have a longer memory. But let me come back to what I was saying. I agree with you. We need it across the board. I don't think we should have political violence. I don't support political violence on any end. I don't justify going after capitalists or anyone else. I'm against violence. So I'm saying to you, for example, you did a show recently, or not recently, I looked it up because I knew we were going to talk about Islam here. You have a show on YouTube called Islam's Hidden Threat to the West.
He really said, looking at you, Hasan Piker, his good friend who he talks to all the time, apparently.
You have another headline, will Muslims run America in 30 years? Now, I know you like to host good faith discussions and debates, but you have to understand, if people get this in their feeds, in their social media all the time, are you telling me that people are not going to start, if they hear Micah Beckwith of Indiana say Islam is a demonic religion, and then they hear guests on your show saying Islam's a threat to the West, and they hear Randy Fine saying Sharia law is taking over America, you don't think two Nazi teenagers with guns are going to go, well, I'm going to go deal with this mosque down my street. You're telling me there's no link between that?
Yeah.
Come on.
No, I'm not going to say there's no link between that. Of course
we have to be careful. That's not we know that demonizing minority communities, look what happened to synagogues. And I would say the same thing about the Jewish community. We have to be careful about our criticism of Israel so it doesn't lead to attacks on Jews.
The question becomes, for me, it's all on data, meaning if you live in my community, you make it safe.
All on data. PBD is a numbers guy. Always remember.
I'm all for it.
Yeah.
If you come in, you create jobs, I'm all for it. If you come in, you assimilate, you love America, I'm all for it. If you come in, you don't contribute, you take advantage of the programs that we have, you don't want to create jobs, where's the incentive? Why are we bringing
That's a different argument. We can have that argument. It is. I'm talking about incitement. When you say Muslims, are they going to run America in 30 years? Of course not. We're 1% of the population.
I don't think so. No,
when you say Islam is a threat to the West, come on, 1% of the population.
By 2050, you guys are going to be the biggest population in the world. You guys make 2.9
But not in America.
That's a stupid point for Medhi. There has been minoritarian rule before. That's like saying there are no shortage of examples of empires of states that a minority, whether it be an ethnic, some sort of demographic minority, commands a disproportionate amount of political power or economic power.
Yeah, not in America. Okay, we're not even going to be. Pull up the numbers,
Rob.
What are we going to
do? I see Muslims doing that anytime soon? No, but they're saying they're such a small part of the population. It's a bad argument.
The difference between you and I is, I think long term.
And even by the way, if we do grow as a community, even that, this is. I'm sorry to go back to World War II and the Nazis, but look at the rhetoric that Nazis used about Jews in 1920s, 30s. These people are aliens. They are parasites. They're leeching off our state. The rhetoric is no.
It's like the billionaires now. Well, yeah, but I mean, he's making this argument that based on immutable characteristics.
It's very similar. When I listen to Andy Ogles and I listen to Chip Roy and I listen to Randy,
America?
yes,
you think Ilhan Omar loves America?
You know how I know she loves America?
Ilhan Omar loves America?
You don't?
Absolutely not.
She absolutely loves America. You know how I know she loves America?
Tell me.
Because she came to America. She decided to run for office. When she ran for office, she ran as a lefty who devotes her life to trying to improve people's lives. She wants healthcare for everyone. She wants healthcare for every Trump voter watching this show.
Saying she is eventually going to return to her country and contribute to her country. She's only doing this to advance her country.
This is bullshit. Ilhan Omar.
It's her words. Pull up the video.
Listen to me.
Pull up her video. It's her words. I just showed you Sam Piker, and you're like, I've never seen the video.
Let me say this to you.
Go ahead.
Donald Trump has made more anti-American remarks than Ilhan Omar. If we're going to go down who loves America, she loves it more than Trump does. She did insider insurrection.
Ilhan Omar loves America.
100 times more.
Saying this.
100 times more.
I'm so glad
not even
the audience
1,000
can
times
see
more.
that Ilhan Omar loves America more than Trump.
Well, one person incited attack on our democracy. One didn't. One tried to undermine American democracy. One didn't.
Well,
one pardoned 1,600 people.
Pbd is just like, well, I mean, what's he gonna say to that?
America. One didn't.
What happened with her finances? Where did the $30 million network come from out of nowhere?
So now,
it was an account.
Hold on.
Sorry, hold on. Don't go Trump, but
I am going to do that.
Don't do it about
because
Trump.
Your argument now is first of all, I don't want to get into rights and wrongs of politicians' finances. You're telling me Republican congressmen are not corrupt?
You're doing about okay, guys.
No, I'm just wondering.
Forgiving Ilhan.
I'm just wondering.
2 seconds. He was going to say you're doing a whataboutism and realize that that's what he's doing and fucking shut up.
I can have this wine.
No, because
Ilhan Omar amended a congressional financial.
What's that got to do with loving America? You're telling me people's finances don't have. Donald Trump is the most corrupt politician in modern American history. You just said he loves America. Donald Trump is the most corrupt.
It's like a pointless question because both sides here come from such different intuitive notions of what constitutes patriotism and loving your country that you are never going to be able to like rectify these positions or like bridge the gap.
Politician in America.
That's your opinion, guy.
He just made $3 billion. No, it's not.
In your
eyes.
eyes.
Rob, pull up the numbers. Pull up the numbers, Rob. Forbes magazine. How much money did Donald Trump's net worth go up by last year?
Let me ask
$3 billion.
Just out of curiosity.
$3 billion. How did he make that?
Are you going to go?
How did he make $3 billion while president?
Are you going to go? Are you going to go and show the same? Wait a minute. If you're going to allow me to rebuttal,
you always rebut with a question.
Are you noticed that? You've been doing it. All you do is yabba. You're a professional yabba.
I said Ilhan loves America.
Just out of curiosity.
You're the jump around guy. We're talking about who loves America. Now we're talking about.
Are you also going to go?
Look at that line, Patrick. Look at that line. Rob is good.
Can I show you something?
You know you said capitalists expand, Rob. If you're ever looking for a job, my friend.
Yeah, everybody's been trying. So if you go back here, then what's your argument if you say, look, no, stay on that, Rob, stay on that.
No.
Then what do you say? His first presidency, he lost so much money. Did you ever say that? You never said that. Because that doesn't add to your argument.
No, I've always said the second term is the term where he's got no guardrails. He gets to do whatever he wants.
No, but his first term, he lost money.
Okay, but the second term.
But he's made up for it and more in this second term. So what does it matter?
What about his second term? Market's gone up. He's made money.
Oh my God.
Market's gone up. Have you made more money in the last 8 years?
Just market fluctuations.
For markets, do you know what happened on January 19th? The day before he became president, inaugurated?
Tell me.
The Emiratis put $500 million into his crypto fund. Do you think that was the market going up? They gave a $500 million bribe to Donald Trump. $187 million went straight into Trump bank accounts. Ilhan Omar can work for the rest of her life, do whatever. She'll never make $187 million. Trump made that in one day from the Emiratis. If Biden or Hunter Biden had done it, you'd be up in arms. Now, back to the topic of who loves America.
You said Ilhan Omar loves
America. No, Medhi, stop. Don't, fucking drop that. Pursue this.
I'm so glad
I'll tell your
you're going
viewers
to be
here.
judged quoted for that.
Please quote me. Let me finish the quote.
And then let's go back to
Let's finish the quote. I will. Ilhan Omar has spent her political career trying to get free lunches for every American child, including the children of MAGA voters. Donald Trump has spent his presidency taking away Medicare, taking away health care from people, taking Medicaid away.
Okay. If he's going to steer it back to the policy accomplishments and the corruption or whatever, fine.
From people. So yes, Ilhan Omar loves Americans more than Donald Trump loves Americans. By the way, when she was threatened by a Trump supporter who tried to kill her, he went to prison, tried to kill Ilhan Omar in 2019. She went to
He's all about free stuff.
Sentencing. And she asked for his sentence to be reduced to give him grace. I can't imagine Donald Trump doing that.
Do you know
I do think Ilhan Omar is someone who has actually a very good role model.
Do you know how many?
I wouldn't have done that.
Do you know how many endless stories there are of what Trump's done behind closed doors for people? Do you know how many?
Yes, and do you know how many of them are? Do you know how many of them are him screwing people over? Do you know what he did to his niece? Do you know what he did to a baby in his family?
This is all you're gonna do. This is your hit piece, just going on him right now.
I mean, you're doing positive. I'm doing negative. Isn't that the point?
You're building up you're building up Ilhan. Like if there's anybody,
I mean, you don't even need to point to behind closed doors. Trump is so nice and so smart and analyzes large data sets. Why even do that? You could the immediate counter to that is the fact that there's a reason why in his second term he doesn't have the same VP and he had to have a whole new cabinet because he is so volatile and impossible to work with. He just ends up firing everybody and making enemies out of all of the people who want to be his ally. He's clearly somebody who is not easy to get along with, not very kind, not strategic. He only cares about himself.
Comparison.
Is
anyone who knows Ilhan Omar says she's a good person? All of her friends, Donald Trump's people.
All of these people are just so mentally R-worded that they're just gonna say it's all of them that are the problem, not Trump. And he's just trying to be a businessman.
Anyone who knows Donald Trump's
trying to fight the deep state.
What is the investigation into it right now?
Why did no one in Donald Trump's cabinet endorse Donald Trump for president?
What is the investigation right now?
Why did his vice president not endorse him for president?
You know how he is, though. He's a guy that he's a team of rivals.
They hate him.
Why did he come back? Why did he come back? Why did he come back?
National security advisor.
Why did he come back?
Okay.
Why did they come back?
My boy, this isn't pre-watched, I swear.
The Democrats fucked everything up. Joe Biden and Merrick Garland fucked everything up. He should have been in prison.
Whose fault is that?
The Democrats.
Beautiful.
I'm agreeing with you.
How come
Merrick Garland. I blame two people.
How come unified Republicans?
I blame two people for Donald Trump. Merrick Garland and Mitch McConnell. Mitch McConnell should have voted to convict.
Wow, Merrick Garland, somewhere in this world, Pisco just fell to his knees in a Walmart parking lot hearing this. Shame.
2021 to prevent him from ever running again. And Merrick Garland should have got off his ass and investigated him from day one and not outsourced it to Jack Smith with 1 year to go. And I just do want to come back to the Islam question.
Let's do it.
Muslims love America who live here. According to the polls, according to the Pew polls, 92% of Muslims in America say they love being American. So this is a myth that Muslims don't love America.
No.
And by the way,
I have Muslims who work with me. Right afterwards, come with me. I'll take them to them if you want to meet them.
So
I have black friends.
My point is, and their families are worried for their safety right now. Every Muslim in America,
they are. I think they feel the safest in America.
Let's talk to you guys
I think they feel the safest in America.
Medhi is far too charitable in this, but he's making good points. But PBD just spews back garbage talking points at him. No, this is to his advantage. I mean, there is a benefit, like, catch more flies with honey. There is a benefit to being, congenial, to giving concessions where you can, reaching across, being good faith, and trying to not be just like hyper adversarial the entire time. Because if you're like that, you'll just come off as unlikable. But Medhi is being, is conversing with him and giving ground where he, doesn't want to, bother fighting.
Muslim I know, Patrick, trust me on this one. I spend a lot of time with Muslims. Every Muslim I know is worried about what they're going to do. They have a plan B. Where are you going to go? Where are you going to go live? If it becomes intolerable.
Go ahead and leave America. How come they don't?
Because they love America.
That's the point. They feel the safest.
No, but what if it's changing, right?
But if.
You don't think
12 years.
Hold on, the Jews feel the same way, Patrick. You know that, right? Jewish communities right now saying we don't feel safe in America. You know this. They're saying it every day.
Sure.
They're saying where synagogues are being attacked, we're being demonized. So Muslims feel the same way, especially when a mosque is attacked by two Nazis. Republicans can't even bring themselves to condemn it. Do you know that Ted Cruz wouldn't even condemn it?
We talked about it the day on
media. You did. I'm talking about Republican Congress.
I can't speak on their behalf, buddy. I'm not them.
No, good.
I'm speaking on my behalf. Whatever they do is their position.
But on your show too, Patrick, come on, you did a whole thing, I watched it, of you obsessing over this Times Square prayer. Like this is some act of domination. Why are Muslims not allowed to pray in Times Square? Why are Jews allowed to do Hanukkah? Why is Jews allowed to do Hanukkah? Hindus do Diwali.
You know what my argument is
Catholics
against that? You know what my argument is against that? Guess what my argument is against that? You ready?
Go on.
It's going to go back to something you don't like.
Please.
You ready?
Go on.
Here we go. If Muslims do a better job expanding, they deserve everything they get.
But it's not expanding. It's
but it is though. No, it is though. It is though. If Muslims, I'm a capitalist to the core, meaning if you beat me, guess what I do? You got to tip your hat. I don't know if you follow
basketball or not. What if people aren't trying to beat? What if they just want to pray in Ramadan?
But they're visual. You want to go watch how many of the videos, like long term we're going to come to America, sure.
Have you seen the Christian prayers at the National Mall? They're not the same?
No, you can't.
Have you seen? Are you kidding me?
Can I ask you a question?
He thinks like every single Muslim in this country is like a militant, like Black Panther, like Nation of Islam member.
What?
Can I ask a question?
You need to get out more. You're on the right-wing algorithm too much. You watch Ilhan Omar videos at Times Square
at one point,
all day long.
Do you know at one point I was sitting down with Muslims trying to find out what things we have in common? Okay? And literally, I was bringing Muslims to sit down and talk.
And anyone else ever just find themselves sitting down with Muslims?
About them. You know why? Because to me, the LGBTQ, specifically on the T side, was getting a little too far. And I think deep down inside to the core, you're there, but you can't say publicly because it's politics for you over what your religion believes in as a Muslim. What is the Muslim position on LGBTQ?
There is no one position. Islam is not a monolith, but yes, in general.
Oh, let me read it.
Hold on, let me finish.
Go for it.
Islam in general, obviously, I'm not an Islamic scholar, but Islam as traditionally practiced, like Christianity and Judaism as traditionally practiced, is very hostile to the idea of homosexuality.
Okay.
Theologically.
We have that in common.
Let me finish.
Okay.
Pew polling. Let me give you some polls because you keep talking about
Say, like Muslims tend to be, there's like large swaths of the Muslim American population that tend to be the most socially progressive Americans.
This and that. So in 2017, Pew did a poll of Americans, and they found that Muslim Americans were more likely to say, 52%, I think it was, of Muslim Americans said that homosexuality should be accepted in society. Yeah. You know how many white evangelical Protestants said that? 34%. 34%.
Protestants was 34%.
34%.
I have that date.
So Muslims were more accepting of homosexuality. Yep. Rob, I love you, Rob. They were more accepting of homosexuality than white Christian evangelicals, right? So my question then...
Rob taking orders from Medhi.
Is, when you
Muslim influence in action, taking over already. This is like expansion, as PBD would say.
Talk about integration, assimilation. America is a liberal country. It's a pro-gay country, whether you like it or not. Muslims, and by the way, we ran a poll. We ran a poll this year. One last point, Patrick. We ran a poll earlier this year at Zeteo from Opinium. They polled Muslims in the UK and the US. Guess what they found? Muslims in the UK and Muslims in the US support democracy more than non-Muslim Americans and non-Muslim Britons. Muslims in America and Britain support gender equality more than non-Muslim Britons and Americans. So for your viewers, I just want to make clear, you've been lied to about Muslim attitudes. I'm giving you the
but let me ask you, what was your position a few years ago on homosexuality?
My position when growing up was very hostile. That's
conservative, not hostile, probably very conservative.
It was hostile.
Okay, it was conservative. Okay, so if I go to...
And I've talked about how I've evolved on that.
Okay, so if I go to some of the countries with homosexuality, 10 countries, homosexuality is a legal punishment in at least death penalties, legal punishment in 10 countries.
You know they'll throw you off a roof?
Afghanistan, Saudi, Iran, Pakistan, Yemen, Qatar, Somalia.
What's the point?
UAE, Nigeria. This is where they're coming from. Okay, so Iran and Saudi, the only two national confirmed to have carried out government-sanctioned executions for that. Horrific.
Yeah.
Not one Shia majority nation is for same-sex marriage. Iran criminalizes.
And yet Muslim
Iraq.
Americans are.
Well,
interesting.
Not at the highest.
Okay, PBD, you're opposed to this. So what is your point? You're literally proving that Muslims are not the only ones with exclusionary or bigoted attitudes towards LGBTQIA plus identities, because you don't even support marriage equality between gay Americans and heterosexual Americans.
No, not at the highest percentage as you think. I think the part where
more than most Republicans.
The part where conservatives and Muslims, if you ask me, on why that Muslim vote went from 24% to 31% for Trump is because liberals got so caught in this LGBTQ community.
I think it's part of it.
Let me finish the thought, that I brought them here to sit down and talk and say, look, you have 2 daughters, I have 2 daughters, I have 2 sons, I have 4 kids. For me, this isn't a position of LGBTQ community or not. I don't have a problem with it. They work for me. I will literally take you to my office right now to meet some of these guys and give you a tour myself. So you meet some of my staff that I have. It's about the force that was down the throat of kids. It was forcing that we have to sit there and hear what LGBTQ is all about and all this stuff being taught by schools.
I'm not debating that had an impact. It had an impact, by the way, on Latino communities too.
It did.
There's a lot of Latino
and they went
Christians.
conservative. They don't like that.
But by the way, so 2 things. One, I'm not denying that. I'm the one who brought it up and said it was partly LGBTQ.
Sure, yeah.
But it wasn't the big drive. The big driver was Gaza, right? And number 2.
Well, by the way, just respectfully, we're going to find out if you're right or I'm right in 2028.
I agree.
You understand what I'm saying? Because
but right now, what's interesting is right now, as of right now, 2026, Trump has totally destroyed that coalition. He had a lot of Muslim support, not anymore. He had a lot of Latino support. It's collapsed. I know, we'll see the states. Well, we'll also know in the midterms. But yes, that coalition he seemed to have built, that scare.
Feel bad for his kids, for PBD's kids. Why? They have a higher standard of living than the 99.9999999% of humanity ever will have.
Coalition for those of us on the left.
He'll be fine.
He's his own worst enemy, Donald Trump. With ICE, he destroyed his Latino support. With Iran, he supported a lot of it, and Israel, he's destroyed a lot of his Muslim support. But I would make a wider point, which is, at the end of the day, and I say this to Muslim communities, you can't vote based just on religion or just on foreign policy. You cannot be single issue voters. As a Muslim American, you need to care about everything in America. You need to care about the economy. You need to care about healthcare. And I think most Muslim Americans do. And I think they make decisions. By the way, the big reason the Republican Party will not win over Muslims or Arab Americans in numbers is because of the racism, Patrick. Fundamentally.
That racism is BS. I don't think
you don't think Randy Fine's a racist?
Randy Fine's not my guy.
But he's a Republican in Florida.
No, he's to me.
You don't think Donald Trump is a racist?
Not at all.
When he says to Rashida Tlaib, you should go back to where you came from.
If you don't like America, go back.
She's born and raised in Michigan. That's racist, Patrick. When I grew up, you tell someone to go back to where they came from, you thought a fight.
Listen, we're both from the
Somalis garbage.
Dude, we're both
That's racist.
You live in UK. I've lived in Middle East, but we're both from the same area region. We are what a lot. If we walked in the streets and say we don't have a name, they will look at us in maybe a different way than they do the average guy. You're not a white.
I mean, you need to ask these people, like, who's an example of somebody that's racist to you, and what would it take for these people for you to call them out as racist? And they will describe a standard that's so absurdly high nobody could possibly ever meet it. Like Hitler. It has to be like Hitler.
I'm not a white guy. Okay. When you're talking about all this stuff, you said Muslim, people coming in here. I'll tell you another thing that is a concern of mine. I want to know what you're going to say about this. When it comes down to age for marriage in some of these countries, give you a rebuttal. I'm curious. So if a person comes from a country, or like in Sudan, the minimum age for marriage is 10 years old. Are you for that? I don't think you are. In Iran, the legal age for marriage is 13 years old.
Okay.
As young as 9 with parental consent. Are you for that? I'm certain you're not. Okay.
We have child marriage here in the United States. In like a significant amount of states.
Right? And I'm not saying
it's legal for people under the age of 18 to be married to adults.
These positions. Yemen, no legal minimum wage.
I don't know where you're going.
I'll ask you the question. Yemen, no legal minimum age. 1/3 of women 20 to 24 married before 18 years old. Iraq Parliament in 2024 moved to allow age.
Yeah, what is it? This child marriage is a harmful practice and a profound manifestation of gender inequality, human rights violations. Where is it? It says, where is it? No, I want it to give me the stats on like how many. No, it's the same thing. How many states? I don't want to go off the AI summary. It says child marriage is legal in 33 U.S. states. Over 314,000 minors were married between 2000 and 2021. Some states ban the practice. 4 U.S. states do not require any minimum age for marriage with a parental or judicial waiver. That is not a problem that is unique to these developing countries.
Girls to marry as young as 9 years old under Jafari school law. Pakistan, 1.9 million child brides in Pakistan,
Terrific.
6th highest in the world, okay? By the way, the good news with that, I want to give that credit as well. Islamabad, Capital Territory, just changed the minimum age to 18. Good for them. They're making progress. Nigeria, over 50% of girls married before the age of 15.
What's the question, Patrick?
This is the question. Culturally, if you're coming from this environment to America, notice I didn't say every other country that's coming from Muslim. If you're coming from that culture to America, does that coincide? Because if you've lived there for 30, 40 years, and these are the values you've lived with, then you're coming here, there's a clash with the Western ideology. What do you say to that?
I will say two things. Number one, all of the social sciences show that when people move to a country within a generation, max 2, they do assimilate to local values. And I just gave you the numbers for it. Muslims in America and Britain who come from dictatorships support democracy more than non-Muslim Americans in Britain. The percentages are there. American Muslims are more open to homosexuality and the acceptability of homosexuality, having lived in the US, than white Christian evangelical Protestants. So the data shows that within generations, they do not, they do adapt or assimilate, integrate, whatever word. These are all loaded phrases. And by the way, Europe and America are different, by the way, don't forget. Europe is a very secular place. So when you're moving there, it's actually very different. America is actually more hospitable to Muslims coming from those places because we are still very much a Christian country with very conservative attitudes. It's funny, Rob's on duty, I hope still. I got a request for Rob here. You mentioned you're giving me these child bride ages. Rob, pull up American states. How many of the states in America had child marriages until very recently? What's the age of consent? What's the lowest age of consent?
No, it's still, okay, like he doesn't even know. It's still legal. Child marriage is still legal in so many states here.
In American states till very recently. So when you're reading out 13, 14, 15, until very recently, American states, that's now. You can see there are states that until very recently was 12, 13, 14. So America maybe doesn't get to give so many lessons on some of these things. And by the way, what is the biggest scandal in this country right now? It's the pedophile who was protected by the President of the United States. Donald Trump not just protected Jeffrey Epstein after lying and saying he would expose.
There are so many places I can go with that.
Please, he also gave Ghislaine Maxwell a soft ride in prison. He also was going to appoint Matt Gaetz, a man who was accused by the House Ethics Committee of sleeping with a 17-year-old. He was going to make him Attorney General. So please don't give lessons to other people right now about ages of consent. Not you personally, but anyone in America. Let's clean up our own house.
Medhi, the question isn't about cleaning up our stuff. God knows we have a lot of stuff to do. FYI, when people start talking about Epstein, I can guarantee you no conservative podcaster has spoken about Epstein more than us. I guarantee, just so you know, we're not.
Yeah, what way? To defend accusations defend off the accusations that Trump was getting hurled his way and his admin. To downplay everything, not to that's to the extent that you were talking about is to fucking sweep.
One that they sit there and say, hey, we love because they're not going to talk about Epstein. Go online on YouTube when you leave here to just gain the credibility. Say,
we're talking about cultural clashes. That's the point you're making. There's a clash of cultures. I'm saying there's not.
You and I are sitting here, we're talking. Can you and I coexist?
Yes.
Do you think you and I can live in the same community?
Yes.
Do you think you and I can live in the same...
you live in a much bigger house on a richer street.
You're a pretty rich guy, bro. You're a multi-millionaire, Doug. Don't act like you're a small
I read on the way here in a Spectator that you have a 75 grand a week house in the Hamptons. I can't get near that.
You believe this stuff? This is all fake news stuff that they tell you. You're so funny. Vinny, we have to make sure we don't post pictures.
Oh, the painful, uncomfortable laughing does not get it. Just so bad.
This summer, where we staying at? Because Medhi's going to be talking shit to us.
75 grand a week. Well done.
Yeah. Where were we at? We were talking about, okay, you and I can coexist.
Yes. Why? And my parents are from India, which has a lot of backward things going on.
But
a lot of child marriage.
You got a little bit of UK. You went to a good school. You went to Oxford.
Who made the school happen? My parents from India.
Your parents.
They paid for it. They worked hard for it.
But
so they were immigrants.
FYI. Okay.
But what if Patrick Bed-David in the 1960s said my dad shouldn't come?
Do you want me to go
India?
to a different place? Let me take you to this next place. You ready? Okay, let me go to the next place. What religious groups that come here make the most money in America?
No idea.
Of course you do. Hinduism, number one, 166,000.
Why would he know that?
Yeah, great.
You know that number. Yeah, great community.
Now being attacked by right-wing Republicans.
Not me.
No, I didn't say you. It's right-wing Republicans.
I'm telling you my position. I know, and I have some. By the way, I have guys that are working here that say that. That's their position. But
that's
we
why
can
the Republican Party is racist, and you shouldn't.
No, we sit and we debate because we think that's the right way to do it. Because your book is called what?
Yeah.
Win the Art of Debating Argument.
Debate,
Put the link below, Rob, so if people want to go support the book, they have it. Watch this. Hinduism, 166, $200,000. Pretty good. It's contributing to society. I'm
a great admirer of the Hindu community.
Judaism. You're supporting of them? $115,000. You think they're net positive for America?
Yes.
Okay. Protestants, 82,500. Orthodox Christians, 78. Catholicism, 74. Islam, 68. Right? Atheists are 85. Okay, they're making $85,000. And then you got Buddhism. Man, that's a bad shout out to Buddhists. You guys got to figure out a way to make money, guys. This is like serious stuff, right? They pray a lot. Yes. So to me, this isn't about skin color or racism. Like when I meet Indians in America, I got to tell you, the ones I've met, they love America. They actually love living
I
here.
get what you're saying, Patrick, but and this is a slight problem for you because you say I'm not speaking for Republican Party, but you are in right-wing media space. There's no debate about that.
I'm not debating that.
Yeah, but you're an immigrant from Iran who came in as a refugee.
I have a slightly different view.
Exactly,
than they do,
exactly. So when you say Hinduism, great. Okay, go tell the Texas Republican Party. Go tell conservatives in Texas.
You know
why? Let me finish my point. All these Hindus in Texas, well-off Hindus, they supported Trump and MAGA. And guess what? They're trying to build a temple in Houston, and people are protesting outside, saying, take this demonic religion outside. I'm no fan of Vivek Ramaswamy, right? I've interviewed him. We had a great clash, but I do admire him as a smart guy. He succeeded in life. He's super patriotic. He's very eloquent. He's running for governor of Ohio. Did you see the clip the other?
Eloquent. Oh, okay. So he's avoiding the landmine that is saying that Vivek Ramaswamy is articulate by saying eloquent. Got it.
The day guy stands up in the crowd. Groiper guy stands up, says Hinduism is a pagan demonic religion. Why should we have you lead us? This is what the Republican Party. For you to say they're not a racist party, when I'm seeing what they're doing to Vivek Ramaswamy, forget Muslims. What they're doing to Hindus in Texas, what they're doing to Hindus in Ohio. This is a white supremacist party. Yes.
White supremacist.
What's your definition of racism? Is nobody racist?
No one. I think.
What's your definition of racist, Patrick?
May I finish? Please. You're raising your voice. Why are you screaming? I'm sitting right across from you, bro. Like, let's act American, not Middle Eastern.
You shouted earlier, but yes, Middle Eastern.
Fair enough. Okay. So to me, I think a part of it is I think everybody has a little bit of bigotry in them. Okay, everybody. And I know it's
asked and answered. So what's racism? I think everyone's kind of racist.
going to sound like, what are you talking about?
Yep.
I think everybody is a little bit against some community. By the way, it could be as simple as you're a Red Sox fan, I'm a Yankees fan, I can't stand you. There's no way we can coexist.
Agreed.
It could be you're from Boston, I'm from New York.
Tribalism. People are tribal.
By the way, that's natural.
Agreed.
That's not like you were a kid, you were part of a gang, you're part of another gang. Hey, we're gonna
attacking a religious minority is not.
So that's that part. The other side is calling. Like if there's one thing, like I brought the what do you call it, Westmore that we're speaking to, and I'm like, you realize, like, for Democrats, why did they lose so much of their support during this period? Let me finish, and you can argue and say we didn't. I think some of the positions they took in COVID was out of control. I think some of the positions they took with LGBTQ, to me, was out of control. Calling everybody racist, a little too much. Calling everybody a bigot, a little too much. Making everybody feel like I'm a bad person.
You need to read the book, my friend. These are all straw men. Calling everybody a racist. I was very specific. I said Randy Fine's a racist. I said Donald Trump's a racist. And I said the Republican Party's indulged racism and white supremacy. I can stand by those with receipts.
Republican Party they're racist.
If a party institutionally allows for racists to take power and do racist policies, what should I call it?
Oh my God.
Okay, let me give you one. Can I give you an example?
Yeah.
Okay, so right now.
Yeah.
So it's like, regardless of what he did, he's not even interested in whether or not it's true. This is like the people that complain about Charlie Kirk being called like a fascist or a Nazi. It never factors into the conversation for these people that shouldn't we evaluate first whether or not it's an apt comparison or accurate description to say that Charlie Kirk was an authoritarian, Charlie Kirk was a fascist, Charlie Kirk had Nazi-like tendencies or could be described as like a neo-Nazi. That never even factors into it. Regardless of whether or not it's true, it's mean. So don't say it. And you say it too much. It's not accurate. They just say that it said too much.
You came to America. You came in 1990?
Yep.
In 1990, I checked before I came here. George Bush Sr. was president.
Yes.
And he allowed in 122,000 refugees, of which 4% were from the Middle East. So you and your family, how many came from your family, if you don't mind me asking?
Me, my mom, my dad, my sister, four.
So four of you.
Well, my dad came in 84 because my parents got a divorce, and then he came back in 1990 separately.
Okay, so three of you came on that
we went to Germany. From Germany. We came
I read it, sorry. You came in 1990, so you're part of the lucky 5,000 people in the Middle East.
I feel like I'm the luckiest man alive living in America.
Okay, and that was George Bush Sr. I'm not a man I'm a fan of, but he did that.
Sure.
He understood the response, as did Reagan.
Yep.
You know, Donald Trump, since October, has allowed in 6,069 refugees, not 122,000, only 6,069. And do you know that 6,066, 99.9% of them are from white South Africa? Only 3 are Afghan.
Dude.
That's the numbers.
Are you serious?
That's a fact.
Okay, you're serious.
Pull it up, Rob. 6,000 refugees, all of them are white South Africans fleeing from an imaginary genocide.
The previous guy brought more people than 4 presidents combined.
Hold on, he brought in 125,000.
He's trying to say, guys, time out. Let's get time for our people.
No, we're talking about refugees. Refugees are different. It's not about jobs. Refugees are international obligation.
Like you're talking H-1B, green card, which one are you talking about?
Refugees, vetted by, the vetted program.
Sure.
Where you're vetted abroad. You check you're not a terrorist, all of that stuff. What happened to you?
Yes.
Biden did it too. He allowed 125,000 people. He upped the cap. Trump dropped the cap with Stephen Miller to 7,500.
Okay.
And since October, he allowed in 6,069, according to the Washington Post.
I want to know where you're going with this.
He allowed in only 3 Afghans and 6,066 white people from South Africa. The 2 things I would say about that. Number 1, that's racist. You let in 99.9% of your refugees are white people who are not refugees, and you don't allow people from Iran, Iraq, Syria. And the second point is, Donald Trump wouldn't have allowed you into this country, and yet you sit and support. You voted for him 3 times. Donald Trump would not have allowed little Patrick Bet-David into this country. How do you feel about that?
You're so funny.
A genuine question.
You are so funny.
It's a genuine question.
He wouldn't have let little Patrick Bet-David.
No Iranians were allowed in this year. So how would you have gotten?
You know what?
Dude, one more fucking time.
The 2 things I would say about that. Number 1, that's racist. You let in 99.9% of your refugees are white people who are not refugees, and you don't allow people from Iran, Iraq, Syria. And the second point is, Donald Trump wouldn't have allowed you into this country, and yet you sit and support. You voted for him 3 times. Donald Trump would not have allowed little Patrick Bet-David into this country. How do you feel about that?
You're so funny.
A genuine question.
Like pointing out just objectively, there's no chance in hell this admin, probably not even under the first term, would have let in PBD because They're not and certainly not in this one. They're not letting in Iranian refugees. What do you think about that? Laughs fucking pathetically.
So funny.
It's a genuine question.
He wouldn't have let little Patrick.
No Iranians were allowed in this year. So how would you have gotten?
You know what would have happened? We would have waited 1 more year, 2 more years
for a Democrat to come and let you in.
Bush Senior let us in. He was a Republican.
For a better Republican. Okay, for a better Republican.
No, but that's
not racist.
That's
Republican.
not the point. The part that
is the point.
I would come in illegally.
He did not allow in Iranians,
issues.
Iraqi.
Mehdi, is it fair to say issues are fluid? Things change. Meaning,
no, refugees are an obligation that America is always stuck to until Donald Trump.
What is an issue in 2020 maybe different than what's a top 3 issue in 2016 and 2012 and 2000?
Plenty.
Right. Guess what? What did his base want?
Who cares what his base wants?
That's who we voted for. That's who we.
For an argument, you're moving. Why about? Is he racist? I'm giving my evidence. He stopped all refugees from coming in from what do you call them? Shithole countries. Itself a racist phrase. And then he allowed in white people.
Would you disagree with some of these places are shithole countries?
I don't think you call entire countries shithole.
You don't think some places
are
shithole?
Generalizing about entire places.
You think some places are not shithole?
What's your definition of racism, Patrick? Because you don't seem to think anything's racist. What do you define as racist? If you say there's no such thing as racism, fine, but be consistent.
No.
Okay. Second time's the charm. Let's see. First time he said, I think everybody's a little bit racist in response. Let's see what other deflection we get.
I don't know if
nobody's a racist.
No, I don't know if. I think it's a weak argument. I think it's a weak position to say, hey, that guy doesn't like me and my race and where I'm from.
What is your definition of racism? If you don't have one, say so.
To be honest with you.
H. Mata, thank you so much for gifting us up to Zai Rose. I really, really appreciate it.
If you want this,
I think if you call an entire country, entire people shit, garbage, low IQ, that's racist.
Mehdi, I think every single person has an element of racism.
Okay, just this again. Literally, this repeating the same fucking thing. This is actually by the end of this more painful and more embarrassing than. Is it though? Fuck, I don't know. This one moment's pretty bad. Adam Sosnick versus Dave Smith over this. I think I cringed a lot more during Adam Sosnick versus Dave Smith.
It's a different.
This is like an intellectual humiliation, and with Adam, it was a more conventional type of humiliation.
To 99%.
So moving the goalpost.
But you're asking racism. It's like not liking an ethnicity, not liking a community.
Yeah, not liking an entire country.
Is that what you're looking for?
Yeah, if he says we're going to have white people in and not shithole country people in, that's racist. Yes, I think that's racist. That's not racist. I don't know what is. 99.9% of refugees are white South Africans. Come on.
You want to? Okay, Rob, can you do me a favor?
He calls all Somalis low IQ and garbage.
Like just the stuff that you're saying right now.
It's all true.
Can you pull up Biden's administration? Who was the guy that was the transgender that we're supposed to lead?
That's what you're going to? When I quote the president making racist remarks, you got no comeback?
Wait a minute. What's the argument of DI with you that massively failed? Are you supportive of DI?
I don't know what's your definition.
Are you supportive of DI?
I don't play. This is not right wing bingo.
No.
Your words mean nothing to me. I'm from outside the right wing media chamber. DEA is meaningless.
I talk to guys on the left wing side. Like, who do you think I talk to? You think I just talk to right wing people?
No, but when you say DEI and the transgender guy from Biden and Ilhan Omar, this is like right wing bingo.
Is this a good pick?
Yeah, Rachel Levy, I interviewed on my show.
Was he phenomenal at what he did?
I'm sure she was very good at her job.
So you think
what's that got to do with Trump being racist towards Somalis?
You think
Patrick, you need to read the book.
Wait a minute.
Because in the book I deal with people like you.
This is what you do for a living. The difference with
you are
me is
deflecting.
This is not
Donald
deflecting.
Trump says all Somalis are garbage, low IQ people. Is that a racist statement?
Allow this to come to you.
Rachel Levine.
Do you think?
I'm going to answer your question.
Do you think this person was hired because they were the best person for a job or because he was playing politics?
Well, Rob,
that's a form of racism.
Rob, I'm going to read the second paragraph. Levine is a professor of pediatrics and psychiatry at Penn State College of Medicine. Previously served as a Pennsylvania physician general. So I think Rachel Levine is more qualified to work in the health department than Robert fucking Kennedy Jr., who has zero qualifications. RFK was hired for his medical qualifications?
You think...
No, Patrick, do you think RFK Jr. was hired for his medical qualifications?
By the way, do you know how many people previous to him were doctors?
Do you know, was RFK hired for his medical credentials? Yes or no?
RFK was hired because he was making the
Rachel Levine is a professor of pediatrics.
No, wait a minute, but you're saying RFK is not qualified for his job?
Not to be health secretary, no.
By a mile,
Jesus Christ.
A mile,
Conspiracy theorist who doesn't even
you take a transgender to be this job, then
you think transgender people don't have intelligence?
No,
I did a new attack on
no, see what you're doing now? But you see what you're doing now? You're playing. See, the difference
between you and
I, no, I didn't go to Oxford and do debate 24/7 to see this as my life.
I gave you hard evidence of Trump's racism, and you said, Rob, pull up the transgender woman. That's what happened. Everyone watched you do it. But I said Trump allowed in 99% white people.
The point is, the previous guy picked people because of color. If there is any party that's racist, was the previous guy, because they kept saying black this, black that, black this many females, this many transgender.
Trump did the same.
The left is the party of the racists.
Even if I concede that, it's irrelevant to my point that Donald Trump has blocked.
There's the clip of Trump going, look at my African American over here, an all-timer.
Refugees like yourself, Patrick Bet-David would not have been allowed into America under Donald Trump. You would have come in illegally. You're pro-illegal immigration. This is so interesting today.
Made it here,
you heard it here. You're going to clip Ilhan Omar, clip that.
Oh, he's saying it incredulously. I thought for a second he was actually admitting that he would have come illegally, but I mean, he probably would have.
David said if he wasn't allowed illegally, he would come in illegally.
The difference between you and I, this doesn't bother me. I understand the game we're playing. I understand the conversation.
I'm not here for a game. I just said to you earlier, this stuff has real world consequences.
Oh, this stuff has real world consequences.
Three Muslims just got killed
stuff has real
in a
world
mosque
consequences.
in San Diego because Republican Party racist rhetoric. And do you know what? Republican congressmen couldn't even condemn it. I assume you condemn what happened in San Diego.
We 100% condemned it.
Do you know Republicans wouldn't do it until they were forced to do it? Brandon Gill was asked on the congressional corridor. I'm not asking you to speak. I'm telling you it's bad, right? That what they did, not condemning.
Do you realize you think it's also bad that everything we had to hear in 2022 with Biden getting elected was about how many black female candidate leadership team we're going to have?
Diversity is a good thing.
No, it's not.
Yes,
it's based on leadership. When he was president, we're going to find a way to have this percentage. Let me finish. This percentage of pilots got to be female and black. And by the way, Hollywood. You want to go to Hollywood? What standards they created? Do you remember the Hollywood standards? In order to win an Oscar,
that's not true. That's
can you please pull that? Can you pull that up, please?
Elon Musk propaganda. This has been debunked a million times.
We're like switching between like, you know, politicians. So all of a sudden in Hollywood, they disingenuously promote diversity like
a million times.
What time are we at right now?
I got a flight to catch soon.
That's what I'm saying.
But this is an important conversation because I need you to concede that 99.9% white refugees from South Africa is a racist refugee policy.
Zero. I got
not allowing people in from Afghanistan and Syria.
Next time you come in, don't book a flight afterwards so we can go 4 hours because I'm enjoying this.
Next time you're coming on my show, we all heard you agree to my invitation. I hereby invite Patrick Bet-David. You can bring Rob with him if you need support. Bring Rob with you.
So funny.
But we'll
bring Vinny, bring Tom, bring Adam, please. I don't know why they're not all doing it together. I kind of wish they were.
We'll have a good time. Let me wrap it up with some one-word answers, and then let's go from there. You ready?
Yep.
Okay. Since you already brought him up, I'll bring it up. So I'll give you a name.
Oh, Rob has just proved me right, by the way. 2 of 4 DEI standards. You don't have to. It's not something you have to tick some boxes.
What do you mean 2 of 4 DEI standards?
Pull up the standard.
Yeah, you have to have 2 of 4 DEI. They even said you have to have a underrepresented racial ethnic groups an ensemble cast of at least 30% represent from 2 underrepresented. Some of them even disability.
First of all,
diversity is a DEI standards of the Oscars.
Thing especially on
stop it.
I know you don't like that. It's a bad word. D-word is a bad word.
You know,
your people are like clutching their pearls.
You know why you're here? You know why you're here?
All the valuetainment viewers are clutching their pearls because Medhi said diversity.
Do you know why I'm talking to you? Do you know why I'm talking to you?
Because you needed to hear from me that you wouldn't be allowed into America if Trump was president.
Do you know why I'm
you would have to
talking
come
to
in illegally.
Medhi, do your shtick. I'll let you finish, and then I'll say. Do you know why I'm talking to you? Why do you think I'm talking to you?
Please tell me.
Because you're good at what you do.
I appreciate it.
That's why you're here.
I appreciate it.
Imagine if I said, hey, Rob, moving forward, listen, we need 3 to 7.
We all know why. It's to deflect and, you know, distract from the fucking Coffeezilla shit.
2 black, 4 gay, 5 this.
I know you need to tell your audience.
No, I'm not doing
that. In fact, the person who does that is Hexeth right now. He's literally blocking black women and women from becoming generals and admirals.
You are so obsessed with Trump, just ask him for a job, bro. Just go and say, can I be part of this freaking cabinet?
He wouldn't give it to you because
I'm almost thinking you are so obsessed. It's like, these girls that are so in love with somebody secretly. It's like this infatuated.
I love that's the only argument you have.
Can I go? No, you lost this one, but it's okay.
No, I didn't because technically you wouldn't be sitting here if Trump was president. You've already agreed.
I'm going to sell your book like no one's ever sold your book.
You are a great salesman.
Go buy this book.
I want to say something nice about you. I'm going to say you're a great salesman.
By the way, the biggest part about this thing is I am so proud that we converted another socialist into capitalist. That is probably the proudest moment to somebody like you did, and I give you credit. I am so proud of you that you're publicly now a capitalist and you're creating jobs.
You can be a capitalist and a socialist.
Can we do
2 seconds earlier, I did this. Medhi, no, you didn't. You're right. You did. I didn't.
The one-word answers, please. All right. Tommy Robinson.
Bigot.
Nigel Farage.
Overrated.
Sadiq Khan.
Underrated.
Ilhan Omar.
Patriot.
AOC.
Presidential.
Interesting. J.D. Vance.
Fraud.
Marco Rubio.
Little.
Yeah.
Trump. Little Marco.
Okay, I got you.
I want to quote my man, Trump.
Respect. Newsom. Although Marco Rubio could be your president, by the way. Newsom.
Phony.
Slick.
Psychopath.
Musk.
Idiot.
Bezos.
Spineless.
Spineless.
What's the point of having fuck you money if you never say fuck you? Just roll over for Trump.
So you just want him
he doesn't like Trump. I prefer the people who love Trump. You know, I prefer the true believer.
Yeah.
These people who just hate Trump privately but roll over for him, can't stand him.
Spencer Pratt. Joe Rogan.
Enigma.
Yeah,
I don't know what to make of him. Sometimes I'm like interesting. Sometimes I'm an idiot.
Have you guys ever done anything?
No, I've never done
anything. Is PBD not PBD, Medhi trying to get on Joe Rogan?
Well, you would do it.
Right.
Would I go on Joe Rogan's show? There's a time when I said 100% yes. Now, maybe. I've come on PBD.
Yeah.
I want to reach new audience.
Why did you say you wouldn't go? You said to Bassem you wouldn't go on a bunch of different podcasts.
Yeah, I didn't say I wouldn't.
Did it
I
change?
struggle. Like Fox. I don't go on Fox. Maybe I should change everything. I've tried to have a hygiene rule. I talk about it in the book. Maybe I've just abandoned my hygiene rules.
I think you should go everywhere. I think you should.
It's a tricky argument. There's pros and cons.
Do you know why?
There's pros and cons.
What's the con?
The cons are platforming people who don't deserve the legitimacy of mainstream platforms.
Okay,
that's a real.
You're such a big deal. Like we shouldn't go to all these other places because.
No, like if I go on Fox, I'm basically telling people that's a legitimate news organization. I believe it's a legitimate news organization. It's a propaganda channel.
All right. Okay.
I don't want to be part of it.
Bibi.
Criminal.
Biden.
Criminal.
Hillary Clinton.
Annoying.
I'll finish with that one.
True.
So we'll finish with Hillary Clinton. She got a lot of credit. Folks, this was a good conversation.
Thank you for having me.
Go order his book, Win the Art of Debating Every
That's a horrible
Argument.
cover.
Win every argument.
I love that cover, but it can be misread. Win every argument, the art of debating, persuading, and public speaking. I've even persuaded Patrick today that he needed to be an illegal immigrant to get into Trump's America.
I enjoy talking to you. I appreciate you coming out. I
appreciate you having me on.
Thank you, brother. Yes. Take care, everybody. Bye-bye, bye-bye. When we set out to create a shoe that blends comfort,
again with the fucking
function,
shoe ad.
and luxury, we had the choice to make it fast. We had the choice to make it cheap. We chose neither. Instead, we chose Tuscany, Italy.
Instead, we're choosing to follow me on Twitch if you aren't following me already, or subscribing to me if you're watching on YouTube, and hitting the bell. That way you can know when I go live. Also, liking the stream if you're watching on YouTube really helps with the algorithm and pushing it out to other people. If you want to support me, the best way to do that is to follow the donation link within my Twitch chat or my YouTube description box. My Streamlabs tip link, because they only take 3% as opposed to YouTube Super Chats, which are also cool, but they take 30%. You can also gift a sub throughout my Twitch chat if you're feeling generous, or subscribe to me yourself the conventional way, or using your Amazon Twitch Prime sub. I'm at Straighterade _ on everything. And the last thing we're going to do tonight is check out Trump looking absolutely fucking toasted on this Meet the Press interview, where I saw a clip and he actually, it was like jarring to watch. I mean, he's old as fuck, obese, obviously, unhealthy, but he struggles to leave by the end. He is looking so much worse than like Biden did at any point. Biden sounded terrible, but he didn't look this bad. Trump looks bad.
This Sunday, Turning Point, my exclusive interview with President Trump as the war with Iran reaches the 100-day mark.
I don't like these endless wars. This is not an endless war.
What makes you so sure this won't become a quagmire?
We're not going to be there.
As pressure grows on the
And
economy.
disclaimer, it is at 1.25 speed.
With the midterms approaching.
As soon as that's complete, gasoline prices are going to drop like a rock.
Plus, his controversial plan that could give payouts to January 6th rioters.
Look, if it was up to me, I'd pay them the kind of money that they deserve.
And his continued claims about election fraud.
They're cheating on the election.
What, do you have evidence to support
All I have to do is look.
Joining me for insight and analysis are NBC News National Security Managing Editor Carol Lee, Mark Short, former Director of Legislative Affairs for President Trump, and Ashley Etienne, former Communications Director to Vice President Harris. Welcome to Sunday. It's Meet the Press.
From NBC News in Washington, the
Why
longest
is she
running
yelling at me? This woman always sounds crazed and looks crazed. She's like kind of like crazy eyes.
show in television history. This is Meet the Press with Kristen Welker.
Good Sunday morning. Today marks 100 days since the United States launched the first strikes against Iran. Midterm pressures are growing, with no clear end to the war in sight. On Friday, President Trump took his case to rural voters in Chippewa Falls, Wisconsin. At the invitation of the White House, we joined him at Custer Farms and had a wide-ranging interview that was unfortunately interrupted multiple times by the stormy weather overhead. President Trump, welcome back to Meet the Press.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for being here. We are going to talk about your visit while you're here in Wisconsin, but I'd like to start off by talking about the major issue that you are focused on every day, which is Iran. Mm-hmm. Sunday will mark 100 days since the first strikes. Your Secretary of State, Marco Rubio, said that the war had concluded. And yet just this week, Iran attacked U.S. allies in the region, calling it retaliation for a set of U.S. airstrikes. Is the United States at war with Iran?
Well, they've been largely decapitated, and I call it a military exercise because people would rather.
My God, okay. I was like, is he going to directly answer that question? He did.
All that. It's not a big war for us. It's not. We have the most powerful military in the world. I built it, frankly. I built it in my first 4 years, and I'm using it a little bit in my second 4 years. Their Navy is gone. Their Air Force is gone. Their anti-aircraft is gone. They might have built it up a little bit over the last 4 weeks during this little ceasefire.
Wow.
That we did at the request of some very good people. Very, very fine people from.
Wow, a huge accomplishment to degrade the already small conventional military of Iran.
Actually, from numerous places, as you know. You know, there are a lot of people involved, but from Pakistan in particular, the field marshal and the prime minister. And
give me this one. She's one white streak away from a Tulsi lookalike contest winner. Okay, you're not wrong. So I will hand you that one.
We're very close to having a deal, and if we don't have a deal, we'll do it one way or the other. Either way, we win.
I do want to talk about the terms of any potential.
You're going to get tired of winning, guys.
Deal in just a moment, but let me just follow up with you. You did post on social media just this week, my final negotiations to end the war with the Islamic Republic of Iran. There is a naval blockade in place, which technically is an act of war under international law. So is this...
Why even add in the word technically there? It is an act. Like, just say it unambiguously, full-throatedly.
War as long as there's a naval blockade in place?
Well, we have a blockade. It's been extremely effective, and the reason we have it is they try to blockade, and now we blockaded them. And as you know, they're losing $400 to $500 million a day. It's not sustainable for them. They have an economy that's shot in addition to everything else. Their leaders are gone. Their generals are gone. Their first tier and second tier are gone. Much of their third tier is gone. But they put up a blockade, and so we blockaded them, and we have the ultimate blockade. I don't consider that a war, but if you want to define it as such, I guess you can.
Well, how do you define it?
I don't define it at all. I don't think about it. I just do what I have to do.
But if you're not specifically calling it a war, would you consider sending some of the troops who are stationed there, who were sent because of Operation Epic Fury there home? No, would you consider sending them home if it's not technically a war?
We don't need as many troops. I think it's like it's on the to err on the side of caution. We have
So no, I guess.
a lot of people there. They're very safe. You know, if you think we beat Venezuela, we lost nobody. We took over the whole country. We lost nobody. We have a great relationship.
We took over all of Venezuela. Yeah, it's not like the person that immediately assumed power was Maduro's VP.
With Venezuela. Venezuela's doing very well, but we lost nobody. We've lost 13 people here, and that's a lot. 13 people too many. But if you look at Vietnam, where hundreds of thousands
He's ignoring the hundreds of casualties. It's not loss of life necessarily, but still.
People were killed. If you look at any one of the last 7 or 8 wars where many, many people were killed, we lost 13. And again, 13 is too many. I don't want to lose any. But 13 is less than anybody's ever even envisioned. I think we're doing a great job.
But so are you saying you would consider sending some of the troops home, sir? Some of the 50,000 troops who were sent there as a part of Operation Epic Fury?
I would say this. It costs us very little to keep them there. I don't consider them in danger. We have the best defense anyone's ever seen. We have the best offense anyone's ever seen. So I don't consider it danger. I would say it would be foolhardy to do that because maybe we may use them. It's unlikely, but I think we'll keep them there until such time as we have a completion. And when we have a completion, you will see things like you've never seen. The oil will go down. The stock market already, as you know, it's hit an all-time high. Even in the midst of it, it hit all-time highs. We had 73 all-time highs in a short period of time that I've been in office, which is a record, by the way. And, you know, we're doing very well. But the main thing is we cannot let Iran have a nuclear weapon. Can't do it. And we won't do it.
You just referenced the 13 Americans who were killed. And I want to know what your red line is. What would trigger you to restart military action? Would it be Iran killing more American citizens?
Well, certainly that would be something that I would think about.
It's so weird to frame that question in terms of like, what's your red line? What would need to occur for you to want to, you know, engage in more hostilities in the midst of the ceasefire? As if he ever needed a pretext in the first place. We opened this operation, this illegal war, this illegal operation with a double tap strike on a girls' school. So clearly nothing needs to happen, right?
Seriously, but my red line would be if I think I wasn't going to make a deal or if I wasn't going to make a deal fast enough. So we're having very good negotiations with the people that are leading the country now. It's the third group that we've been dealing with, and they are different. And you could say it's regime change, actually, because these are very different people. I find them to be more rational, very smart.
Who is that? Who's leading the country?
Well, I won't go into names, but you know who they are. I mean, they're leaders. They're respected, respected by the people that have to respect them. They are calling the shots. We know that because we see it through various tests that we've given. It's a little bit strange because you have leaders that have been there for a long time and they get wiped out. Then you have leaders that you also know, the second tier, and they get wiped out. All of a sudden, we're dealing with different people. But no, I think that we'll either have something done fairly quickly or we'll finish it out militarily.
Are you talking about the son of the supreme leader?
He's a part of it, yes.
He has not been seen in public. What is his status? Have you talked to him directly?
I do believe they have great respect for him. I see it. I mean, they want to get his concurrence. They've said to me, they've said to others that they're looking for approval, and he is part of the approval process, absolutely.
Have you spoken to him directly? You said you want to meet with him.
No, I have not. I would if he'd like to, but...
The fact that no one asks about the schoolgirl missile strike investigation anymore is an indictment of our media. Yep, and I have to, like, I wonder if it's like, I don't know if it's this, if it has to do with Trump specifically, or they're trying not to, like, he walked out of this, and... You know, what sets Trump off is like it can be the most inoffensive of questions. So I don't see the point in like pulling punches to try to get him to remain sitting down with you.
I have not spoken to him directly.
Do you know where he is?
I will tell you, they do.
How he is?
Yeah, they do pay homage to him. I would tell you if they didn't. They seem to, based on what I see, they seem to respect him a great deal.
Do you know where he is? Do you know how he is doing physically?
I don't want to say whether or not I know where he is, but there's a good probability that I do.
Is he inside Iran?
I'd rather not say that.
Okay, he is the son of the last supreme leader, who was obviously a hardliner. Is this younger Khomeini any better for the United States than his father was?
Younger.
He's like, again, you just said he's more of a hardliner.
I think more rational. Injured. He's pretty badly injured. So there's a certain bravery there. A lot of people, if they were injured that badly, they wouldn't be talking about.
I know he allegedly like lost his wife or kids or something like that, but I hadn't heard reports that he had been injured personally.
You know, how are we doing with the United States that have other things on their mind? So there's a certain bravery there, but he is very seriously injured, yeah.
What is the status of talks exactly in this moment? How close are you to making a deal? Are we talking about days, weeks, months, Mr. President?
I think we're very close. We have a couple of points. They don't even seem like big points. They've conceded the fact that they will not have nuclear weapons. We had a clause in there that we will not develop nuclear weapons, and everybody was very happy with it except me. And I said, well, what happens if they not develop, but they go out and purchase, they acquire? I want to put the word, if they buy or purchase or acquire, you know, you've got to have that in there too, because that's not developing. So they don't have the right to develop or purchase, acquire, or buy.
Have they pushed back against that? Is that one of the sticking points?
A little bit.
Like, what about enrichment? That's like that's the big sticking point. That is the more controversial term that we are trying to extract, is that we don't want them to enrich whatsoever.
Okay. You have been saying for months, Mr. President, that Iran is begging to make a deal.
True.
They are so desperate to make a deal. Why haven't they made a deal with you yet?
Because it's a very hard thing for them. They've had great independence. They've dealt with very weak independence.
Yeah, I mean, it is hard for them to give up the leverage that they have over the United States with the Strait of Hormuz, clearly.
Leadership on behalf of the United States and other countries, frankly, that allowed them to get away with murder. And I think they can't believe they're in the situation where they've been virtually decapitated.
But if they're so desperate, Mr. President, why haven't they said yes to the terms you're proposing?
Strong, they're proud. There are things they never thought they'd be doing that they're going to have to do. They've got no choice. And it takes a little while. You know, you're talking about 47 years of getting away with whatever they wanted. I mean, this should have been done long ago. This should have been done by other presidents or other countries. It doesn't have to be us, other countries. But they were very close to having a nuclear weapon twice. That was when I terminated the Iran nuclear deal, which was a path. That deal, the JCPOA, that deal was tantamount to giving them a nuclear weapon. It was a horrible deal given by Barack Obama. And
they're currently the deal that they're trying to currently pursue is basically a worse version of the JCPOA.
Really penned by him. It was a horrible deal. It was, you know, it expired long ago. I terminated it. But had I not terminated it, it expired long ago. It was a short-term deal. It was a road to a nuclear weapon. They would have had a nuclear weapon 5 years ago.
But Mr. President, I'm curious because when you were campaigning
several years ago, when their uranium enrichment levels were low, because there were IAEA inspectors that they were forced to comply with because of the terms of the JCPOA, they stopped complying with them after Trump tore up the fucking deal.
You said you would rip up the Iran nuclear deal, but negotiate a better deal. Why didn't you negotiate a better deal at the time? Because after it was ripped up, there weren't guardrails, and they escalated their production of enriched uranium.
Excuse me. It takes years to do these things. These people have been fighting for 47 years. They've been killing Americans. They've been taking off their legs and their arm, and their faces have been hurt so badly and so horribly. I'm moving very fast. I'm into 3 months. You know, Vietnam lasted 19 years. I'm into my 3rd month. And all I do is say, whoa, when are you going to win? If I were a Democrat, nobody would be talking that way, but it doesn't matter to me. I've gotten so used to it. Look, we have totally destroyed their military. They have some missiles left. They have some drones left.
Do you know how many missiles?
Yes, exactly.
How many?
I don't want to tell you.
Can you give me a ballpark?
They have some left. No, but I know almost to the number, and we know where they are too. And we know where their drones are, and we know where their drone factories are. Most of the drone factories have been knocked out. Most of the launching pads have been knocked out, and most of the missile manufacturing areas have been knocked out. But they still have capacity. They have some missiles. They have some drones. I would say percentage-wise, maybe 21, 22% of their missiles. It's a lot of missiles, but it's not what it was when we first attacked.
So you're saying they have 21, 22% of their missiles left?
Correct, yes.
Okay. Let's talk about what specifically you are demanding as a part of this short-term deal. Will the United States agree to a deal with Iran that doesn't explicitly and immediately give up its nuclear enrichment program on the front end?
Well, you know, depending on when you say immediately, look, it is buried under mountains because our B-2s were incredible. The pilots of our B-2s were unbelievable. And it's buried. They can't get it. The only 2 countries that could take it, that have the equipment to take, you have to understand, 3 mountains.
So you have to understand, it's buried, yeah, but it's buried, so.
Have fallen in on them, right? So you understand that because the fake news was going around saying, oh, maybe they didn't hit their target. 1 o'clock in the morning, pitch black, no moon, no nothing, and every one of those bombs went right down those chutes.
See, we want to do that, but we'd have to like dig, and I don't know if we are able to do that.
Blew up. They can't get it no matter what. I mean, they can get it, I guess, with years of work. But the only two countries that can get it are us and China.
Why is this lady trying to get Trump to violate OPSEC? Element 1, because he lies with everything that he fucking says, and 2, just because it's fucking fun to see what he'll say.
Because we're the only two with the equipment that's capable
Like,
of...
nothing that Trump says is really having any... Does anybody actually think that it's connected to any outcome in this war? Really? No.
Doing that kind of work. And it would take weeks of digging. So the answer is, yeah, we're going to do it immediately. We're going to start looking very quickly, and we'll do it with them. If we make a deal, we'll do it with them. No, we're going to do it with the Iranians. So if we make a deal, that means we'll be friendly. We'll do it with the Iranians. If we don't make a deal, we may do it, or we may just watch it. You know, we have cameras on it all over it. If anybody walked there, if you walked over there, I would be able to read your first name on your lapel. And these are cameras up in space. It's pretty amazing technology. Space Force. We have cameras all over the site. We know if anybody goes there. If anybody went there, any digging mechanism, any truck, any tractors, anything, anybody went there, we would know. We will take care of it. Is that wind or what?
Is that rain?
Oh my God.
What is that?
Why are they filming it in here? In this fucking set with like a John Deere tractor and like hay bales.
This would be the first of multiple interruptions due to the weather.
And it's
rain
so loud.
Hitting the metal roof, making it difficult for both of us to hear each other.
Gee, well, then why would you do an interview in a fucking building that's a metal roof?
So as we're having this conversation, we can hear a little bit of rain.
No, a lot of rain.
A lot of rain. Let me try to get a clear understanding of how the United States would get the nuclear material out. You've called it nuclear dust.
Yeah.
Will you and would you be open to sending in U.S. forces to retrieve the nuclear stockpile?
So the official name is highly enriched.
So literally, would you do the thing that Biden continues to get shit for to this day with respect to the Afghanistan withdrawal that the Trump admin largely negotiated? Doha deal and all of that. How we left a bunch of stuff there. And like nobody ever factors in the people that complain about that. To get that stuff back, we would have needed to risk more American military personnel and spend a ton of money.
Uranium. And I call it nuclear dust because it seemed to be nice and everyone understands it better and it's sort of cute and people picked it up. But the way you do it is if we make a deal, now we're friendly, we'll all go together. It'll be our equipment. We'll take it out and destroy it, whether it's on site or whether we take it off site.
So that would require U.S. forces?
Well, that will require, we will have a deal. We'll be friendly. In other words, we will have made a deal. And we will be at peace. And we will go with them or without them. But we won't have people shooting at us, okay? Now, if we don't make a deal, then we're going to take them out militarily, very harshly. And we'll wait till we do that before we go, in which case we'll have safety either way.
Mr. President, I wonder, how long are you willing to give Iran to make a deal? How much longer? You've been talking for quite some time.
That. Well, you really haven't. You were in Vietnam for 19 years. You were in Iraq for many years. You were in Korea for many, many years.
It's not that bad, okay? So long as it's not a forever war, it's fine, even though this is looking like it's going to be a forever war.
I won't even talk about World War II, because that was the big one, and we don't want to ever have that. But you were in all these different wars for many years with thousands and thousands of people killed. We've had 13 people killed, which I hate. We've had 13 people killed, and that includes 2 wars. That's Venezuela, and that's Iran.
But do you have a cutoff point in your head?
No, but you keep talking about speed, Kristen. You were in Vietnam for 19 years, and you tell me about 3 months. And in 3 months, I've demolished the Navy, the Air Force, anti-aircraft. They have no radar. They have no nothing. I demolished their leaders. Their leaders are gone.
Do you know where all of Iran's nuclear material is,
yes.
sir?
Yes.
Would you unfreeze any Iranian assets or lift any sanctions up front as a part of any deal? So that would come after.
Comes after, yeah. If
they
behave,
turned
if they
over
do a good
their
job, we
nuclear
start
enrichment.
talking,
Yeah, if they behave, they can have their stuff back. Cool.
Material.
Unlike Obama. Obama flew.
Explain the difference. Like, again, I mean, I wait for the day. If this ends anytime soon, you better believe it, the fucking cult will come out in full defense. They won't miss a fucking beat to say Obama was weak because he unfroze assets as part of the terms of the JCPOA with Iran. But Trump doing that same thing, somehow different.
A Boeing 757, a plane I know very well. They took the seats out and they loaded it up with $1.7 billion in cash from the banks in Maryland and Virginia and D.C. They emptied out the banks. And they gave them 1.7 in green, and they gave them tens of billions of dollars, just kept giving them money, and it didn't work.
Would any, again,
That never works,
but
by the
again,
way.
Mr. President, you promised that you were going to negotiate a better deal. Do you
I
wish you'd
have.
done it in your first term when you ripped it up at that, before you ripped
No,
up the
they weren't
deal?
ready. No, this is much better. This is much better.
Will
If I
you-
would have done it in my first term, Israel wouldn't have been ready. Hear that sound of thunder, lightning,
Is that going
rain?
to interrupt, guys?
No.
Dude, he is fucking demented.
People will understand. We're on a farm.
That's true. Will any deal you make include the release of
I mean,
Americans
I don't understand why they had to do this in a barn. I really don't. They could have gone anywhere else.
who are being held by Iran?
Well, we talk about it, and we'll see. Nobody really has an accurate list of who they are, what they are, or if they're being held. But if they're, we've been talking about it. Nobody really has a list. You know that, right? You know, you're asking me about, nobody has a list.
But are you demanding a list? Are you demanding to know and saying they've got to come
You're
home?
supposed to give me the list. I mean, do you know people that we're talking about? If you give me the names, I'll do my best to get them
Well,
out.
I don't think that's been reported.
Huh?
I don't think it's all of the people who've been held.
All I'm saying is this.
known.
If you have a list of names, give them to me, and I will get them
But is
out.
it something you talk to them about?
We talk about people if they have them, but nobody knows who they are. Just like you don't know who they are.
You have openly said you've been frustrated by Israel's continued bombing of Lebanon. Are you and Prime Minister Netanyahu on the same page?
Yeah, we are. We get along very well. We've been great comrades. We did a very, very big number on a certain country that was nothing
Great comrades.
but trouble for 47 years. I disagree with him on a couple of things.
On Lebanon?
I'd like to see Lebanon have a better life. I'd like to see a more surgical attack on Hezbollah. I think it should be more surgical.
Then the beepers, or like, what are you getting at? I mean, not that the beepers were surgical, but I would have thought that, is he that what he's referring to?
And we can help them with that, or we can recommend Syria. Syria's
Rain noise is making me sleepy. Like, that really qualifies as white noise for you, while this fucking demented old fuck yaps over it. State propaganda.
doing a very good job of cleaning up their act. They have a very good leader. They have a leader that's really done a good job in a short period of time, and he would love to help.
Are you demanding that Lebanon be a part of the short-term deal that
I'm
you're
not at all.
negotiating?
I'm not demanding.
Okay.
I think they'd like to see it, but I'm not demanding.
Okay. I wonder if we should, let me just get a gut check here. Should we pause for 5 minutes and let this pass? I just want to be able to hear everything he says. The rain did not stop, but neither did our interview. When we come back, President Trump on his promise to...
Okay, lady.
Sure now, Mr. President, one of your consistent campaign promises was no new wars, going all the way back to 2015. Did you break that promise to the American people?
No. I had to stop a country, very powerful, very dangerous country, from having a nuclear weapon because they'd use it. They'd blow up the world. They'd blow up the Middle East. They'd blow up Israel. They'd come here. They'd blow up Europe. They're nuts. Okay?
They'd blow up
They're crazy
Israel.
people. I deal with them. And very high-strung people. Really crazy. And get along with them. I like them. But you don't want to let them have a nuclear weapon. And I'm doing the world a service, but I'm doing our country a service. You know, it's America first. I'm doing our country a service. Nice rain.
It is raining hard. Okay.
But the answer is good. Let's just keep going.
Let's keep going.
Let's power through it, right?
Here, we paused nearly 5 minutes for the rain to pass and then
God.
picked up our conversation. So you're saying you didn't break your promise, and yet, Mr. President, in your first term, you held to that promise, and it was so fundamental to who you were as a candidate to a first-term president. What changed? Because you insisted no new wars.
He's like a cat when he sees a squirrel.
Well, I didn't guarantee no war. Why would I have built the strongest military in the world? I built our military. I inherited a terrible military. We had no equipment. We had nothing. I built a tremendous military. Biden gave a lot of...
Vladimir Putin said that Joe Biden would be better. Yoke 2003. Why do you think he said that? What do you take away from Vladimir Putin? Do you take Vladimir Putin at his word?
it away, but it's still a relatively small portion compared to what I built.
But you said it
Wait a minute,
over and
wait a minute.
over again, Mr.
Why would I
President.
build a military? Now, I didn't want to use this, but I'm doing you and everybody else a big favor.
Oh,
In
thank
the
you.
midst of the greatest
Truly a
stock
hero.
market in history, in the midst of the
So
most
magnanimous
successful
and selfless.
country, because as you know, in the last time we were a dead country, Kristen. I know you're a big liberal, or a big progressive.
No,
but
I'm
we
just
were,
a journalist.
We were a dead country. A couple of years ago, we were a dead country. Now we have the hottest country anywhere in the world.
Did you guys catch that? Look at this. Her Taylor Lorenz impression.
We're a dead country, Kristen. I know you're a big liberal, or a big progressive.
No,
but
I'm
we
just
were,
a journalist.
We were a dead
Right there.
country. A couple of years ago, we were a dead country. Now we have the hottest country anywhere in the world. And at the all-time hottest point, which is probably now, believe it or not, we just had all brand new stock market records today. But at the hottest point in the history of our country, I took Scott, Howard, I took Pete, I took everybody into a room. I said, I have to do this country, this world, the Middle East, Israel, everybody.
I have to do this country.
You have Iran. They're going to have a nuclear weapon. Barack Hussein Obama signed the JCPOA. It was a horrible deal. Horrible deal. Listen to me. It was a horrible deal. It was a path to them getting a nuclear weapon.
Listen, horrible deal. Please listen to me. It was bad. I'm just waiting for him to pull out one of those like black and white little like swirly machines or whatever. Is that the JCPOA was bad? It's worse than what is occurring now.
And they were very close to having a nuclear weapon. I terminated the deal. Wait.
And drag my queen, Taylor. Taylor's my queen as well, okay? We love Taylor here.
Then I sent the B-2 bombers in about 9-10 months ago, and they totally obliterated the site, and I saved it. We had a choice. We could let them have a nuclear weapon, or we could go along and have some beautiful days. But they would have, it's a judgment. They would have used the nuclear weapon. And you know what? When people hear that whole scenario, when they hear me say Iran was going to have a nuclear weapon, and they're crazy, they say you're doing the right thing.
When people listen to me and don't know about the fact that my own intelligence agency said even though they have enriched uranium levels, which my admin was responsible for tearing up the JCPOA, yeah, if I lie to people, they have a different understanding of what's going on and they support insane things. But if they actually knew that they weren't going to get a fucking nuke for like 10 years, yeah, probably wouldn't support this.
I don't think it's you'll do polls because they're all fake polls anyway, especially yours. But you do polls. I just won a big election. And the reason I won an election is people have confidence in me. I have good judgment. I had to make a judgment. Do I want to go along and have a country that's doing really well, but somebody is going to try and kill us? Or do I want to put out that horrible threat? And I did. I put it out. I put it out for many, many years. Now I'm going to put it out permanently. I'm going to do it either through negotiation, where we're very close to a deal, or I'm going to blow the hell out of them, to be honest with you. And it's going to be very easy for me to do. That's actually the easier path. So when you say, I promised, I didn't promise anything. I don't like these endless wars. This is not an endless war. We've been doing this for 3 months. Much of it has been under the form, a pretty good form of ceasefire. The blockade has been amazing. Our Navy is amazing. Our military is the best in the world. Hey,
yeah, how about the straight, dude?
A very powerful country, Venezuela, a lot of soldiers, big, strong military. We took over Venezuela in a matter of minutes. We destroyed the capability of Iran in a matter of days. Nobody's ever seen anything like it.
You just said it's been going on for 3 months. If we destroyed their capacity in days, why are we still there?
Now I'm going to finish it. But remember, you were in Vietnam 19 years because stupid people. You were in so many different countries. Every war you were in for years.
This is like his only argument. It's like his mantra. His only argument is that so long as it's not as long as 19 years, I win.
Look at Iraq. Look what you were. You were there for years. Yeah. We're there for, listen, Kristen, we're there for a few months. And the threat is largely over. Soon Jack. It will be over. But you cannot let Iran have a nuclear weapon, or they will blow you up. There will be no, Kristen, there will be no NBC. There will be no media.
They will blow you up. They will personally blow you up, Kristen. You're going to be red mist.
The press, you will end the Meet the Press string.
Let me ask you, though, during your 2016 campaign, you called the Middle East a quagmire. What makes you so sure this won't become a quagmire?
We're not going to be there.
You're convinced this won't become a quagmire?
It's not a quagmire. I just wiped out the military of a very dangerous country, and I wiped out the nuclear threat. Let me tell you, if we left tomorrow, if we just said, all right, let's get out, it'll take them 15 or 20 years to rebuild back. But I'm not going to give them even that chance. I'm not going to give them that chance. They cannot have a nuclear weapon. And
dude, everybody else in the fucking world has to hold this man's L. It's so fucking annoying.
There was even a 1% chance that they'd have it, I wouldn't leave. We're almost finished. We're going to either have a deal, a strong deal, a meaningful deal, not like the Obama thing. Obama
he says he doesn't like long wars, and then he's like laying out like a forever war.
Path to a nuclear weapon. Mine is the exact opposite. Mine is a wall. It's a wall, just like I built 1,000 miles of wall on our southern border. And by the way, I took the worst border in history, and I made it the best border in history in a matter of weeks.
And yet, Mr. President, Iran was the closest to developing weapons-grade uranium after you ripped up the nuclear deal because there were no guardrails in place.
They were developing it during the nuclear deal. You don't know that? Iran, when Obama signed that stupid deal where he paid them billions and billions of dollars.
Stupid deal? Wait.
When Obama signed that stupid deal where he paid them...
I love how petty he is, man.
Billions and billions of dollars.
He's in peak pig form. I mean, It's most fitting. He's on the farm.
You could bribe them. Listen to me. They were developing a
he's a little piggy rolling around in the mud at this point.
nuclear weapon. That's how they got there. They got all of this uranium during Obama. You know that, don't you? Well, that's how they got there. Don't say this.
It's so surreal. Like this rain, it's like such a bizarre setting. He's like screaming at her. Like so many times he's like personally made a picture. Like, you don't understand. They were going to personally blow you up, Kristen. They wanted to dismember you into a bunch of little pieces and throw you in the toilet and then flush it. They wanted to get rid of Meet the Press. The JCPOA, like, listen to me. They were going to get a nuke. Like, it's so frantic. It's so demented.
They got there. They developed it during the Barack Hussein Obama, during his administration.
And they've escalated their development after the deal was wrapped up. Let's talk about the economy. I want to talk about the economy.
If I didn't go in there with a B-2...
I feel like the rain makes him angry. It's because he's like having to speak over it. And so he sounds even more intense than he normally does, which kind of works against him sounding and looking so terrible because he's having to project his voice a little bit. But man, he looks fucking rough here.
Bombers, they would right now have a nuclear weapon, and it could be that half of the world would be eradicated.
Let me ask you about the economy. You got a strong jobs report today that beat expectations.
Not strong. Really strong.
Beat expectations.
By how much? Triple.
176,000 jobs created. And yet, gas is up, diesel is up.
It's all coming down as soon as the war's over.
Well, 70% of farmers say they can't afford fertilizer. What's your message?
The farmers are doing very well.
Let me ask you, what is your message to farmers, many who support you, but who say they're struggling?
Because there's nobody been better to farmers. You know, I gave farmers last term.
Hey, I voted to be racist, not poor.
$28 billion because China took advantage and other people. And you know who paid for it? China. Last term. You know, I had a great first term. I had the greatest economy ever. And you know what? This one's blowing it away.
What's your message to farmers, though, Mr. President, who say they are struggling? They're struggling to make ends meet.
Are you ready? Am I allowed to talk? You keep asking questions and you don't listen to the answers. I love the farmers, and the farmers love me, and the farmers trust me. In the first term, I had something very similar. China and others were, and Canada, which was brutal, they were taking advantage of our farmers. They don't take advantage of it anymore. I gave them $28 billion split up. They never had a payday like that. And the farmers loved me, and they came back and they voted for me in record numbers. You know that. Nobody's ever even come close. Now, because of the fact that we had a choice, I had a choice to make. I could keep it going. The farmers were doing great. Fertilizer was very cheap.
What's the explanation for Israel having nuclear weapons but not Iran and Ukraine? Inside all of us, there's a little bit of racism.
Everything was cheap. Gasoline was very low. Everything was very low. I could have kept it that way, but I said I have to take a little bit of a turn. The farmers are going to understand it better than anybody. We're going to have higher gasoline. We're going to have a little higher fertilizer, et cetera, et cetera. But I'm going to get rid of a nuclear weapon in the hands of very dangerous people. Excuse me, wait. It should have been done for 47 years. No president had the guts to do it. I did it, and I've done it. It's almost complete. As soon as that's complete, gasoline prices are going to drop like a rock. You know, I was in Iowa speaking about farmers.
Drop like a rock?
And it was before we attacked Iran. And I was in Iowa, and the prices were $1.85 a gallon, $1.91 a gallon. What?
This time, it wasn't the rain, but an audio issue that forced us to pause the interview again. Are gas prices going higher, or have they peaked?
They're going to come low, very low. They're going to go lower than they were before.
Have they peaked?
As soon, well, it depends. I mean, it depends where the war goes. It could be I'll have to give them a shot, and it could be we'll sign an agreement. If we sign an agreement, they'll go down now. Otherwise, they'll go down after we're finished.
You have a new Fed chair, Kevin Warsh.
Yeah.
His first meeting in the role is later this month. After this month's jobs report, economists now say it's possible the Fed may have to raise rates. Do you think that's possible, and what would your reaction be, sir?
So I'm of a different feeling. I think Kevin's fantastic, and I want him to do whatever he wants. I don't want to have a big influence on him. But we had a great report. We're doing great. And it's unfair that whenever you do great, they want to raise interest rates. It should be the opposite way. You know, if you go back 15 or 20 years, when you had good reports, the market went up. Nowadays, when you have good reports, the market goes down.
It's like, I've always noticed this like line in Trump's head, but it's like so furrowed here between like the makeup and how like greasy he is and the lighting. It looks so weird. Like he has this giant scar across his forehead.
Because they think they're going to raise interest rates. There's no reason to raise interest rates. The country becomes great. We built the country by doing great and having rates low. What they do is when they raise interest rates, they try and kill success. I don't want to kill success. We should actually lower interest rates. Now, if inflation comes, and you know, people live with inflation, but if inflation comes, what happens is you stamp it out. But success can kill inflation, just like higher interest rates. What they do now is, like we had great job numbers. You agree, right?
They beat expectations.
Not expectations, like 3 times. Okay, but you ready? What do? They say, oh, let's raise interest rates. It's the wrong thing to do. I would like to see rates get lower because we could build this into the greatest machine that the world has ever seen. But you can't do that when everybody immediately raises interest rates. So we had great job numbers. We're doing great. You know, we're building more factories. We have more money coming into our country right now from other countries and people than ever before.
We're building more factories? What?
Wait a minute. What happens? I don't want to just kill it with high interest rates.
Are we opening sweatshops I didn't know about?
Growth is the greatest thing you can have. And growth does not cause inflation.
Would you be upset if they raised rates? What is your message?
What did you learn today by listening to this PDF straight? We're only watching this so everybody can see how bad he looks when he fucking walks out.
I'm about that. Living with Kevin, I have a lot of respect for him. But my feeling is that when a country is doing well, they shouldn't be penalized by immediately raising interest rates. They should actually be incentivized. You know, we have debt, we have other things, we have things we want to take care of. I want to go bigger on the military, I really do. If we do what I'm saying, this will be a beautiful, well-oiled machine. Like
$1 billion a day for, I don't know how, for what, like 100 days isn't enough.
You've never seen before.
And when we come back, President Trump defends his controversial plan that could give payouts to January 6th rioters.
Which he's dropped since this.
This $1.8 billion so-called anti-weaponization fund, it was going to compensate people who say the federal government weaponized the legal system against them. It's been blocked by the courts, met with opposition from Republicans
and Democrats
in Congress and Democrats.
Excuse me, mostly Democrats.
Mostly
some
Democrats and some Republicans.
Some, very few Republicans.
Just to be very clear, are you backing off the fund completely, as your acting Attorney General Todd Blanche has said, or are you looking for another avenue to revive the fund?
Let me explain what the fund is. People have
listen and learn.
Been hurt so badly by radical left lunatics that worked for the Biden administration and Sleepy Joe. They're vicious, they're violent, what they did to people. And of course, they went after me more than anybody else. They raided Mar-a-Lago and all the other things. But people have been badly hurt. They've committed suicide. They've lost their jobs. They've lost their families. They've lost their wives. They've lost everything. They've lost everything over a fake weaponization of government. Now,
so
let me
are you
just tell
looking for a way to revive it?
Well, look, if it was up to me, I'd pay them the kind of money that they deserve. People have been destroyed. Lives have been destroyed. Many suicides. Think of it. People have committed suicide because a bunch of thugs went after them. So, me, personally, I think the weaponization fund is a great idea. And so do many other Republicans. You have to get it approved. If they get it approved, that's great. If they don't get it approved, I'd be disappointed.
All right, we're going to motor through this.
But you have to understand, people have been destroyed by crooked politicians, and they should be reimbursed for that.
Do you think anyone who attacked police officers on January 6th should get taxpayer money?
I wouldn't be inclined to say so, but I have to see it. I can tell you this, 97% of those people, you look at them, the FBI or whoever it was, because you had a lot of crooked cops, you had dirty cops.
Whoever it was.
Comey was a dirty cop.
Whoever it was that looked into January 6th or whatever.
A guy like Bolton was a dirty
but
cop.
there's no evidence.
Wait a minute. Oh, you think Comey was a straight
people
cop?
who pleaded guilty to assaulting police officers.
Comey was a dirty cop.
No, but
they had
people who
FBI.
assaulted police.
Fuck is this interview setting? It's so bizarre. Apparently, he just gave a speech to farmers, and then they walked into a nearby barn and set up here.
Listen to me. They had FBI
backrooms
agents ushering them into the building. They had FBI go into the building. Those people walking around, they're looking always in the side. They weren't in. They were being ushered into the building.
There's no evidence.
You had a bunch of dirty cops, and frankly, what they did was weaponization of our government.
But sir, there's no evidence of that. More than 1,000 people.
No, there's none. You know what you do? Try looking at the tapes one time.
Would you take it off the table?
Look at the tapes one time.
But 172 people did plead guilty to assaulting police officers.
You know why they pled guilty?
Should they be exempt?
Because they told they were going to jail for
funds?
15 years if they didn't.
Should they?
They pled guilty.
Only this man, who literally pardoned all 1,500 J6ers, like first day in office, when pressed on this, still hesitating for whatever reason. Like, he didn't do that.
Guilty because they were frightened. They went down. They were ushered into.
They were scared. They were just small little beans.
Many of them were arrested without even going in.
It's frightening when you get down there with the Confederate flag and, you know, officers of the fucking state are trying to prevent you from disrupting the will of the democratic electorate of this country.
You okay with them receiving taxpayer dollars?
The people were destroyed by dirty cops and by weaponization. Many of those people should be compensated. Now, with that being said, as I understand it, the weaponization fund was going to set up a group of people, people that could be picked by anybody, fair people, smart people, and they will go on an individual case basis.
Okay.
Now, I don't know what's going to happen with the weaponization fund. I love the idea because people like you, the fake, dirty press, the crooked press, people like stupid Biden, he's not smart enough to know what's going on, but people that surrounded his beautiful Resolute desk in the Oval Office, what they did to the lives of people, they destroyed people. They sent people to jail who did nothing wrong.
Just to be very clear, there's no
Biden personally.
But let me ask you about Todd Blanche.
Listen to me.
Let's talk about Todd Blanche.
There's tremendous evidence. There's nothing but evidence. The election was rigged. It was a dirty election. And it's happening again right now in California.
You've never presented evidence.
It's happening right now in California. Right now, it's look at what's happening in California.
All right. We're doing this at 1x speed because we're coming up when Marky walks out.
4 days.
Republicans are doing well in
California. No, they're not. They're dropping fast because it's a rigged election. Let me tell you, it's 4 days, and they aren't even close to coming up with.
That's how they count
You know
the
why
votes
they're doing
in
that?
California.
Because they're cheating on the election.
Do you have evidence to support
All
that?
I have to do is look. All I have to do is look.
That's not evidence.
And I listen to people, and let's see what happens.
But sir, that's not evidence.
Do you think it's appropriate?
That's how they count the votes in California.
Do you think it's appropriate that they have an election and 5 days later they're nowhere close to picking a winner?
State and local officials acknowledge they are slow. They're urging.
No, they're crooked.
They're urging the votes to be counted quickly. That's how they vote in California.
They're crooked, just like you're crooked. Your press is crooked, and Meet the Press is crooked.
To be fair, I'm not crooked, but let's
Really?
Let's
Well, you
continue.
play right into their hands.
Let's continue.
You're either crooked or you're stupid. You play
continue.
right into their hands with this rap. You know
losing it.
that these elections are rigged. Your network knows that they're rigged. You know that I won an election in a landslide, and I got 94% bad press.
But Mr. President,
you know why I
you've
got
never
that?
presented
Because you have no
evidence.
credibility.
94% bad. I don't even know what this means.
You've never presented evidence that it was rigged. Let's keep talking about. I want to talk about Todd
You
Blanche.
have more evidence. There's more evidence than ever presented.
Let's talk
Your
about
in the history of the world.
In this country, we're like a third world country. Your elections are crooked, and you're crooked, and Meet the Press is crooked, and so is ABC and CBS and CNN.
But Mr. President,
you're one-sided crooked networks. All right, let's call it quits because I've had enough. Thank you, darling. Have a good time.
Mr. President, let's please. I traveled all the way
Watch
to
this.
Wisconsin.
I've sat
He like genuinely struggles to stand up.
I've sat in the rain with you for an hour, on and off in the rain, and I've given you
romantic.
enough time. You ought to straighten out your press because you know what?
Mr.
A
President,
country can never be great with a dishonest
Listen,
press.
we
Come on,
traveled
let's go.
all the way to Wisconsin for this interview.
That, like, holy shit. There is something kind of like freaky to see, like just him physically struggling so much. I mean, he's like already fallen asleep. I don't know how many times in these different press conferences. He slurs his words. All like, you know, the makeup, the bruises on his hands, the fact that he has like, he clearly like bruises easily. I can't remember what that condition is called because he takes like blood thinners, the fucking ankles. But this.
And I've given you enough time. You ought to straighten out your press because you know what? A country can never be great with a dishonest
Listen,
press.
we
Come on,
traveled
let's go.
all the way to Wisconsin for this interview.
And she's so little. He could have fucking knocked her over if he just like put some fucking weight on her.
I spoke with President Trump on Saturday, and we both acknowledged the complications during the interview posed by the rain. He agreed to sit down with me for another Meet the Press interview.
Wow. Talk about
Welcome back. The panel is here. Carol Lee, NBC News National Security Managing Editor. Ashley Etienne, former Communications Director for Vice President Harris. And
I saw a really quick, like a breaking points thing talking about this. I didn't watch it, but I want to see what they say about it because, like, who covers it, and do they actually, like, Trump rage quits?
Turning now to Donald Trump, who sat.
Okay, like, will like Sagar actually criticize it? 'Cause I'm curious where he's at. When he sat down with Tim Miller, he had a lot of shit to say about Trump, but he like still wouldn't say that if he could change his vote now or like install Kamala over Trump, he wouldn't make the switch. So let's see if he defends this.
For an extraordinary interview, explosive, as Crystal said, in many ways, including the weather, which is genuinely insane when you listen to this. For some reason, there was a massive rainstorm that was happening around the place that the interview was being conducted, presumably outside. But the one that stuck out more than anything was Trump saying, "I never guaranteed no new wars." Let's take a listen.
what changed? Because you insisted no new wars.
First of all, I didn't guarantee no war. Why would I have built the strongest military in the world? I built our military. I inherited a terrible military. We had no equipment. We had nothing. I built a tremendous military. Biden gave a lot of it away, but it's still a relatively small portion compared to what I built.
But you said it over and over again, Mr.
Why would I
President?
build a military? Now, I didn't want to use this, but I'm doing you and everybody else a big favor. In the midst of the greatest stock market in history, in the midst of the most successful country, because as you know, in the last time we were a dead country, Kristen, I know you're a big liberal or a big progressive.
No.
No war.
Wars. Those all this
Peace through strength, that we will prevent World War III.
We will prevent World War III. We're going to stop wars. There's all this chaos in the Middle East. In fact, do you remember when JD endorsed Trump in 2023? He literally wrote a Wall Street Journal op-ed saying the best thing about Trump was no new wars.
And Tulsi, RK Jr., they were all on that.
That was part of the reason that a lot of people supported him, at least the more libertarian faction of a lot of these people, the anti-woke libertarians. And now he comes out, humiliates them, and said, what did he say? He says, I never guaranteed any new war. And this is, I think, demonstrates a couple of things. Number one, how testy he gets on the subject. But two, how committed he is now currently to this vision of the war, not just with Iran, but you have to put it together with Venezuela and also what's happening right now in Cuba. Cuba is on the verge of collapse. I know we've covered it quite a bit, but I mean, it's
so interesting to see how everyone from like Medhi to Sagar and Jetty always goes to like analyzing like Trump's psychology to explain his foreign policy decisions. And no doubt that is a relevant factor, but it seems to be what people lead with to try to help people understand like why he makes the choices that he does, when I think there's material forces that are, more relevant and would give you better insight into that.
Seriously, things are getting very bad over there. The Visa, MasterCard just pulled out, very imminent, potential U.S. action, all kinds of crazy Bay of Pigs shit being planned by Marco Rubio and the rest of the team. So this definitively, it makes it clear. He's like, no, I never said that, even though we literally have it on camera a million times.
Yeah, I mean, this is him being like a sleazy car salesman. Like, well, I never technically said I will guarantee that there will never be no new wars. Things change. And why would I have this incredible military if I was going to start any new wars? Like, obviously, I'm going to use it. And I mean, in a way, there is a kind of truth to that, because if you did not listen to what he said, but looked at his previous actions and also looked at, some of the people who had long been in his circle, look at the fact that he had John Bolton in the first administration, you would say, yeah, I can't really take his word for these assurances. And the other thing that he does is he would say,
thought she was going to make the opposite point.
No, I won't go to war with Iran, on one day. And then the next day we would posture in a very hawkish manner towards Iran. So it really was a sort of like, hear what you wanted to hear, choose your own adventure type of situation. And here we are. We have, I guess, I don't know that we chose this adventure, but this is the adventure that we...
Reminded me how I listened to I watched the Glenn Greenwald Surrounded Jubilee, and he was like, yeah, I gave Trump credit for not starting any new wars in his first term, but he's completely abandoned that. It's like, dude, the assassination of Qasem Soleimani, that was an act of war. Just because it didn't escalate into a broader regional conflict or anything like that did not mean that it wasn't an act of war, or it wasn't war-making activity on the part of the United States and Donald Trump specifically. Or the fact that he increased drone warfare and with respect to Syria, I believe, just so insane from Glenn.
He ultimately got. He was very...
I would show it if they weren't Jubilee wasn't weird about fucking copyright.
Agitated throughout this entire interview. And, Kristen Welker has done Trump interviews before. Yep. And it's not that he likes her, but he has tolerated her. They seem to have I don't want to say a rapport,
listen.
But she has been able to, push him and have some exchanges back and forth in a way that he has at least been able to sort of accept and tolerate.
I covered the White House with Kristen. Yeah. He's always kind of had a thing for her. I don't mean...
she's a very likable person.
Yeah, she's
a very
nice.
Sweet person.
On a personal level, she's super nice. But I remember he would always gravitate to her. My theory is because she's on Meet the Press and she's on NBC News, and that's what he loves.
He's a boomer.
He's a boomer. For him, he's like, oh, Tim Russert, and Tim Russert died when I was 12. But in Trump's brain, that's some
that was yesterday.
Great. Yeah, that was yesterday exactly. So for him, he loves Fox News Sunday and George Stephanopoulos and Meet the Press and the Set and the New York.
Much as he
why is he obsessed with the New York Times?
Yeah.
So anyway, that's just setting the stage.
Well, and so I actually think because several times during this interview.
Oh, okay. I thought it would be better. All right. If you're watching on Twitch and you aren't following me already, please go ahead and do so. That way you can want to go live. If you're watching on YouTube, please do the same. Subscribe to me. Hit the like button on the stream. It helps push it out to other viewers. And hit the bell. That way you can know when I go live, which is going to be regular again very soon. I promise. If not, starting today or I guess tomorrow, I'll be live again. If you want to support me, the best way to do that is following the donation link pinned in my Twitch chat or my YouTube description box. It is the Streamlabs tip link, and Streamlabs only takes 3%. You can also send me a YouTube super chat, which I will read out if you do so, and would really appreciate it. You can also subscribe to me on Twitch and get access to an ad-free experience as well as cute emotes. Give subs throughout the chat or use your Twitch Amazon Prime sub. Get a free sub to my channel. Thank you guys for spending the night with me. I will be back tomorrow, hopefully. Don't know what we're doing. I guess we will find out, though. I'm sending you guys to Rezi, whether you're watching on YouTube or Twitch. Century of Wick Humiliation. He is watching some Wick panel, I guess, about Graham Platter. So I will see you guys later. Thanks for watching. Bye.